Omniduck, how old are you?
22.
Oh, excellent. How's your day going?
Good. I'm watching a Destiny clip. I'm gonna do some secrets for Destiny. Sorry, I have a stutter.
You're
I
good.
just got my rubber thing on the roof of my mouth removed, and I have to get over the. I used to have it on the roof of my mouth, so I have a stutter.
You're good, man. All's good here. How'd you find out about me, friend?
I clicked on your thing and realized you've been online 24 hours for like a few months.
No, 3.5 years.
I have not seen you leave the edgy Discord, or maybe e-girl Discord.
Yeah, 3.5 months, or 3.5 years.
What?
Yeah, I've been live 24/7, 365 on YouTube for 3.5 years.
Why?
For world peace.
Fair enough. How many subscribers do you have?
Well, I've got on YouTube. That's hard to determine because I have 20 different YouTube accounts that I use simultaneously. On here, I've got 1,800 people in the Discord. On Instagram, I have 10,000. On Twitch, I have 40,000. On TikTok, I've got a bunch of thousands. So it just depends.
That's cool.
Word, dog.
I can't stream for more than I think the max I've done is 8 hours. So now just because I was playing, I beat a game for an 8-hour stream.
What game did you beat?
He wakes a D, for example, I don't remember if I did it all in one day, but I had to do stuff. I had to go back and help my mom with something. Then I came back and started streaming He Wakes the Deep.
And you beat the whole game?
Yeah, I beat the entire game.
That's baller. What happens when...
I can mention a very good game. Very good horror game.
Excellent.
Very well made.
Excellent. What happens when you beat the game?
You blow up the ship, and I'm pretty sure your character dies out at sea.
Oh no way! So does it
You sacrifice yourself to make sure the monster does not get destroyed.
No way! So is a lot of this game on a boat?
On a oil rig.
Oh, that's tight. Excellent. What other games do you like?
I play Fallout. I've been playing Destiny for a long time. I mod my Fallout 4. I'm thinking of streaming Fallout New Vegas, but I already have a character made, so I'll have to beat it on that character's stream.
Baller. Do you play Grand Theft Auto?
No, I don't play that.
Why not?
Despite the games I do play, I still try to hold back on what games I will play because I don't want to go full degeneracy. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Hey, take your time, Big Doug. Pleasure to meet you, Omnibox.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, Pip, I'm here. Go ahead.
Okay, you said to ask me a few questions.
I'm here. I'm just in one of my computers. So go
I
ahead.
really got to Auto because it's too realistic. It feels like it might sound really dumb coming from a person, but I feel like if I start playing Grand Theft Auto,
You're not the only one.
I committed crime, so it's not really hard to do.
Ooh, what'd you commit?
You there?
Yeah, what'd you commit?
How do you have two usernames with the same name?
I just made 2 usernames with the same name.
Okay.
What crimes did you commit?
When I was 17, I beat the ever living shit out of someone because they were trying to Do stuff for my brother.
All right. Well, let's
I should
understand.
mention I got put into the
Oh, no big deal. All
my
right.
brother, me and my brother are not like we were both we were both special ed.
Okay.
Like he's more like a fit tough guy, but he won't hurt a fly. And I'm just a guy who's like basically a razorholic, which is not a good thing to be. I got him medication and therapy, so I should be better now.
Excellent. Do you have a girlfriend?
I was mostly joking about it a lot of time. I've only been to juvie like 6 times.
No big deal. Do you have a girlfriend?
And it's all hidden behind a wall because of the 18. After 18, if as long as you don't commit a crime after 18, your your history is in a court
Tight.
document.
Tight.
At least where I am.
Tight? Do you have a girlfriend?
Not yet.
Okay.
I
Have
don't
you?
think I'm gonna try to get one for a while.
Why? Too busy slinging dick like a pimp?
No, I have too many like responsibilities, and also mix that with I'm too anxious.
Okay.
Like I suffer from severe schizophrenia that really I have medication for and I've been taking them, so they shouldn't be too bad. But I feel like if I ever get into an emotional situation, it's gonna trigger. And I don't really want to like mess with someone like do that way when they hear like something like that.
Yeah. Nobody wants that.
Not like a schizophrenia where I'm just wandering around thinking I'm like God, or I think it's more schizophrenia where I start seeing people as actual enemies.
Yeah. Nobody wants that. So, would you say that you like to play any sports?
I do. I like well I don't I do like playing soccer. But I've been losing weight, but I gained so much weight. I went from like 190 to 260 in a span of 2 years
So you gained weight.
after I broke up with my ex. But that's a whole other story.
Why'd you guys break up?
She cheated on me, and her cousin, who I hate, I hate her cousin, but just because he never lies, but he's always an asshole about it. But anyway, he showed me the video that she made about her cheating on me. That she's like, it, it's weird. I didn't know this was like happening. They explained it after we broke up, but by then it was already too far gone. She was already done.
So she made a sex tape, and her cousin showed it to you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really sad.
She told me that this was right after I went to a mental hospital because I had a schizophrenic break.
All right.
Or psychotic break, technically, but whatever.
Her cousin's a real asshole.
Yeah. I assumed that it was made when I was at the mental hospital because hey, I was in a mental hospital. I wasn't supposed to. I was still technically suffering from this psychotic. There's a bunch of other stuff. I'm not a doctor. I don't understand the whole word.
Yeah, sure. I can understand
I
it
was
from.
still under the effects of my.
I can understand it from
So
her
I was just going to take that
perspective.
face value. So
Sure, I can understand it from her perspective. You know, you're like unavailable, and I mean, the nicer thing would have been to tell you like, "Hey, it's over."
yeah, I got very angry
All right, yeah, no, I
at
understand.
him. I was trying like it was at the time where I was trying to put myself back to a normal state of mind. So I didn't really have any other way how to like beat the other like stare at him. So I got a bunch of people who tried to do it, and they wouldn't do it because why would you want me to jump a random dude? I don't have any money for it. So, and I'm pretty sure you can't really hire a hit without the police coming after you. So what happened was I just basically jumped a dude.
All right, no big deal there. All right, so do you like the NFL?
Yeah.
Okay, who's your team?
My mom and my family's favorite team is the Seahawks.
Oh, that's tight. Why the Seahawks?
Because we live in Washington, it's kind of like they need it.
Oh, tight. Do you like Marcus Mariota?
Who's that?
Uh,
I don't pay attention to teams or people on it. I just like watch it whenever it's on.
do you like Phoenix? He
Sure, I don't know what that is,
he
but
played
okay.
he played at Washington a couple years ago. All right, that's cool. Um, all right, who's your favorite player all time?
Russell Wilson, that's the only guy I know.
That's tight. You know he's still in the league.
He is?
Yeah, dog.
I forget, did he get moved to another team or not? I forget.
Yeah,
Okay, that's good.
yeah, like a long time ago. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Do you watch the NBA?
Not really.
Okay. How about the NHL?
NHL, National Hockey League?
Correct.
No.
How about MLB? Are you a fan of
National Baseball League. Nah,
no
nah.
major?
I did collect the baseball cards for a while, but I don't remember what happened to them. I would bring them out and show you if I could find them, but I think I left them at my grandpa's house.
That's cool. Do you like the Seattle Mariners?
Yeah, we went to one of their games a while back.
Did they
When I
win?
was like 16, which was like 6 years ago.
Did they win?
Maybe.
Okay, very well.
It was 6 years ago. My memory is only good with stuff that directly caused me harm.
Okay,
Like traumatic stuff for me, I remember.
well, it's a good thing you're
It's
not a
just not a
Cleveland
good thing.
Browns fan. All right, so you don't play Grand Theft Auto. Do you play any other games?
I got Mecha Break. I got Lego DC Super Villains.
Is that a good game?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
What makes it good?
It's a Lego game. All Lego games are good.
Okay. Did you ever play Lego Island?
What's that?
It's like an old school Windows Lego game.
Maybe, probably. Was it on the Lego website?
No, it was something that you download or like you had a CD for.
Oh no, I didn't do it. I didn't used to play the Lego games on the website a long time ago.
All right, that's cool. What kind of Legos do you like?
I had the Star Wars set. I built the Millennium Falcon a long time ago, but I think I put them all in a box and just kind of lost the box in the was removed. Removed because a bunch of people broke into my house after I got angry at the Falcon again. Because he tried starting stuff again.
Wow.
And then again my house got broken into.
So you guys moved?
So we moved 50, I don't know how far away Kennewick is from Benton City.
That's okay. Um, would you say that you like your new place more?
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. And you feel safe?
Relatively, yeah, but there was out in the snow like a year ago. I was walking around in the snow, I got a bloody nose, and someone called the cops on me. Thankfully, I got home before they found me because, like, I don't. It's not that I don't trust cops. It's just that the cops that when the people broke into my house and hurt me, they didn't really help because they didn't believe that a guy could be raped. So.
Oh, you got raped?
Yeah, two guys broke in. I think one watched the door and kept my brother out because my brother Jordan tried to help him fight these guys off, and the other guy was on top of me.
Oh, that's really sad.
Yeah, and I don't want that. I didn't want that to be like first. But apparently it is.
Oh, you poor thing. All right. So you like Legos? What other Lego sets do you have, or did you have?
No, I have them with me right now. I have to go find them.
That's okay. You don't have to find them. Just tell me about
I
it.
had the Millennium Falcon. I was gonna build the Helicarrier a few years ago, but I don't remember what happened to it.
Okay, what's the helicarrier?
I was gonna build out of a bunch of Legos, and it would look like the like the shield helicarrier from the Lego games, but like I didn't have enough Legos for it.
Okay. Do you like helicopters?
Yeah,
That's tight.
helicopters are cool. Helicarriers are like things you would carry helicopters and planes on in the sky,
Oh, in the
and
sky.
it's submerged in the water. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that's baller. So it's like a. I'll have to look this up.
An air, it's like an air base.
In the sky. Wow.
Like imagine you would carry several like airplanes. You could just have it fly around the globe, and then you just like open up the door, and then you have like tens of thousands of airplanes just fly out, and you can run the battlefield.
Right. Okay. So I'm looking at it
I
right.
don't be thinking of drones. They were cool, but
I'm looking at it right now. So it's giant. Right?
I didn't have enough Legos to make a Lego version of it.
Yeah, you would need a lot of Legos to do that. Oh, this thing is baller. Okay, so it's a Marvel Comics thing.
Yeah, it's a Marvel Comics thing.
Very cool, and it can go underwater. Right?
Yeah.
That's baller. How's it powered?
I think in the Marvel stuff, I think they use it like a nuclear,
Nuclear power. Well, that makes sense.
or they have Stark. Tony Stark made a reactor, like a bunch of them, just to power.
All right. And if you were to say, of all of the Marvel movies, which one's your favorite?
Iron Man.
All right, the original one from like 2008.
Huh?
The original one from 2008.
Yeah, that's the one I watched the most
Why that one?
because it was the first one I watched with my family.
Okay, that's cool. Now, would you say that you liked Iron Man 2?
I don't remember it that well. I just remember Iron Man 1.
All right. What are your thoughts on Robert Downey Jr. playing a different character?
I think it'll be fine as long as someone doesn't ruin like the storyline. Then I think it'll be fine. It's like the people who play the characters bring the characters to life, but you need an actual good script. Otherwise, all you have is creepy.
Okay. Is Iron Man your favorite Marvel character?
No.
Who is?
I'll have to look up his name. Okay. I know him. He's the guy. He's the guy from the X-Men whose power is he blows up once and dies. He's a really funny character. He's an X-Men.
It's an X-Men.
He's from the comics.
Okay. So it's not Wolverine, it's not Cyclops, it's not the Hulk.
No, never. I can't find it. I can't find the character's name. He just keeps coming up with this guy named Nitro. Okay, let me fix something. Okay, now I should have. Okay, I was fixing it because it wasn't going on speakerphone.
Okay. No big deal. So what is this guy's name?
I'll have to find it again. It only shows Nitro, but that's the villain he fought name, not the actual character I'm thinking of.
And why is this guy your favorite?
Because he's a really wholesome character.
He's
He fights no matter, like, he couldn't use his power, so he had to use a suit of armor that, I think Beast made him to just be able to help anyone. And it shows that no matter how weak you are, or how useless you are, you can still help someone.
That's a nice little lesson. You still don't know this guy's name?
Explodey Boy.
That's his name?
I'll send you an Indian. Yeah, that's his hero name.
Okay, very cool.
I'll send it to you in DMs.
Okay. So he's in one comic or one movie and he just blows up one time?
Yes.
Wow. Do you think that's tight?
Yeah. I mean, in the comics, in the end, he does save everyone.
He
He
sacrifices
sacrifices
himself.
himself to save, like, all of mutant comics.
Would you say that he's a lesser known Marvel character?
Yes, he is. I don't think he's in a movie yet.
Oh, so he's just in a comic book?
Yeah. One of the trivia is that his first kiss occurred with her out in his resurrection with a mutant named Rapidor, with a girl with a mutant power that smells like fire. Not every X gene power is gonna be something useful. Like there's this one dude who just has no skin. That's his entire ability.
I've got you. What up, Miss Aquarius? How are you?
Good, I'm reading right now. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Hello.
Okay.
How was your day?
Good.
Excellent.
Good day.
So far, so good. You look nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are you done with work?
I'm fine now. I'm eating.
That's wonderful. Very well. How are things in Socialize?
It's okay when I be in the way you be when I go to sleep.
Right, I know.
I touch that body down.
Right. Are people nice to you?
I guess they are. I don't have it unmuted. So when I go in there going down, I go to sleep.
Do you get a lot of people who send you friend requests overnight?
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of friend requests. I don't even know if that's still sitting me. I got a whole bunch of them. I'm about to get ready to itch it out because I don't know how old everybody is.
I feel that.
What about you? You got a lot of friend requests?
I get so many that I can't accept them anymore. You can only accept 1,000 of them before they stop you.
Oh, okay. Well, I probably got 1,000. I hope you run it up. Run it up, please.
Yeah, so what I do is I've got 1,000 friends, and then I have to cut it down by 100 so that if I get real people with whom I want to be friends, then I can make space for it.
That's what I need to make. Just make me a room here. And get all the people in some of my room or come in here. That's in their 30s and do that. Yeah.
Well, certainly you can create your own voice channel to...
I know. That's what I was saying. In here.
Exactly.
Not in here, but you know what I mean. On your server.
Word.
Instead of having a server, right?
That's correct. Having a server is a lot of work.
That can make me a channel in here, right?
That's correct.
Guess what I want to do? I want Lofi girl, and I want Lofi boy, and yeah.
You can add one of them at a time.
Okay, I will look.
Very well. What are you eating?
3 piece, 9 rice, barbecue chicken, and dinner roll.
Ooh, that's good stuff.
Mm-hmm. And do you remember the show called Gilmore Girls?
Yes, I remember that.
That's what I'm looking.
That's what you're watching?
That's one of my favorite shows.
You know what never made sense to me in that show? The the mother and the daughter are too close in age. They're only like 12 years apart.
Wow.
They're only like 12 years apart or something like that. Both beautiful, but they just don't look enough like mother and daughter to me. They look like sisters. But yeah, that was a big show.
Yeah, let's put something up for me to watch.
What are your other favorite shows?
Mike and Molly.
That's a good show.
The Cosby.
Word, girl, that's one of my favorites.
Family Matters.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm starting to like Equalizer now.
Is that good?
With Prima Tiffany.
Right.
And what is it? The Murder in the Building, I think. That's the new one with Selena Gomez in it and Steve Martin.
Is that a good one?
It's on Hulu.
Okay.
Okay, I need to start. I need to go back and look at my stuff. But how do I get to the after this? How do I get to that show, Ma? The what's it called in the building? Huh? How do I get to the after this? How do I get to that show? The murder in the building, Okay. Okay, I thought I should get my girl. Okay. I can't get out of the Gilmore Girls. It's okay with me because I like this. What you doing, Rabbi? What you up to?
I'm trying to fix one of my phones. We'll see if it works.
Kids on Nemo TV. I do not want to stream on that. There's kids on that.
On Nemo TV?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I stream on it, but I've never talked to anybody on it.
Yeah, right.
I don't believe that one too much because whenever I start streaming, I know no people on it, and I always have 40 viewers.
Right.
It's like...
Right, nobody don't talk.
Yeah, nobody's watching me on this.
Yeah.
Have you been doing Bigo?
No, I need to get back on that. I thought I did yesterday. I need to go live on there.
What about TikTok?
You can't go live. But 1,000 videos, you gotta have like an agency.
Right. Well, you just follow people and they'll follow you back.
Yeah, you got a whole bunch of ones. I don't even have a picture of that. I gotta get into the growing.
Yeah, there are those too. Follow for follows.
You get on that? You go live on there right now?
You know, I used to, but I find that it's very easy to get banned there for no reason, like absolutely no reason. well, like here's why I get banned. I'll go live on there, but I'll have like the radio on in the background, and I'll get nailed for a copyright infringement. And it's like I wasn't listening to the song; it was just like in the background. But they'll get me for it. I agree. So like right now, if you were just sitting there eating on TikTok and they heard the Gilmore Girls in the background, they can get you for copyright infringement.
You said something wrong with your phone, okay?
Yeah, it's not working. One of them, and I don't know why. When I awoke, it just had this message on it that was like it needed a factory reset, and I don't want to do that because then it will get rid of all my stuff, and I don't want it to get rid of all my stuff. So I'm trying to figure out a way around it, but I'm not having too much fortune with it right now.
They look crazy. And who is this down here, everybody?
Just a friend to join me from another server.
Uh-oh. Okay. All right. That'll be excellent. No, auntie said give more girls are coming to our Hallmark channel.
Oh, are they?
Yay.
Well, that's cool.
Okay, I can't wait. Hmm. Oh, that's why she went to college. Oh, oh, he wants to let me. He look Gladys. Oh, she wants her mommy. She's homesick.
Is she gonna go home?
She wants her mommy to stay at the university for the night. She's homesick. She
At,
wanted to stay all night.
at what university is she? Isn't it Yale or something?
Yeah, yeah. Just home. You try to make me want to cry. She wants her money. She said I'm 18. I'm feel like I'm homesick. Oh, Rabbi. Rabbi.
What up, girl?
I'm Rabbi Sick. I get Rabbi Sick sometimes. You know that? You know I get Rabbi Sick. That's why I came in here.
Wonderful. Well, I'm always here as much as I can be to help you and other people who want some companionship.
I know. I know. How's the phone doing?
You know, just as you said that, it's working again. So I'm gonna plug it in, and hopefully it will be perfect for the next, as long as it needs to be. And I didn't have to do like a hard reset or a factory reset, I should say. So that's good. Well, thank you for asking.
You're very welcome.
I'm here. I'm just adjusting some devices.
Oh, how many pieces? What in the world? Got them pizzas, Chinese food. Oh my Lord. Stop happening. Some kind of. I don't even want to see this. I don't know. Something bad gonna happen. Okay, I don't have nothing else. I'm good. All right, then. Well, I will be back to play games with you later, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
Have a good day. Bye, Alexander.
that are wielded. And this lays out the essential chronology of the attack on Jerusalem. True to their form, Vespasian's strategy was employed by Titus involving the construction of actually a third wall. There were already two walls extant in Jerusalem. They extended a third wall to guard it to make sure that there was actually no food getting in and out of the city. And Titus encamped on Mount Sophus and on the Mount of Olives. Sophim and Hybrid. Amazingly, even though the battle was fought, and there's no way that you could ever hope to carry a battle like this, but they fought with incredible valor and the word that comes to mind is chutzpah. For example, when the Romans, massive legion, 6,000 hardened, battle-trained military, along with another 500 cavalry, and another 2,000 auxiliaries, and then a tremendous number of mules and water carriers. They had to set up on Hara Sophia, and they figured they had plenty of time. And so the Jews actually poured out of the city of Jerusalem and attacked uphill. You've seen Hara Sophia, you know it's no joke to climb uphill, and against all central military tactics, they fought uphill. They actually routed some of the army until Caesar himself had to enter the fray and to build up the morale of the Romans, and they eventually fought the Jews back into the city. In fact, this is one of the great advantages that the Jews had, that even though they fought with each other literally, they hated the Romans tremendously, and their morale in the battle was incredible. Josephus described it as a great length. Also, they used a tremendous level of ingenuity. The Romans planned how to use the city is they would use various types of artillery, bolts, and various ballistica. These are actually found around Jerusalem to this day. Small, like round bullets, some of them as large as 4 pounds. They launch at the walls, basically to clear the defenders from the walls. And once the walls were kind of cleared because people were afraid of the flying objects, then they would roll in their siege engines. And using the siege engines, that would give them cover to use battering rams and to essentially knock down the walls from the south. The problem with the attack on Jerusalem, especially on Sophia, is that as you can see from the lines in this topographical map, it's really quite steep here. The Romans had to construct a physical ramp, the same thing they did at Masada a few years later. They had to construct a physical ramp nearly 2 engines long. And as they're building this massive personal ramp, they have all the personnel with them and engineers with them to build it. The Jews from the other side, from the side of the city, tunneled under the ramp, filled it with wood and other flammable material, and once the ramp was just about finished, and they began to bring up the siege engines, they set the kingdom ablaze and collapsed the ramp from within. A remarkable temporary victory that the demonstration of ingenuity, but ultimately they could not avoid the ultimate breach of the walls and eventually the capture of Jerusalem as a whole. I should say just a quick moment of reflection on the actual destruction of the temple itself. In this regard, we have somewhat conflicting accounts, definitely conflicting between Gemara and Josephus. And Rabbi Schreier talked a little bit more about his role in the destruction of the temple. But when we read Josephus, Josephus comes across as sort of like he has a level of culture and a level of morality and a level of honor, valor. Don't forget that Josephus is literally living in Titus's father's house in Rome when he's writing this. He has taken on Titus's name and become part of his family quite literally. And so he's deeply indebted to Titus. He's also, by the way, reading his copy before he allows it to be published. For example, how in publication doesn't have to do younger still. But, so he knows that whatever he's writing, Cephas has to approve. And so the way Cephas is described in the connection with the destruction of the temple is that Cephas recognized the tremendous cultural value of this historic site, recognized how it was revered by Jews around the world, and that it was truly an architectural wonder and all these things. And so he has a kind of meeting with his lieutenant before the major battle that eventually raised into the temple. And he essentially tells him, you know what, I think we should not burn down the temple. Let's not destroy it. Let's preserve it for the next future generations and things like that. And then he goes and has a nap, which is a very strange kind of thing to do in the middle of this climactic battle that's been 3 years in the making. But while he is asleep, in the context of the hand-to-hand fighting that's happening actually in the temple courtyard, one of the Roman soldiers picks up a firebrand and throws it rather wildly, and rather than striking the Jewish rebels, it actually goes through a window into one of the temple porticos and starts a blaze, which eventually becomes out of control. Cephas is awake and he comes out and says, no, we can't do this, but it's always too late when the temple is destroyed. Now, other sources have portrayed Cephas in a much more straightforward light, saying he definitely wanted to destroy the temple. This was a hard-fought war that was, for Rome, it was essentially like Vietnam, or like Afghanistan was for the Soviet Union. This was like a war he was sick of and wanted to get rid of. And when you look at how Cephas portrayed himself after the war, certainly did not seem like he was ashamed at all of anything to do with the temple. So Josephus' account is like a much more hagiographic than historical. But nevertheless, this is when the rebellion finally came to an end. The third of 4 commanders were able to finally introduce them to the team. Cestius Gallus in 66, without success. Vespasian in 67 and 68 then called away to Rome, and then finally Titus. The last commander will be brought in from Masada, which is still going to another commander as well, but that's what it took to find this.
Like a single marshmallow, but you gotta take it. You can't. It's gonna stick to your fingers, but you gotta take it. You can't not say no, right? It's like
Here's what I agree with you just saying, that think about the contrast between the Gemara story and the Cephas is fascinating. I don't mean bringing up early, yes, I'd like to bring them up, but I don't mean bringing up the text in Gilad. But there's a fascinating parallel when it comes to the actual writing of the Megillah. You find two things are a little bit strange. The Gemara Megillah itself spends about 5 dots going through every single line of the Megillah, trying to really interpret what it's truly trying to say. You don't really find it like any other work. Even the Torah itself, the Gemara doesn't spend that much time going through each and every line, but especially not of the Megillah. The Harshman pointed out, and this is already alluded to in the Gemara, that when it came to the story of Esther in the Megillah itself, you have to remember what was happening at the time. But every story is going to be recorded there, is going to be read and fully understood by Ahasuerus himself. Because the story ends and Esther is still without Ahasuerus. So they have to be very careful what they publish and what they didn't. They have to write in the code. They have to write. They have to write a bit of a that way these younger generations will try to figure out what actually happened. And to hear about the account of Josephus, you contrast that over here in the Gemara is
welcome. How are you? Living the dream, G. How'd you find out about me, pimp? How'd you find Discord? All right, very well. What did Twitter? I'm not on Twitter. Oh, Twitter Live a few months ago. Okay, well, how's your day going? Excellent. Kicking ass, taking names. I'm just watching.
I should just keep to it.
Go ahead.
Do trade.
No, I'm okay. Feel free to watch. I think it's the future. Feel free to watch Jewish history lectures with me.
Some of our rabbis maybe will cause the destruction. You look at Titus and you look at the arrogance, and it's stunning. He comes right into the Gemara. He comes into the Gemara, and the Gemara says that all of a sudden he comes right in and he says, "Who's the gods are talking about?" And he goes and he takes his Zonar into the Kodesh HaKadoshim. He takes his prostitute into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, uses the Sefer Torah as his mattress, does an Avera, picks up the sword, and stabs the Parochas. And immediately when he goes and he stabs the Parochas, Hashem makes a miracle and blood comes out. This is something we alluded to in some of the keynotes this morning. Blood comes out, and the Gemara says over here, the Kasavar Harages Atzmo. And he thought that he killed what's Atzmo himself because there was no one else in the room. So he stabbed the Parochas. He thought maybe something happened to him. But the Mefarshim point out what really the simple reading of the Gemara is that he thought that he killed God. And God is referred to as Atzmo. Very interesting type of way to relate to God. And this actually Rosh Hashanah points out that if you look in the Haggadah, when we're talking about the four sons, and you have the Chacham, the Cham, the Sheni, and Israel, we have the Rasha. So when we're talking about the Rasha, Haggadah tells us that he was Motius Atzmo min Hafal, and therefore he was Kafar Be'ikr. Everyone says, I don't understand. What does that mean? He was Kafar Be'ikr. He was totally disassociated with God because he took himself away from the Baal. No, but the answer is that Kafar, that Motius Atzmo, he took God out of the equation in his life, and that's what it means that he was Kafar Be'ikr. So the Gemara then goes on and talks about how Titus just, again, had absolutely no shame. He killed God. He was the one that was finally able to do what everyone else had wanted to do for all of these generations. So like Trump spoke about this morning, all of this anti-Semitism that we're talking about, it's not just in a vacuum. It's all one big story. Halacha, Isaac, Sodi, Yaakov, Rashi, Torah tells us that anti-Semitism is embedded into the world. It's going to exist. It has existed. This is what's going to change in the time of Mashiach. When the Gula comes, Shiva Malchus is going to be different. So Titus is so proud of himself that he accomplished what everyone else wishes that he could have done. So he takes the Parochas and he packs all of the Kalim into it, and he's going to go back on a boat back to Rome to show that he has ultimately, once and for all, defeated God. But he goes on the boat, and all of a sudden, a strong hurricane comes, and he sees that his life is in danger, and instead of maybe having thoughts of tshuva, just thinking about the arrogance of this man, instead of having thoughts of tshuva, maybe I shouldn't have acted the way that I did, as brazenly as I have been acting. Instead of that, he starts trash talking God. Hey God, you're only good in the water. Just like in Mitzrayim, you wanted to go and get rid of the Mitzrayim and Taro, so you had to get the Yam Suf involved. You're a water god. You're nothing more than that. Fascinating approach. But it seems to work for him now, because Hashem goes and kind of gets him back to dry land, because Jesus says, bring me back to dry land, and then we'll fight. All right, what exactly this means is unclear. But bring me back to dry land, and let's see what we got on dry land. So Hashem takes him back to dry land over here. Hashem takes him back to dry land. So he goes and he brings him back. Instead of drowning him, he brings him back into the land, and he says, not only, Hashem says to Titus, not only can I destroy you, but I'm going to take the tiniest creature possible and use that to be part of your destruction. So he takes a gnat, flies through his nose, this tiny little insect, flies through his nose and is in his brain for tons and tons, 7 years, the Gemara says. So he has this constant headache. He goes to all the doctors and whatever he can do. Nothing is fixing this headache. It has this constant headache going on non-stop. One time, says the Gemara, he's walking by a blacksmith who's banging on something, and all of a sudden it kind of gave him a little bit of relief. And when he had that relief, he said, okay, this is my peace. So he hired some people to just be making this banging sound that was there from the blacksmith, and it worked for 30 days. After 30 days, the insect got used to this noise, and the relief was gone. And this is actually a concept which is used in halacha. This concept of 30 days, meaning something that, being the amount of time that it takes for us to get used to something, this is used with halacha in many different areas. Torah points out that on Erev Rosh Hashanah, we know that we don't blow the shofar for 30 days. We go and we blow the shofar, or just about starting from the Kodesh all the way to Rosh Hashanah, we blow the shofar, except for Erev Rosh Hashanah. The question is why? So many of the questions point out that the reason why we do that, why we don't blow on Erev Rosh Hashanah, is because we want to confuse the Satan, we want to confuse the Beit Zahara, we don't want them to realize that Rosh Hashanah is coming, so we'll be able to have a great holiday ahead. But the Gemara points out, no. The reason why we don't want to have 30 days straight of the shofar is because if you do it for 30 days, you're going to get used to it. It's not going to be something special to you. It's going to lose that excitement, and then Rosh Hashanah is not going to be as meaningful. So we stop specifically after 29 days break, and then Rosh Hashanah, so that way the shofar can be as meaningful as possible. And we see this in many different places again in the same bracha, the same Talmud, this concept of 30 days being what it takes to get used to things. And eventually, the Gemara tells us that this little gnat ultimately caused the death of Titus. But what we see, the Gemara continues, and this arrogance of Titus and this interesting relationship that he had with God continues even in his death, because he left a will to go ahead and get cremated. He wanted to be burned, and he wanted the ashes to be spread out throughout the entire world. Why did he want them to be spread out throughout the entire world? So comes the Gemara and talks about, and the Gemara explains the reason why he wanted them to be spread out is because he didn't want God to be able to find him in all of these ashes to then go and give him a final judgment. He didn't want to be able to get that final judgment to God. We just think how silly. You have someone who's so arrogant, thinks he can run away from God. Well, we know what happens. After he passes away, he goes up to that ultimate din. The next one probably did not go too well for him. If you just think, again, this arrogance is interesting. That he can run away from God even in death. And you just realize that when you have something in your mind, when you're so set on a certain goal, when you're so set on something, nothing can ever change your mind. When you're so set, the Jews are bad, and we need to destroy them under whatever pretext it takes. And we just need to get this job done. That's what you're going to do. And you're going to take that even with you to death. And it's just concept and arrogance that we need to think about. We need to be able to think clearly. We need to be able to really understand what's going on and see what we can do again to become the best people that we can possibly be. Just to end my part here, I spoke about this morning. All of these stories are really tough to see. And they're a bit depressing to see all this destruction, especially that so much of it came from our own infighting. But the physics that we need to get it, that we're all here on Tisha B'Av afternoon. Titus, Romans, nowhere to be found. We're all here on this afternoon, still mourning over what we hope will be the last time we're here on Tisha B'Av. And Hashem, through us continuing on this path, we'll be able to have that last laugh. So, let's discuss very briefly the aftermath. The war ends. The siege lasted from Pesach of the year 70 until Tisha B'Av. Josephus actually gives the date of the 10th of Av, which is not so far from the traditional understanding because the building was, after all, made of stone and did take quite a while to burn. Back in Rome, the Vespasian wants to really cement his victory with some major propaganda boosts, and so they have this massive triumph that I described earlier, and they also engage in the construction of several memorials, including this Arch of Titus, which was constructed to memorialize Titus' destruction of Jerusalem in particular. It says, under the southern wall of the arch, there is a bas-relief. There's a little better look. I think we looked at it as well 3 weeks ago. And of course, it depicts Roman soldiers carrying off the spoils of Jerusalem. This is not the way Romans would have seen it, however. There's a new exhibit at the Met I can't wait to see, which recreates how the antiquity Greeks and Romans used to like to paint their beautiful alabaster statues in these garish colors. So it would have looked like this to the Romans. This is the reconstruction from Stephen Fine at Yeshiva University working with the chemical analysis. And you can see it has all these Roman soldiers wearing their laurel wreaths. In the very front, there's a slave being driven away. They have here something called the Leges Judiorum, which may have been the Luchos, may have been the tablets of the law. The Candelabrum Judiorum, the famous menorah, of course, one of several that were in the base of English. And on the right, the Sacra Judiorum, the Jewish holy things. That's probably the shulchan and the chatzotros, the table and the ceremonial trumpets. And this was part of a massive campaign that the Romans really wanted to hype up this victory over Judea, even though, as we mentioned earlier, it's a tiny little province with really not very much in the way of natural resources. There were a few things that they really appreciated, especially the treasury of the temple. They appreciated that. They also appreciated the fact that the Jews have an extremely efficient international voluntary tax collection system known as the Macassar shekel, which the Romans then converted as a punishment into something called the fiscus judaeus, where instead of giving the half shekel for the upkeep of the temple, it was still made mandatory, but it was confiscated by the Romans to erect a new temple for Jupiter in Rome. The various kalim, the vessels of the temple, were parted away to be put on display in another temple that Vespasian built called the Temple of Peace. And what he meant by that was not like peace and brotherhood, but like now it's all calm because we defeated all our enemies. And they were on display for several hundreds of years until Rome was finally sacked by the Latins. They also engaged in a very effective propaganda campaign through coinage, which was one of the best ways to get the message out internationally, with a series of coins that all depicted Judea Capta, the captive Judea, or Judea is defeated. On the left, you see that sometimes you see Titus, and on the right, you see a forlorn woman in an attitude of decline, terrifying. In the top example, she actually has her hands bound. To her back is a balsam palm, which is one of the major exports of Judea at the time. Sometimes there's a disproportionately large Roman soldier looming over Judea at that time. There are so many more things we could say here. The Colosseum, for example, a recent discovery of an inscription that confirms that the Colosseum was built with the wealth of the things taken from the temple treasury, and also with the labor of Jewish slaves, some 100,000 according to Josephus, and it's not an unreasonable number of Jews taken into slavery to the Italian peninsula. But as Rabbi Schreier so perfectly put it, there are no more Romans today. There are people who live in Rome, call themselves Romans, but they are certainly not heir to the same culture at all in some way. And yet, here's Zen and Dog. We are still here. We're still thinking about this event. In Halavai, this should be the last year that we think about it here. Next year, we will.
One last comment on again, just to see how the rabbis close it, because we're focused on the history and a lot of moral cases. I like to close with what the Chazal did was they told 4 stories, which is really bring it home. The morning is actually the end of the saga in Dafur Fest. They told the story which is focused around one individual. And it's important to track these 4 stories and understand what the aftermath looks like for the eyes of Chazal. Story number 1 is about a sage by the name of Yoshua ben Hananiah goes to Rome. And in Rome, this is before the destruction of the temple, he finds a young man who's in captivity. He says, such beautiful eyes, such beautiful face. He said, there's something special about him. He has a conversation with this boy, and he knows there's something special about this kid. So he says, I'm not going to leave, I know this child will be something special. I'm not going to leave until I have raised the money sufficient to redeem this boy. It turns out this boy's name is Yishmael, and he cultivates it to be the Kohen Gadol. Yishmael Kohen Gadol. He becomes the Kohen Gadol. That's the end of the story. The second story we learn more famously, we learn on the end of Rabbi, we talk about the 10 martyrs. Yishmael Kohen Gadol is one of the 10 who were killed by the Romans. In fact, in the destruction of it, he was part of, he was the second of the martyrs to be killed. It describes that as he was about to be killed, the daughter of the Caesar looks through the window, sees his countenance, and begs her father to preserve him for herself, because you're so beautiful, it's a very handsome man. The Caesar refuses that, and she says, well, don't worry, because you kill him, at least give me his face. And the way they kill him is they break his face off. To be able to give it to her, she creates a mask, and she keeps it with her. Story number 2. Story number 3, the Gemara Gittin continues. And it says that Yochanan actually had 2 children. We read about them this morning. This morning in Kila number 23, we talk about 2 children, a boy and a girl, who were taken to captivity. The son and the daughter are already Shmuel Kohen Gadol. They are taken to captivity, and by the slave or masters are seen as very beautiful children, so they are bred. So masters like animals, like they take animals and breed the animals to split the outcome. And this boy and girl placed in this room overnight by their masters, their children outside, and they think to themselves, "We children of the Kohen Gadol turned into such a defiled state." And they immediately embrace themselves when they realize who they are, their brother and sister, and they die in each other's embrace. That's story number 3. Playing more continues with the fourth story is about another daughter with the same or a different daughter called Safnas Pnia. His daughter, who was so beautiful at the days of the Dean, she was taken to captivity, violated by a captain, later sold on the slave market, and described to be dressed up in 7 garments, their own garment and 6 garments. Takes her to the stand and talks about an issue for our very disgusting person. Dr. Wade talks about this so beautifully this morning, who comes to buy her and demands that she is revealed to the public. Upon refusing this, the slave owner says, "Take her or leave her." The prospective buyer refuses, strips her in public, and she rolls in the dust. And the more concludes by saying, "This woman describes in this kina, and it talks about Basami, that the daughter of our people rolling in sackcloth and ashes in the dust of the earth." Look at all these 4 stories as one common thing which they share. Besides not being about the individual or the family of the Yishmael, we notice that they are all extremely beautiful. In every single story, there's a description given how Yishmael faces captivity, how his face was taken off of him at his death, his children, his daughter, his son, bred for their beauty, and his daughter called Sophnas for her beauty. And what is essentially trying to argue with all of this, and the values to be taken out of this, is that what was seen as the beauty of the inner and of the spirit, of the emotion and of being a person who served the flag with the tragedy of this whole episode in the aftermath was that in local language could only be described in the Roman vernacular as good. And all that was left of what was spiritual aura of the globe was seen as a sexual object. That all that we represented as something which is about values turned into a commercialized product in the marketplace. Whether it was the face of the governor, whether it was the daughter or son bred, or was his daughter sold in the marketplace. And part of the tragedy as we describe the argument is that value that just lost. And it was not trying to just capture the history, but also that very period, that very fine idea, which could hardly be put in words, which was lost. Lost by the tragedy. As Ra Hashem, if we often repay our routines, as actions.
This is the day in which Jews around the world commemorate the loss of both of the temples destroyed in the years 586 before the Common Era and 70 of the Common Era, along with a whole host of many other negative things that happened to Jewish people over the centuries, including the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, including the deportation of the Jews from the Warsaw Ghetto, and many other horrific stories in the long history of the Jewish people. I'd like to speak very briefly today, as is appropriate, about the destruction of the temple. I've spoken on this topic many times, and if you wander around my YouTube channel, you'll find much more detailed videos that discuss various aspects of this period. But for today, let's just have a very quick overview of what exactly happened with the specifically Roman-Jewish War of the years 66 to 74 of the Common Era, and try to understand how the temple was destroyed. And I will leave it for you to contemplate what the greater meaning of this national tragedy is. Let us begin by a quick discussion of what are our sources. So one of the most important sources, without doubt, is Titus Flavius Josephus, shown here. His Hebrew name was Yosef ben Matisyahu, whose years are approximately 37 to the year 100. He's a problematic figure in many ways because, as we shall see, He was originally a member of the rebels. He, in fact, led the troops in the north, in the Galilee region, and then he defected to the Roman side. He became the Jewish expert, none other than Vespasian, later becoming emperor, and even to Titus, his son, who was actually put in charge of waging the second part of the war, including the destruction of Jerusalem. Josephus is a first-hand observer of the war, originally a participant in the war, and his account is without doubt the most important. However, because of his difficult relationship with his, Jewish roots and with his Roman patrons, places everything that he wrote within a lens of complexity that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. Please view some of the other videos for longer discussions of why that is so complex. Tacitus offers us some additional details with his own biases. Cassius Dio, fascinating historian who provides us in particular a discussion of the next Roman-Jewish war, the Bar Kokhba revolt, but not as detailed about this first war. And Eusebius, who is a church historian who frames much of his understanding of events in the perspective of the early church. So we have valuable information from these writers that supplements Josephus. We also have a very rich archaeological record, but in the main we are dependent heavily on Josephus. Incidentally, my senior colleague, the great professor of this period, Professor Lawrence Schiffman, I've heard that he advises students to read Josephus itself on the commemorative day of 9th of Av. And you know what? I think it's a fantastic idea. If you look at the Jewish War, which is his main study of this period, it's an absolutely heart-rending account and very worth reading. Note also, by the way, that Josephus is not the same as Yosipon. Yosipon is a medieval sort of crib sheet based on Josephus, but written 1,000 years later with a very different agenda and certainly not the same kind of sources that Josephus had at hand. At any rate, what's going on in Israel at this time? Let us recall that Israel has already been conquered by the Romans. The land of Israel was under Roman rule from the year 63 before the Common Era. So we're talking about a period of well over a century of Roman rule. The Romans in particular are occupied with a city called Caesarea or Caesarea, that is on the coast, and it is like the ultimate kind of Roman city in the land of Israel. They built these amazing aqueducts, as you can see. They have theaters. They have all kinds. It's a multi-ethnic city, as is the entire land of Israel. Incidentally, Israel was never monolithically Jewish, but Caesarea is one of those places that is especially associated with the Roman rule. It is in this region that a lot of the tensions come to a flashpoint, specifically over a property dispute involving a synagogue. It appears that the Roman official in charge of the land of Israel was extremely callous and had very little regard for Jewish sensibilities. There are a whole series of incidents involving, cultural clashes between the Jews and their sensibilities, particularly in the city of Jerusalem. There is a level of lawlessness, particularly in the north, with all kinds of brigands running around and engaging in, common thievery, and the Romans are not doing much to stop that. And so when a particular property dispute over a synagogue blew up in this city, things got way out of hand, and ultimately there was enough of a sense of revolt going on in the land of Israel that Rome sent Cestius Gallus with a legion of soldiers down to quell the fighting. Cestius Gallus came down from the north, from Syria, and he made his way to Jerusalem. When he arrived at Jerusalem with a very imposing Roman force, this was in the year 66, that should have, kind of made things right, but he, for reasons that are not entirely clear, chose to turn back from Jerusalem rather than laying it under siege or entering the city and perhaps engaging in hand-to-hand fighting. Some of the modern historians, by the way, I have, two great books that I can recommend while I'm at it. This is a fantastic book by Steve Mason, History of the Jewish War. You can see it's a brick of the book. Nobody writes short books about this particular war. And just this year, this book by Guy McLean Rogers came out, For the Freedom of Zion. Absolutely fascinating treatment of this war. So you can see a lot of the current historiographic debates in those two works in particular. At any rate, Cestius Gallus chose not to enter Jerusalem, perhaps because he was concerned about the threat that city posed, because it was a fortified city with a good pile of grain stored there, and they had water sources and so on, and he felt that perhaps he could not take the city, and so he decided to turn back. But on his way back, he was attacked by rebel troops at this location, Beit Horon, the pass of Beit Horon, and he was deeply humiliated. He was sent into flight. The entire legion was destroyed. A tremendous number of arms were seized by the rebels, including the legion's standard, which was an extremely insulting thing to happen to the legion. Cestius Gallus himself survived and made it back to Rome, but it was a huge embarrassment that a group of guerrilla fighters should send an entire Roman legion packing. It represented a moment of euphoria for the rebels to think that perhaps they could possibly throw off the yoke of Roman rule. And remember that Rome is an incredible superpower at this point, with territories that went all the way out to Scotland, all of Europe, North Africa, much of the Eastern Mediterranean, and this tiny little province of Judea is going to reject Rome and drive Rome out. It's unheard of. The Emperor Nero decided to send a much more competent soldier to take care of things, and that's when the war got much worse. Vespasian was the general, a battle-hardened general who, Cestius Gallus was also, by the way, quite a battle-hardened general. He was an older man with a tremendous amount of experience, but for whatever reason, he simply could not handle the Jewish threat. Vespasian came back and he took a much more measured approach. He took literally years to wage this war. He first approached the north and went through several locations in the year 67, location by location, placing these smaller cities under siege, incredible brutality at some of them, but ultimately established his complete dominance of the north. It is, by the way, in the north that we have the surrender at Yotapata, which is commemorated here with this remarkable monument. It is at Yotapata, the modern Hebrew term is Yodfat, that Josephus was a commander, and after a 47-day siege, it is at that point that he ultimately defected to the Romans. A remarkable story about that. It's also the site in the north of the Battle of Gamala, which is a site with a horrible history of Roman brutality involving the actual throwing of Jewish infants over the walls to their deaths. And Gamla has never been rebuilt, the original site of that location, as you can see here. At any rate, it is in the north that Vespasian starts, and he takes his time. He goes through the entire region, and he ultimately brings it completely under Roman control. One major thing happens when Vespasian is in the land of Israel, however, and that is the departure of the rabbis to Yavne. So Jerusalem is going to be under tremendous threat, and as we shall see in a minute, it is a site of tremendous sectarian fighting by Jews. And so the group of Jews who are known in Christian literature as the Pharisees ultimately decamp from Jerusalem to a place called Yavne, in this map labeled with the Latin term Yamnia. Christians, by the way, according to Eusebius, also flee the city, and they make their way up to the north to the city of Pella. So the Jews, in particular, the Pharisees, represented a kind of a peace party that, unlike the rebels, were very much against the idea of a revolt against Rome. They felt that this was going to be a very counterproductive, and ultimately their prediction was correct. Those sages who made their way to Yavne, however, were the roots of the later Mishnaic and Talmudic movement that would ultimately be the source of Judaism for the next 2,000 years. They were, so to speak, the saving ember that managed to escape the destruction that would come later. But at any rate, we're focusing on the war. What's going on in Jerusalem at this point? You'll recall that in the year 66, the rebels had a short-lived victory, a very remarkable one against Cestius Gallus, but that invited a much harsher retaliation with a very large force coming from Vespasian, who began in the north and took his time making his way down to Jerusalem. At that point, there's a major change in Roman politics, and Vespasian makes his way back to Rome in order to ultimately become the emperor there. He leaves his son Titus in charge of prosecuting the rest of the war. Now, what's going on with the rebel forces at this point? We should recall that even though Israel was under the rule of the Romans, as was characteristic of their style of leadership, they granted the Jews kind of their own puppet leadership through kings, such as you can see here, which has the Apostle Paul appearing before King Agrippa, together with Agrippa's sister Berenice, and also the Roman proconsul Festus. So the Jews actually had some form of government, but it was entirely dependent on Rome, and Agrippa II was simply a toady to Titus, and followed the war, was definitely on the Roman side, despite the fact that Jews were being killed all over Israel. But more significant than the fact that there was kind of a nominal Jewish leadership was the fact that there were multiple rebel groups active in Israel, and they were attacking each other. This was a situation where you had the so-called zealots, called the Biryonim in Hebrew in the Talmud, who are literally attacking other Jewish settlements. Ultimately, they're all going to find themselves in the fortified city of Jerusalem. Three major groups shown here in this particular schematic, which actually only shows it at one particular point of time because there were, changing allegiances between these groups. Elazar ben Shimon, John of Giscala, who happened to be an extreme rival to Josephus, and the ferocious Shimon bar Giora, all held different parts of the city of Jerusalem and the Temple Mount and even the sanctuary itself. They hated each other so much, they fought with each other so much that an incredible act of communal stupidity, the zealots burned down each other's grain stores. And since they knew that Vespasian was on his way and the siege was inevitable, this was absolutely disastrous for the future Jewish war effort and virtually guaranteed that Vespasian would ultimately break the resilience of the rebels and take Jerusalem. And that is, in fact, exactly what happened. Titus comes in and he surrounds the city. He met with remarkable resistance that was really demonstrative not only of Jewish bravery, but also of intelligence and remarkable strategic insight. He was surprised to find that the rebels were actually making sorties out of the walled city and fighting uphill against the early encampments on Mount Scopus. And he was surprised that the earthworks that he was building in order to bring the big siege engines up to the walls of Jerusalem were suddenly undermined because the Jews had actually tunneled under them and set the ramparts or sent the reinforcements in the tunnels on fire, collapsing them and destroying the siege engines. Nevertheless, Titus had the tremendous advantage of very strong, organized supply lines, bringing food and water and timber from as many as 10, 11 miles away, but managing to feed a huge army that surrounded Jerusalem. And it was only a matter of time before ultimately they were able to breach the gates and make their way into the city itself. The fighting was brutal, and ultimately, in the course of that fighting, the temple itself was set ablaze. Now, Josephus's account, which again has a real agenda, he's trying to please his Roman patrons at the same time as demonstrate the bravery of his co-religionists, and also to justify to his Roman leadership the fact that this was a war that took 6 years to prosecute from beginning to end. Kind of like a massive endeavor for such a tiny little territory, and it seemed absurd that Rome should take so long to put down this one rebellious people. But nevertheless, that's the image that he portrays of this protracted conflict. And he portrays Titus as being sensitive to the beauty and value of the temple as an architectural structure, as a cultural monument. And he portrays Titus as being hesitant to be involved in destroying the temple, and actually expressing regret that it happened, as it were, almost by accident. This could be Josephus's way of portraying Titus as a more, benign, tolerant, but firm emperor. But nevertheless, this is the depiction that we have from Josephus in particular. Very different depictions in other sources, the Talmud in particular. In the aftermath, we know that Rome made a tremendous amount of effort to portray this as a very heroic attempt to demonstrate the might of the army. Part of the reason for this was their own internal consumption. There was a huge amount of controversy over the transition to the Flavian dynasty. The Flavians did not have the same kind of royal lineage as other contenders for the role of emperor. And so, a great amount of attention is paid to playing up this great victory in Judea, even though it's kind of a strange place to portray a great victory. One of the many arches, ceremonial Victoria arches that were constructed, this one here stands in Rome today, the Arch of Titus. And of course, underneath there is this famous bas-relief that depicts the Roman soldiers carrying off the spoils of Jerusalem, including the famous candelabra, the menorah there. Here's a colorized version. That's the way it would have looked for Romans in their day, because they painted their sculptures. That depicts them carrying off, the Jewish law, the candelabra, the Sacra Judeorum, the holy things of the Jews, which appears to be the Shulchan and the Chatzotzrots, the long trumpets of some form, and so on. They also minted many, many coins with the phrase Judea Capta, Judea's Capta is captive, in order to propagandize their victories still further. And the inevitable images on one side, that either the profile of Vespasian or Titus, and then on the other side, the obverse, a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam palm tree. That was one of the major exports of Israel at the time, sometimes dominated by a large Roman soldier. But, and you see in the upper version here, she's actually bound. Very frightening kind of image, I have to say. There was, after Jerusalem was destroyed, there were several other battles, most notably on the mountain redoubt of Masada, that ultimately fell in the year 74. A very dramatic last conclusion to the destruction. So much more to say about this period. I encourage you to look at the other videos I have that discuss this in much greater detail. But for now, for those of you who are observing this day with the national fast, I hope that you conclude the fast with the appropriate degree of meaning and yet ease physically. And I hope that this is the last year that we have to endure another Tisha B'Av in this particular state. Thank you very much for watching. Purim is a favorite holiday for many Jews, but I think one of the communities in Jewish history that had the closest relationship with this particular holiday were the so-called crypto Jews, sometimes known as the Marranos, although that term has fallen out of favor because it is a derogatory term. It means pigs, and it was a term that was used by those who looked down upon the so-called crypto Jews or conversos. Let's explain what those terms mean. So, who are these crypto Jews, and why did they find Purim so fascinating? So many of you are familiar, of course, with the infamous expulsion of the Jews from Spain in the year 1492. But less well known is the backstory to that. 100 years earlier, there were a series of spontaneous pogroms in which there were hundreds of Jews who were forcibly baptized, perhaps thousands of Jews. And according to church doctrine, even though it was forbidden to engage in forced baptism, if a person was baptized, then that person actually became a Christian. This is what they say in Latin is "to they became Christians." So you had this really bizarre situation in which there were all kinds of people who regarded themselves as being Jewish, but nevertheless had all the rights and privileges of Spanish Christians. And that meant that they were free to attend institutions of higher education, that they could move wherever they wanted, they could take any jobs or open any businesses they wanted, and there were all kinds of like really pragmatic reasons for having this kind of Christian driver's license, even though you could still go on living your Jewish life and eating kosher food and marrying other Jews or other Jews who had been forcibly converted and so on. And this went on for a century in Spain, and surprisingly, perhaps, those Jews who were forcibly baptized and their descendants ended up occupying very prominent positions in the Spanish economy and its culture and its leadership all over the place. So this prompted the Spanish rulers to bring in the Inquisition, the dreaded Spanish Inquisition, which was not, strictly speaking, directed at Jews, that is, those Jews who had not been forcibly converted, but rather at those so-called new Christians who were ostensibly Christian, but were still doing everything Jewish. And this Inquisition, like the term means, to inquire, was basically an investigation that was designed to root out any of these, private Jewish practices and make sure that they stayed true to Christian doctrine. It ended up creating this horrific purge-like mentality in Spanish society. It involved torture and forced confessions, and of course the auto da fe, the public burnings. So this spread later to Portugal because in 1497 a lot of the refugees from the Spanish expulsion were forcibly converted as well, and the Inquisition was later brought to that part of the Iberian Peninsula as well. So what this means is for the next several hundred years, the Inquisition was not formally ended until the 19th century. You had generations upon generations of people who were externally Christian, would go to church, would wear a crucifix, would say the right things and so on, but in the privacy of their home, they would have some degree of Jewish activity. There's of course a spectrum. Some were, deeply resentful of all this. Others would accommodate it. Others were true believers. But basically, you had this large population of people who frequently only found out that they were Jewish much later in life, because it was very uncommon to tell children that they were Jewish. It was a very dangerous thing. So, and by the way, women were incredibly important to the survival of the Jewish content of the lives of these individuals. And we know quite a bit about the role of women in the lives of crypto Jews because we have Inquisition trial transcripts in which there's long descriptions of the forced confessions that were drawn out of these women after torture. Really horrific stories. Now, how does this all relate to Purim? So let's just think about this for a second. If you're living in the middle of the 16th century and Judaism has been totally banned in your country, and you know from your parents, you found out when you were a teenager that you're actually Jewish, what do you do to learn about Judaism? There are no rabbis allowed. There are no Hebrew books in circulation anywhere. The only exception, incidentally, were medical textbooks, which were often written in Hebrew, and doctors were allowed to own those. Many doctors were also crypto-Jews, the most famous ones of the centuries. And so if you're a regular Jew and you want to do something Jewish, but you have to hide it, and where are you going to learn about this? You can't, like, take a shear. You certainly can't click on the internet and go to outorah.org, right? How do you learn about these things? So you have a Christian Bible, which is basically all of Tanakh with a few things attached on at the end. And in Tanakh, you have the Book of Esther. The Book of Esther not only gives you a really good description of the main mitzvot associated with Purim, which are, of course, amplified in Maseches Megillah and elsewhere in the oral Torah, but basically you get the gist of it. There may be some things that they would get wrong, like, for example, many women and men would undergo a painful, punishing 3-day fast, because that's what it says in the Book of Esther, of course. But they would try to do the things that it says in the Book of Esther. And also think about the role of Esther in the story, right? She, like these crypto Jews, hid her identity. And when it came time, she stood up and she revealed who she really was and saved the entire Jewish people. And you can see that Esther would have been a book that had tremendous meaning for these crypto Jews, waiting for generations and generations to reenact their Jewish identity, to reactivate their Jewish identity, and I find it deeply inspirational. Okay, I hope you found this interesting. Thank you very much for listening.
But you guys are a bunch of superheroes, and we thank you. Congratulations to you. And for your hero-dom, you shall be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances on the show, all-time interviews on the show, the reigning defending Hall of Famer, the Emperor of ExpressVPN, the Memphis Strangler.
Purim is one of the holidays in the Jewish calendar that has tremendous reverberations on a historical basis. One of the most fascinating expressions of Purim, I think, is in a discovery that was made in the 20th century of a time capsule, a synagogue that had been buried since the year 256 and suddenly rendered a tremendous amount of data about the way in which the Jews saw themselves in the world around them. I'm speaking, of course, about a very famous synagogue in the city of Duro Europos, which is located in eastern Syria on the Euphrates River. And the story is basically like this. This is a city that had a wall around it, and it was kind of in a borderland territory between the Roman Empire and the Persian Empire. And at one point in the 3rd century, the Romans were correctly fearing a Sasanian advance on the city, and so they decided to put some plans in place to protect themselves against the Persians. They ordered all of the inhabitants along the western wall of this particular settlement, the other side of the Euphrates, to abandon their homes and their businesses, and then they filled in those locations with sand. The idea being that they thought the Persians would not attack from the riverside, they would attack from the land side in the west, and so they built up a massive rampart to protect the wall, and it was to no avail because the Persians ended up sacking the city, and it then was left abandoned for several centuries until it was discovered again in the 20th century and excavated in the 1930s. Now, why do we care so much about this? Because on that western wall, facing Jerusalem, of course, was a synagogue. Wow. And that synagogue was so well preserved by all of the sand that was buried there that when they excavated it, they found this incredible wealth of wall paintings. And scholars have spent, their entire scholarly lives studying these paintings, trying to understand what they mean for the history of the Jews in this part of the world. So let's have a look at some of them. Here's one. You can just see how gorgeous the artwork is. Very, Byzantine kind of style with sort of rigid postures and almond-shaped eyes and things like this. This is Samuel anointing David, right? Seen from the book of Samuel. Here's a beautiful rendition on the bottom. It looks something like the base of Mikdash, and on the top you see it appears to be Moshe, it could be Aaron on the right there, holding his staff over the waters, as the Egyptians are drowning in them. The water is closing. There's even some hands at the top that look strangely divine. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that historically Jews were typically aniconic. They did not like representing any kind of living thing, animals, birds, or especially humans, and certainly not God. However, here in Dura Europos, we seem to have some significant exceptions to that rule. We know that Jews painted their synagogue walls, but we have very, very few surviving examples. It's only because Dura Europos was, encased in sand, protected from the elements, and protected from later destruction and rebuilding that we have these things. Here's a really powerful vision of the Chet Egel, the sin of the golden calf. But what I really want to get to is this remarkable wall painting that appears to be from the book of Esther. Let's look at it in a little bit more detail. So on the right, you see what appears to be Queen Esther, and she has, women in waiting beside her, and that would be Achashverosh on the throne, who's receiving a letter from a messenger, right? It's a really important theme in the entire book of Purim, is messages going back and forth and cross messages and things like that. And then on the left appears to be the scene of Mordecai being paraded throughout town in glorious honor on a horse like that, and that man leading him appears to be Haman. And Haman does not especially seem to be very happy about his situation. Of course, that's the plot of the story, and maybe he's especially unhappy because someone took away his pants. I don't know, but that's, you get the, well, anyways. And then in the center, these fascinating four characters. Notice how the outside characters have their faces represented. The characters in the middle, however, have their faces partially or totally obliterated. And I really wonder what that means. Apparently, there are some other examples of the eyes being graffitied out of some of these images, which appears to be an intentional thing, but really hard to say. I like to think that maybe that obliterated face alludes to the hidden nature of the book of Esther, but we'll have to leave that as a mystery. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this very quick talk about one historical representation of Purim. Thank you very much for watching.
Redman, you brought those prop glasses just for this moment with William? You've been wearing these are real glasses, but you put them on now? Yeah, let's put them on at the end.
One of the most fascinating elements of late Second Temple Judaism is the fact that there were lots of ideas circulating around the land of Israel that did not make it into the rabbinic tradition. We have a lot of books that survived antiquity. Sometimes they're called the outside books in the Jewish tradition. There were actually three versions of Esther that were circulating in the ancient world. The version that we have in Tanakh, called the Masoretic tradition version, the Septuagint version, and another version that's sometimes called A, which is simply another Greek translation of the Book of Esther, which does not seem to be really translated from either of the earlier two, but maybe was written on its own. Now, this reminds me a lot of something I don't know if I heard it or I once saw it, but apparently there was an edition of Hamlet published in Yiddish that had on the title page, Hamlet from the famous writer William Shakespeare, and then it said in Yiddish, "Verteidigt und verbessert," which means translated and improved. And in fact, that's what's going on in the Book of Esther, recorded in the Septuagint. But it's very fascinating to see what the authors there decided to change. We have a sense of who may have been the authors because there is a colophon, meaning at the very end of the text is kind of like a "this was written by" statement. Someone named Lysimachus, son of Ptolemy, who apparently worked with a letter, and this Lysimachus was apparently from Jerusalem. They placed the dating of it within the reign of two possible kings with similar names, so it either dates to the year 114 before the Common Era or the year 48. At any rate, let's get back to the translation. There were 6 new sections inserted into the book of Esther as we have. Again, it's more like, I get the impression that there's this one very enthusiastic Jew who really loved the holiday of Purim. He loved the book of Esther, and when he was put upon to translate it into Greek, he said, well, here's a couple of parts, since I am translating it, I'll just add these sections, because I've always been bothered about this or that, why wasn't this included? Some of those sections are like really weird. Like at the very beginning, there's a discussion of Mordecai having a dream about two dragons fighting. This also comes up at the very end of the book, and that dream somehow refers to this, cataclysmic conflict between Mordecai and Haman. Okay, other passages make the text much more pious, much more frum, ironically. For example, we know amazingly that in the book of Esther, as we have it, the name of Hashem is never mentioned, and that's a very significant part of what we read into the text. It's a book of Hester punning. God's presence is not immediately obvious, unlike most other books of the Bible. I guess the author of the Septuagint said, no, we can't have that. So they inserted God a few points. They had prayers from Esther and Mordecai. Actually, on a literary level, the prayer of Esther is rather beautiful. But some editions are just kind of boring and detract from the hard-cut sharpness and the literary value of the original book of Esther, which is so much more condensed and powerful. They have some interesting detail, like, for example, rather than just mentioning that letters were sent by the king, they actually, the version in the Septuagint actually gives you the text of these letters, purported text of the letters, including the ones dictated by Esther and Mordecai. They also seem to be a little bit concerned about the way that non-Jewish audiences might appreciate this book. After all, it is recorded in Greek, which is a lingua franca. So many more people had access to it than narrow Hebrew readers. And so when there's those violent bits at the end of the book, it's kind of softened and placed in context and stuff like that. So it's a really fascinating read. If you love the book of Esther, it's interesting to read this version and sort of chuckle along and say, well, what were they thinking? And what I take away from this is that when I go through the book of Esther twice on Purim, I'm going to try and approach it with fresh eyes and appreciate the beautiful, most amazing, entertaining, and inspirational book. Thank you very much for listening.
Is it heroin? Is that the main drug of the person getting the intervention? Yeah, amongst cornucopia and other things. So other than heroin and amongst oh yeah, it's kind of for an intervention.
One of the more intriguing, puzzling elements of the book of Esther is the frequent references to drinking parties, and as the Gemara describes it in Tractate Megillah, that there is actually a command to become so inebriated that one not know the difference between cursed is Haman and blessed is Mordecai, which sounds, at least in the surface reading, like a very, very deep state of intoxication. And in fact, the Gemara goes on to say that it can easily get out of hand, even in the ancient period. For example, at one Purim Suda, infamously, Rabbah got up and it says he slaughtered his colleague Rebbe Zera, which is like, oh my gosh. Now, the Gemara goes on to say that when he saw what he'd done, he immediately prayed to God, a miracle happened, and Rebbe Zera was revived. But then the Gemara, with his characteristic sense of humor, says that the next year, Rabbah says, hey, Rebbe Zera, why don't you come by my place? Well, before Suda again, Rebbe Zera says, I'm paraphrasing, are you crazy? I'm coming back to your place. A miracle doesn't happen every year. Like, we can't anticipate miracles will happen. At any rate, the idea of out-of-control behavior, perhaps connected to this drunkenness, is something that the rabbis consistently throughout time have excoriated, and there have been lots of limitations placed on how one should behave on the holiday of Purim, even within the context of this unusual command. Even Lubavitcher Hasidim, for whom communal drinking is often considered an act of worship in the sense of, fostering communal connections and singing and joy and things like that, operate with a ban placed by none other than Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson on too many drinks on Purim because of the many dangers that can result from sexual inebriation. So this is really a home-based holiday, no drinking and driving, God forbid. But it's interesting to note that besides that reference in the Talmud of Rabbah and Rebbe Zera, we also have reference to this from the Romans and their legislation.
most
That is
in
true.
the Theodosian Code. It was recorded in the year 438, and it was based on an earlier law that was dictated in the year 409
This shit
that
sucks.
specifically banned Jews from getting out of control with their Purim parties. And one particular behavior was especially excoriated, not drinking, because the Romans also were drinking quite a bit. That is burning Haman in effigy. It seems as well the Romans were especially concerned with the idea that Haman would not be hung as we tend to read the text today, but as they would have read it in the ancient world, that Haman would in fact be crucified. And in fact, this was the ancient way in which Haman's treatment was portrayed, not only by Jews, but by non-Jews as well. For example, in none other than Dante's great early 14th century Italian poem Purgatorio, Haman is described as being crucified. Michelangelo portrayed him that way on the Sistine Chapel. I mean, this is really the way in which non-Jews understood that Haman was killed. He was placed on a cross. So you can imagine the sensitivities. If parties get out of hand and they have Haman in an effigy and they decide to crucify him and then burn him, that could certainly lead to a lot of misunderstandings. And in fact, there is a whole book by Elliot Horowitz called Reckless Rights, Purim and the Legacy of Jewish Violence, published by Princeton in 2006, that goes through the history of these kinds of Purim parties and related things that go through time and the unfortunate backlash Jews often suffer as a result. The Jews definitely got the word early on not crucifying Haman, but the burning of effigies of Haman, that certainly continued. For example, there's a 10th century Muslim scholar named Al-Biruni who refers to Purim as Suar Haman, or images of Haman, because that was the way in which non-Jews basically saw what was going on with these Purim parties. They did not see necessarily the little girls dressed up as Esther and the little boys dressed up as Mordecai. They saw the effigies of Haman, which, according to a Cairo Geniza fragment from the 13th century, were apparently displayed for days before Purim. You would see the Haman hanging from a rope somewhere for 5-6 days before Purim, and that was definitely a very off-putting image for many. Now, I think in the whole, this is a great moment to understand that this is a cautionary tale, that we certainly want to celebrate on Purim, but we should do so definitely within the boundaries that our rabbi set for us. It's a cautionary tale for us about how these things can be misunderstood. Besides the many dangers that can result from excessive inebriation, we definitely want to explore the spiritual meaning of Purim, and to whatever degree alcohol assists in that, it's great, but beyond that, it's very dangerous. Thank you very much for watching.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've got a difficult topic to discuss with you today, and that is what historical evidence exists for the actions. I've been asked about this a lot, and so let me spend a few minutes going over the sources just to understand what do we know about the Exodus that's not described in the Bible. So you can
Sometimes you move
first
back
of
to
all,
LA.
the Bible has historical
Yes.
data in it, and for the most part,
Why?
it's not
People are funny, baby.
it's
I am.
stated explicitly in the Bible
Why?
itself is to religious not historical awareness, but
Really?
religious values. Have a look, just for
Why?
example, at Deuteronomy
Yeah.
10, where it says,
Pennywise, first person shooter, suck this
now,
dick.
Israel, what does God want from you? Right, it's a really good question.
Shop show.
כי אם לירא את השם אלוקיך להולכת בכל דרכיו ולאהבה עושו ולעבוד את השם אלוקיך בכל דרכיו ובכל נפשך.
Are you
God wants us to revere God, to
happy
walk
with
in
this guy?
divine paths, to love and serve God with all our heart and soul. And it continues in verse 13, לשמור את מצוות השם וזכויותיו אשר אנוכי מצווך היום.
Yo, China.
To guard the
That's
mitzvot of
Japan.
Hashem, right? Mitzvah.
I love it. I love how they have stupid sounds like that.
That I, Moses, speaking here,
Yo, Dom.
command to you today. That's
You've done a lot
what
today.
it's all about, right? Now, it's important to note that the Bible is not
Pick
a
your nose and
single
ate your
author
boogers.
document. Right? It's not really a book. It's a library. Many
Brooke
multiple
and the
authors,
Queen.
most of whom have named the books: Jeremiah, Isaiah, and so on. And sometimes
Rabbi,
the
5'9", 3 1/4. Rabbi,
Look
look at this movie.
The sixth chapter is a different statement of what God wants from us. What does the Lord require of thee? Only to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. So is that the same thing as Deuteronomy? Are they different ways of expressing it? Are they different things? So it's still a very confusing kind of book. But that's the point of the book. It's not to give historical information. It is to teach religious values. Some of the books, it's true, are very historical in nature and written by extremely talented historians. Books of Samuel, Kings, and Chronicles, for example. But in some areas, the books are strangely ahistorical. And that's what we're looking at today. The book of Exodus gives us a tremendous amount of information, drama, very motivational to see the saga of Moses and the Hebrews as they're leaving Egypt and struggling with freedom and receiving the Torah and things like that. But historically, I mean, we don't even know the name of the pharaoh involved in the whole story. There's a question, famous question asked in the Talmud, was this the same pharaoh as under Joseph, or is it a different pharaoh? That would make sense why, the first pharaoh should say, well, inclined towards Joseph, and this one is nice. And on the other hand, maybe it's the same pharaoh, and it's fine. So we don't know when it happened from the name of the pharaoh. We do have a way to calculate the dates that was determined by Rabbi Yosef and Kalafka, but that system was devised about 1,500 years later, and it was based on calculations of where the Bible actually does give us dates, which is sparse and confusing, and there are gaps, and it's very confusing to figure out the timeline. But in Rabbi Yosef and Kalafka's book, known as Seder Olam Rabbah, he placed the Exodus in the year 2448 Anno Mundi, meaning from creation. This is where we get the year that we're enjoying 5,783 Jewish year right now. But how does that translate into the Gregorian calendar? It would be right around the late 14th century before the Common Era. That date actually is not too bad when we look at the very first piece of non-biblical evidence that talks about the Jewish people, and that is the famous Meneptah feast, which was erected about 100 years after the Exodus. Which, if we're following the biblical narrative, by this point, the Hebrews have left Egypt and done their wandering in the Sinai Desert and had crossed into the land of Israel under Joshua, had a few wars with the local peoples, had a few wars with each other, and then, according to this series, this monolithic structure that was a memorial document for this pharaoh Meneptah, they were conquered by the Egyptians. Here's the Meneptah scale of C2 in the museum, and you can see from the first picture how massive this thing is. It's basically a kind of like a picture on the top, and then underneath is a long list of Pharaoh Meneptah's amazing conquests, right? Which was erected to praise this pharaoh. And he goes about describing how he conquered this territory and beat this army and destroyed this people. And then near the bottom, but geographically consistent with the area of the land of Israel, specifically the hill country, or what was later to be called Judea, there's this phrase here: Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Some historians have argued that this term is seed, meaning Israel's seed, is referring to like the grain or maybe a standing field of wheat or something like that. But it seems out of place for Pharaoh Meneptah to come up to the land of Israel and then to specifically proclaim that, oh, I burned down their field. Doesn't seem like really a pharaonic kind of thing to do. More likely, and most historians have this consensus, that the term his seed really means, like it does in modern Hebrew, zera, means his offspring. Meaning, Pharaoh Meneptah, like so many anti-Semites after him, prematurely declared the destruction of the Jewish people in this genocidal document. And so we don't have to worry about the Jews anymore because I, Pharaoh Meneptah, have taken care of it. It's actually kind of funny because when you look at pictures of, cute Jewish children today, they look like they're doing pretty well. Pharaoh Meneptah, on the other hand, they actually discovered his mummy. It does not look so good. So the dating of the Exodus seems to fit with the extra biblical evidence that we have so far. This is one theory, but it doesn't say anything about how Israel got to be there. What was Israel exactly? Is that referring to a land or a place or a people or what? We don't really know. You will from time to time find that highly energized Bible enthusiasts, I use that term with some irony because the term enthusiasm means to have God within you, will accept rather credulously some rather bizarre, extreme, and totally unreliable claims, such as, for example, the argument that submerged Egyptian chariot wheels were discovered in the Red Sea. We're not even sure exactly where the Jews were to have made that great crossing. The Hebrew term used in the Bible is not Red Sea, but Sea of Reeds. Yamsuf, which seems to indicate, not so much like a massive sea like in Cecil B. DeMille's Ten Commandments, but more like, a very difficult to traverse wetland, a large marsh or something. I don't really know. We haven't found archaeological evidence of the supposedly massive number of Jews who left Goshen and made their way into the Sinai Peninsula for 40 years. Now, it's not hard to imagine that whatever they left behind simply would have been lost. It was impossible back then to get any decent Asian takeout, so it's not like they're going to be leaving a landfill's worth of takeout containers. But these are things that we simply do not have historically. So in other words, the major source that is preserved of the Exodus is the description itself that exists in the Bible. Even the location of Mount Sinai is unknown, although there is one specific mountain that according to Arabic and Christian tradition, is Mount Sinai itself. There is a dramatic picture of it, known as Tur Sinai or Jabal Musa, although there's no real indication to suggest that this is exactly the same mountain described in the Bible. The reasons for the absence of evidence is not surprising. The environment is not ideal for preserving archaeological sites. Goshen, for example, which is located in the eastern delta of the Nile, is very infamous for its soft soil and for the regular flooding. The silt coming in, and it's very hard to preserve any material there, and that is incidentally something which is corroborated by the Mishnah itself. But it is interesting to note that the story of the Exodus was widely known in ancient Near East. For example, we have the writings quoted later of the Egyptian priest Manetho in the early 3rd century before the Modern Era, who seems to be quite conversant with the Jewish tradition of the Exodus, although he tells it in a very different way, in which it's not like a miraculous divine event where the Jews are saved and taken as a nation of slaves out of one language to another. Rather, they were driven out, according to his version of it, which of course leads us to another somewhat irritating habit of the ancient Egyptians to remove or rewrite history when it did not suit the memory that they wanted to preserve. We see this very clearly, for example, with the reign of Hatshepsut, who is one of the most important pharaohs, and also a female pharaoh who was a great builder and very active in her long reign, and very, very powerful, sometimes depicted as a woman, as you see in this particular statue, and other times depicted as a male with a false beard growing out of her chin. And for reasons which are unknown, at some point later in time, all of Hatshepsut's memory was under attack by a later dynasty. Perhaps it had to do something with sibling rivalry, perhaps it had to do something with the fact that she was a woman, but her reign is wiped out of much of the archaeological record and only discovered in a few places and allow historians to put together what she actually did during her lifetime. So the Egyptians, they would have no problem simply saying, let's skip that whole chapter of the Hebrew slaves, how they got out of here, because it would be intrinsically related. Okay, so that's all sort of like negatives and caveats of the program. What exactly do we have that would suggest that this belief is credible? So, for example, one of the most fascinating areas is the linguistic evidence. When you look at the Book of Exodus, there are quite a few technical Egyptian words that are inserted in the text. Like, for example, the name for the sorcerers, Tumtum, which appear to be really specifically identified with that particular time and place in society. It doesn't seem to be words that were widely used elsewhere, and they locate the text, as it were, within the court hierarchy specifically. Also, titles like the name that Joseph gets, the people's power, Sakat Hanea, which is a very unusual, not a Hebrew word, but borrowed from Egyptian word and brought into the tradition. Some fascinating things like that. The internal literary evidence that points to the place and time of Exodus. Another example, the great scholar Dr. Francis Kitchen did a tremendous amount of research on the price of slaves in the ancient Near East over a period of hundreds of years, and was able to track the ups and downs of the slave market. And it happens that the sale of Joseph into slavery, which of course precedes the Exodus, is exactly the same price that would make sense according to the ebb and flow of the economic value of slaves in the market at the time. So it's like an ironic, not, I don't want to say coincidence in the sense like it's a happenstance, but it seems to be a distinct parallel. So there's some fascinating kinds of literary evidence. I would strongly recommend, by the way, here's one of my favorite copies of Exodus, nice big heavy book. This is the Koran Tanakh of the Land of Israel, which is extremely beautifully well illustrated, a scholarly volume that has lots of really interesting data on what's Egyptian that appears in the Hebrew text and so on. And I strongly encourage you to have a look at it if these kinds of things interest you. We also have historical data of patterns of migrations that are consistent with the depiction in the Book of Exodus. For example, this period depiction that shows you the Hyksos, who are Western Semites, migrating into the land of Egypt, entirely consistent with the story of the Hebrews in Exodus. Some historians have even argued that the Hyksos should somehow be identified with the Hebrews. We also have this amazing bit of papyrus that's actually directions on brick making for the period, which correspond precisely to the data that we have in Exodus. So they're making bricks with the same kind of technology at that time as described in these documents. And here's like an example I find especially powerful here. In the region of a place called Pantia, which is precisely in the eastern delta of the Nile, which is associated with Goshen, they discovered some mud pitchers with honeysuckle. And they are like, wow, straight out of Cecil B. DeMille's 13th Commandment. And here's one photograph that I found especially fascinating. Here, they actually found some frozen footprints in the dry plantation. Wow. We don't know which child left these footprints, but it's amazing to look at this and to read the description of the Book of Exodus as the horrible servitude that the Hebrews were forced to engage in, and to imagine what it was like to put them okay. None of this is absolutely hard, indisputable historical. Nothing like that has been discovered, at least not yet. We do have some interesting philosophical arguments. I won't go into here. You can look, for example, at what the Arabian is, but ultimately, the belief in the description of the theist life, the Exodus from Egypt, which is such a core element in Jewish civilization, is ultimately a matter of faith. So ironically, we have to return to where we started. The Exodus narrative in the Bible does not provide us with an account that we can precisely, definitively prove with some kind of explanation. We can find a lot of really interesting sort of parallel bits of information that support the narrative, but ultimately it requires faith. faith can only exist in a universe where doubt is also credible. So what I take away from all this, after spending so much time thinking about the usual evil, is that the greatest argument for the validity of the Exodus is not going to be found necessarily in some archaeological discussion. What I find most powerful personally, perhaps this would be useful for you as you celebrate the Passover Seder in a couple of weeks, is that the Jewish people, remarkable, unusual, creative, and problematic people, have seen so many hundreds of civilizations rise and fall. We've seen so many pharaohs, one after another. Many of them right by Neptune, seeking to destroy us. Remember in Syria, over 3,000 years later, still talking about the meaning of the Exodus. What it has to say about us as a people and about our relationship to larger human civilization, what it says about core values of freedom, dignity, the fact that we're still having the same conversation. There's no doubt Maimonides had around his table, that Rabbi Akiva had around his table. That's something that's far more powerful.
You know what made us different than boxing is if you bought a pay-per-view, you were getting 5 badass fights. They went right from that. They can TKO boxing, and now the model's more like boxing. Yeah, it's not as bad as boxing, but they're definitely trending that way. Like 2 weekends ago, Fight Night. That's the first card that I didn't watch live. I watched it after the fact. It almost seemed like PFL Bellator vibe.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Around the world this week, Jews will commemorate a fast day known as the 17th of Tammuz, Shabbat Tammuz. It kicks off a 3-week period of semi-mourning that will culminate in another fast day, a more significant fast, on the 9th day of the month of Av, that commemorates specifically the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. But for the 17th of Tammuz, which is the initial fast that begins this period, the sources describe 5 different things that specifically happened on this day. Here is the actual citation from the Mishnah, a 2nd century text that reads, 5 things happened to our ancestors on the 17th day of the month of Tammuz. On the 17th day of the month of Tammuz, the tablets were broken. The Tamid offering, which is one of the sacrificial activities of the temple, ceased. The wall was breached, and someone named Apostomos burned a Torah, and an idol was set up in the sanctuary. So let's take this brief moment to look at each of those 5 things and try to place them in their historical context to add meaning to this sad day. So, of course, the destruction of the tablets is something that's well known to anyone who reads the Bible. The entire passage is described in the 32nd chapter of the book of Exodus. You can actually get a sense of the amount of time passed because as the ancestors of today's Jews left the land of Egypt and their servitude there, that would have happened in the springtime, right? That's the holiday Passover. And now here we are in the midsummer, and Moses goes up onto Mount Sinai, and while he's there, the ancestors of the Jews get involved in a whole bunch of inappropriate activities. They build the golden calf, they dance around it. Everyone's seen the 10 Commandments by Cecil B. DeMille. You get the dramatic scene. Moses comes down off the mountain, freshly holding these 2 tablets of the law, the 10 Commandments, and he sees what they're doing, and he raises them high and he smashes them to pieces, which Rashi says, God, as it were, said to him, Yasher Korach, well done. This is apparently the right thing to do in this particular situation. Here's a remarkable rendition of it by Rembrandt, the famous Dutch artist who, of course, was very close with the Jewish community in Amsterdam. This depiction of Moses does not have him wearing a kippah, or certainly not a black hat, but the text on the commandments is a faithful representation of Hebrew, although some of the spacing between the letters is a little weird. In terms of the historical context of this event, The only real historical source we have for it is the Bible itself, and later authors in the 2nd century, the Seder Olam Rabbah in particular by Rabbi Yossi ben Kalafta, and later the Seder Olam Zuta, calculate back the year that this would have happened, and they set it at the year 2448. That's Anno Mundi, meaning from creation, according to that count, which would have worked out to about the year 1313 before the Common Era. So that's like one inauspicious event that is associated with the 1715. When we move to the second reason for the marking of this day as a fast day, we get a little bit more historical with other sources involved. The Mishnah said that the perpetual offering ceased. This is an offering known as the tamid, which means literally in Hebrew perpetual. And there's a couple of different opinions, though, as to when exactly that would have happened. According to the great commentator on the Mishnah, Ovadia of Bartanura, known simply as the Rav, he lived in 15th century Italy and then later went to Israel. He said that this is probably referring to the first destruction of Jerusalem under Nebuchadnezzar, which would have been in the year 586 BCE. The supply of sheep had dried up because the city was under siege. It would later be destroyed, and the inhabitants would be exiled to Babylonia. They would come back less than a century later. But this particular event, the ending of that offering, would have been dated to that 6th century before the Common Era. That is, a good 600-700 years later than the last one. Rabbi Yisrael Lifshitz, a very important commentator in the Mishnah from 19th century Germany, suggests a different possible date. He says that perhaps this is related to the civil war that erupted in the period of the Maccabean kings, the so-called Hashmonaim. After the great queen Shlomzion died, her two sons, Aristobulus and Hyrcanus, engaged in a civil war seeking to control the land, and Aristobulus placed his brother in Jerusalem under siege. And so at that point, that's when the Tamid offering ceased, because Hyrcanus could not get access to more sheep. In the end, by the way, that ended very badly because both of the brothers had appealed to the Romans, and so shortly thereafter, in the year 63, General Pompey himself simply came in and took over the entire region. So it was definitely a very dark day when the perpetual offering ceased. There's also a third opinion that has to do with the destruction of Jerusalem the second time under the Romans, which would have occurred in the year 70. But let's focus right now on the third reason for the marking of the 17th Tammuz, which was the walls of Jerusalem were breached. Now, as I mentioned, Jerusalem was famously destroyed twice in antiquity. Once under Nebuchadnezzar II, who was a Neo-Babylonian king who destroyed Jerusalem in the year 586 before the Common Era. You can see here this map where his empire simply reached all over the Fertile Crescent, right up the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, and then down into the land of Israel and right up to the Sinai Peninsula. The second major destruction of Jerusalem, moving another 600 years later in time, was under the Roman Emperor Titus, and you can see him here in this remarkable painting called The Triumph of Titus by Lawrence Alma Tadema, painted in 1885, and I think it's a really remarkable painting. Titus is actually shown second from the foreground. In the foreground is probably his father, Vespasian, who was made emperor. I'm not exactly sure why he is dressed the way he is, but Titus, who destroyed Jerusalem, is portrayed here holding on to the hand of his brother's wife. There's a whole lascivious story around that as well. And in the background, you can see the menorah, kind of displayed there at the Temple of Peace that Vespasian had set up to commemorate his victories over Judea. Now, in terms of this discussion of the breaching of the walls, I've always wondered, if there's 3 weeks between the breaching of the wall and the destruction of the temple, that's a really long time. I've been to Jerusalem, of course, and I imagine that, God forbid, certainly in a modern war, if the wall was breached, it's all over. But let's have a look at this map here that lays out exactly how Jerusalem was destroyed. So there's actually 3 walls around Jerusalem. The first one is this large one around the temple courtyard itself. The second wall was built a little bit later, and it goes around the neighborhoods just to the northwest of Jerusalem, of the old city. And then at the top, you have the third wall that was constructed partially in preparation for a potential Roman attack. There's also this wall over here, which is not actually a wall proper. It's actually a siege dike that was built not by the Judeans, but by the Romans in their attempt to starve the inhabitants of Jerusalem. The siege lasted from the springtime up until the late summer when the temple was finally destroyed, and the siege dike was exceptionally effective for lots of very sad reasons, including the fact that the Jewish rebels were fighting with each other so bitterly that they actually burned down each other's stores of grain in an attempt to seize control for themselves. But that's another story. Maybe we'll talk about that more when we get to Tisha B'Av, the final destruction. So in terms of the penetration of these 3 walls, the Romans first attempted to attack here in the north, but they were pushed back with a remarkably bold attack by Shimon Diorias, who was a terrifying rebel who frightened his rivals and the Romans even more. So the Romans decided to move around the side, and they eventually breached the first wall, or the third wall in terms of its history of construction, and then they swarmed through the neighborhoods to the north. They then were able to make short work of the middle wall, but it was at the third wall, or the first wall in terms of the history of construction, right here in the north at the fortress known as Antonia, that they finally broke through on the 17th of Tammuz. And in fact, it took them 3 weeks from getting to this major fortification to finally destroy the temple on the inside. The source we have for these dates is none other than Josephus, a remarkable historian who gives us a very detailed description of what happened in Jerusalem in his history called the Jewish War, which, by the way, he wrote because he surrendered to the Romans and then ended up, he was originally a rebel commander himself. He surrendered to the Romans, and the rest of his life was spent as sort of a client, sort of a captive of the Romans, and he wrote quite a bit about this particular point in history and many other aspects of Jewish history. He's a complicated historian to work with because we know that he's writing not only for posterity, but also for his Roman patrons, who are literally reading every word and want to see themselves portrayed very positively, and his life depends on doing that right. So at any rate, he writes here in the Jewish War, book 6, chapter 2, and now Titus gave orders to his soldiers that were with him to dig up the foundations of the Tower of Antonia, right? That's that fortification at the north of the temple courtyard, and make him a ready passage for his army to come up, while he himself had Josephus brought in. Josephus likes to write about himself in the third person. For he had been informed that on that very day, which was the 17th day of Tammuz, which is the Latin name for Tammuz, the sacrifice called the daily sacrifice had failed, which is interesting because that's also something that was referenced earlier. It's not impossible to imagine that the Bitul Hakami, the ending of the daily sacrifice, is also this one here that occurred in the year 70. But at any rate, it was not offered to God for want of men to offer it, meaning the sacrificial officials were unable to distract themselves from defending the walls to go on with the temple ritual. And the people were grievously troubled at it. Upon this, Josephus stood in such a place where he might be heard, and he declared to them what Caesar had given him in charge, and this in their Hebrew language, right? That Josephus is actually the culture broker for the Romans. So he earnestly prayed them to take their own city and to prevent that fire which was just ready to seize upon the temple, and to offer their usual sacrifices to God therein. As Josephus spoke these words with groans and tears in his eyes, his voice was intercepted by sobs. Of course, it came to naught because the Romans were able to penetrate the temple courtyard, and after 3 weeks of bitter fighting, ultimately the temple was destroyed. That is the end date of the 3 weeks period of mourning, which of course will be commemorated on the 9th of Av. Now, the Mishnah, however, says 2 more items, so let's look at those as well. One of them is that a Torah scroll was burned by someone named Apostomos. So who is this Apostomos? His name does not occur anywhere else in rabbinic or classical literature, and so no one's exactly sure who this is referring to. According to Josephus, however, he does mention an unnamed Roman soldier who burned a Torah scroll near Beit Horon, which makes special sense if we're talking about 2 different acts, meaning this Apostomos burned a Torah, and separately an idol was set up in the temple, perhaps by someone else. We'll see that in the last item. And this occurred around the year 50 CE and was, just enraged the population and brought the Judeans one step closer to rebellion. The rebellion would not occur until 16 years later in the year 66, but nevertheless, this would be an example of the callousness of the Romans towards the things that the Jews held dear. Another possibility is that this is referring to the Bar Kokhba revolt of the years 132 to 135. This is really the 3rd major uprising against the Romans after the Kitos rebellion of 116 to 117. And famously, or I should rather say infamously, one of the horrific persecutions of a great rabbi, Rabbi Hanania ben Teradion, occurred at this time. He was specifically wrapped in a Torah scroll. A bundle of wet cotton was placed on his heart, and he was put on a pile of wood and set ablaze. And famously, his students said to him, Rabbi, what do you see? And he said, referring to the Torah scroll that was burning around him, he said, the parchment is burning, but the letters are flying free. And this description of his martyrdom, which is described in the Talmud, tractate Avodah Zarah, page 18a, has become emblematic for the suffering of Jews throughout the centuries. Here you see in 20th century rendition, which actually created by the artist Ephraim Moses Lillian as a commemoration and an homage to Hanania ben Teradion in the context of the horrific Kishinev pogrom of just at the beginning of the 20th century. In this remarkable envisioning of that martyrdom of Rabbi Hanania ben Teradion, the rabbi wrapped here in a prayer shawl is burning because he is just material, but the angel kisses him on the forehead and takes away the Torah scroll on high, as if to say that the ideas and perhaps the soul of Rabbi Teradion taken with that kiss are then taken up on high to another plane of existence. But to return to our subject, who was this Apostomos? The great historian Gedalia Alon, who wrote quite a bit about this period of Jewish history, Professor Alon argues that Apostomos was actually Postemius. That's not an uncommon kind of thing for letters to shift like that from Latin to Hebrew. And this Postemius was the governor of the region in the years 102 to 103. Now, Professor Alon also suggests that perhaps this was connected with the Kitos rebellion, but that would have been another 15 years later, so the chronology is not perfect, but the sound of the name certainly makes sense, and perhaps it was this Postemius who actually committed this horrific act. The last of the 5 items that are mentioned as reasons for the fast on the 17th of Tammuz is that an idol was set up in the sanctuary. The sanctuary, of course, is at the center of the Temple Mount. And when you look at the text itself, and especially variant readings that exist, it's possible to suggest that this person who did this was the same Apostomos, meaning he did 2 things. He burned the Torah, and he also set up an idol. But it's also possible to read it as 2 different acts by 2 different people. This is the argument of Louis Ginsburg, who was a great scholar of Jewish legendary material. He wrote the multi-volume series Legends of the Jews, And he suggests that Apostomos may actually be Antiochus, who is shown here. This is Antiochus Epiphanes, of course, the villain of the Maccabean rebellion that is commemorated with the holiday of Hanukkah, but that would have been like in the 160s before the Common Era, certainly not closer to the year 70 when the temple was destroyed. Another support for the argument that these are two separate acts, that it's not the same person, Apostolos, who did both these things, is that in the Jerusalem Talmud, it's described as something that happened in a mountain pass near Lydda or Charlosa. And obviously, the sanctuary is only in Jerusalem, so this would mean two separate acts. Nevertheless, it is still an open question as to what specific historical event the Mishnah is referring to. So that's the 5 historical events that are described in the Mishnah as reasons for the commemoration of the fast of the 17th of Tammuz. Clearly, the most significant in Jewish history was the destruction and the breaching of the walls, and that's the one that's most commonly remembered. Let us hope that this is the last year that we have to commemorate this fast, and that, God willing, in the future we will only celebrate on the 17th of Tammuz. Thank you very much for listening.
Even though, the public can feel sorry for the WNBA, right? Because they don't know the actual numbers. It's basically a make-a-wish.
Okay, the last. Where's the camera?
On my
Everyone's feeling sorry for the big shrine.
Okay. Just wanted to come and just to say how grateful we are to have Dr. Abram seem to be willing to share this slot with us. And as I prepared myself for Tisha B'Av, and all of us going through Jewish keynotes this morning, we're basically taking a trip down Jewish history. The whole day is a day of Jewish history. The fact that we have an expert historian in our community who's willing to share his time with our community and, of course, with the larger community that's gathered virtually. We're really indebted and grateful, Dr. Abram, for making this time for us and sharing of your expertise and wisdom with us to enhance our Tisha B'Av.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Donato. I appreciate it. And I'm grateful for all of you for coming to listen to me talk about something that occupies quite a bit of my own mental space, and all of you online as well for joining me. I realize that moving to Fairlawn, it's a very different community than where we lived in the 5 towns. And my son-in-law pointed out to me that one of the challenges of this particular time slot, setting aside the fact that we're all fasting and it's a difficult, depressing day, but this happens to be bedtime. So that means for a good proportion of the demographic of this community, this is like a very difficult time to attend in person. And so I'm grateful to be able to offer the virtual attendance as a possibility. Let's begin by looking at something totally different from the period of ancient Israel. I'd like to look at the unusual phenomenon of the Hep riots of 1819. You may have heard of these. They started in Würzburg, Germany, a very pleasant kind of town, and for a whole host of reasons, a series of riots spread throughout Germany, Bavaria, and parts east in the summer of 1819. We have no recorded deaths as a result of these smaller scale pogroms, but the sheer scope of them was remarkable and spreading throughout East Central Europe and noted in the Western press, as we shall see. The reasons behind it were primarily economic and social. This was a period of tremendous change for the Jews of Europe as they were beginning to transition from a medieval status in which they had distinctly second-class rights, no right of residence, limitations on the number of Jews who can marry and things like that. And as they strove for emancipation in 19th century Germany, that seems to have stressed a lot of the fabric of society, resulting in the violence. In particular, there was a demand at an important international meeting in 1815 in which Jews specifically requested equal rights, the request to be emancipated forward. And it seems that these tensions within German society, that would obviously take more than a century to subside, if they have subsided at all, we certainly hope so. They were expressed in a series of riots in various urban localities throughout the region. with a range and scope and determination that had not been seen for about 100 years. You can see here the size and scope of the riots. Now, these attacks on Jews were accompanied by an unusual cry. Apparently, the anti-Semitic attackers, this is, by the way, about 75 years before the term anti-Semitism was even invented, but it's the same phenomenon. They apparently taunted the Jews with the cry of "Hep, Hep," and they would chase after Jews through the streets, shouting after them, "Hep, Hep." And a lot of scholars have wondered at the strange origins of this unusual phrase. What exactly does it mean? It's not a word in German. And one particular author writing at the time in the New Times, a London paper, this I owe to Michael Fontaine at Cornell University, this appears to be the original source of the etymology of hep hep as you know, worked its way through the historical literature. Specifically, it is an abbreviation of the Latin term Jerusalema est perdita. Jerusalem is lost. And this particular writer in the New Times, apparently letter to the editor, wrote about the Hep Hep riots that were occurring that month. And he offered this as an etymology that the rioters were somehow taking advantage of this Latin phrase that was, according to the author of this letter, used first in the First Crusade of 1096 in the Rhineland, and cites a few authorities for it. The problem with this is that, you know, first of all, it's all a cholent of mistakes. We don't have any of these specific sources from the Crusades. We have no other records from Jews or otherwise of Crusaders using this Latin term. Why would 19th century German anti-Semites pick this strange term out of something that occurred 800 years earlier and then use it in their attacks, and it dies down immediately thereafter? And so Fontaine cast aspersions on the theory that they were actually saying Jerusalema et perdita. A much more reasonable argument is that in 19th century German, the phrase hep hep was used to goad animals. Like we say in English, you know, giddy up, to make a horse move. I don't know if that actually works. I've never tried it, but if that is apparently the word we use in English, giddy up, and it only makes sense in English in that particular context. And taking it to Germany at the time, that makes a lot of sense, because the Jews would have been viewed as subhuman, viewed as less than equal citizens, and driving them along like animals as they were chased through the streets has the ring of truth to my ears. It has ironically survived outside of the anti-Semitic context, partially in English, and most likely through this phrase we use, hip hip hooray, which is an expression that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. This is happens to be a wartime printing of a song sheet that uses this phrase, hip hip hooray, and it's an expression of joy, of celebration, of you know, the acclamation of one individual or another for some activity, hip hip hooray, that may in fact be related to this strange anti-Semitic chant, hep hep, used in 1819. Now, why do I start with this medieval footnote, or sorry, early modern 19th century footnote? It goes back to my own appreciation of anti-Semitism that I'd like to share with you very briefly. My personal background, I grew up as the only Jewish child in a very remote milling community in northern Ontario, Canada. It was a very small town, less than 4,000 people. The population was evenly divided between French Catholics and Protestant Anglos. And there were a few of us who were outsiders. There was me. There was my best friend, Peter Chin, whose father ran the Chinese restaurant, of course. My father ran the dry goods store. There was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in a town called Monteith, and we were the ones who were kind of the lightning rod of all of the social angst of this adolescent population. And my parents, at tremendous expense, when I was 10 years old, they sent me to Toronto, a much larger community, so I could learn something about what it meant to be Jewish and have a bar mitzvah. And then they brought me back to this small town, Iroquois Falls, when I was 14 years old. And that's when I first discovered anti-Semitism, because so many of the kids that I played ice hockey with, that I went, hiking in the woods with, that I went skiing with. They were my best friends, both the Anglos and the Francophones. All of a sudden, there were groups of them who regarded me as the spawn of Satan, asking me literally if they could see my horns. And, I had grown up with them, and I had only been gone for a few years. And all of a sudden, I was not from most people are fine, most people are nice, most people are happy to see me. But there were a few really bad eggs who were distinctly and virulently anti-Semitic. And the charges that they hurled at me in English, dirty Jew, in French, maudit juif, a little bit more colorful, cursed Jew, that those stung and those stuck with me. And just the guttural sounds of hatred that were expressed in those few syllables reminded me of the Hep riot, and made me feel like, yes, that makes sense. That this is a deep-seated infection that has its expression in certain behaviors and certain outward trappings, and that kind of grunting expression of hatred in a nonsensical word is something that resonated with me. And I think it ties specifically to our topic because, in my adolescence, as I tried to process this strange change among my friends, I tried to understand how could they, all of a sudden hate me when what have I done differently? I'm the same kid I used to play with before. They used to play with. What happened? I spent really the rest of my intense adolescent thought focused on the idea of understanding the roots of anti-Semitism, and most of my adult career in scholarship has been looking at this question and trying to understand the difference of Jews in the world. And in many ways, sorry for the long prolegomenon, this brings us to our topic, because the topic that we're discussing today, on this day, Tisha B'Av, is really at the root of our difference. It is that moment when Jews were spewed forth into the world in a forced diaspora, and yet failed or refused to assimilate into non-existence, persisting as a thorn in the side of more monolithic populations. This is really at the root of anti-Semitism. The fact that we have retained our distinctive culture and our heritage, our language, our religion, our beliefs, that seems to be something which is insurmountable for anti-Semites, and they hate us desperately because we have refused to disappear. So on that note, what I'd like to do over the next hour and a half, I've given myself a rather long amount of time to discuss this because we're not going anywhere anyhow. But we will definitely stop at the predetermined time for Mincha. I'd like to take you through the three major Roman Jewish wars, beginning with the Great Revolt that started in 66 and resulted in the destruction of the temple on this day, 2,000 years ago. And then we'll follow up with the next revolt, the Kippos Rebellion in 115, that is lesser known. And then the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132. All three of these were attempts by Jews to reassert their independence, both politically in terms of sovereignty, more significantly in terms of the assertion of their religious identity and religious practice. And by the end of this talk, we will be both exhausted and hopefully somewhat more informed as to the roots of our ancient diaspora. So with that, let me begin by looking at Roman Judea. We have to understand the nature of Roman Judea, we have to take it back a fair distance. We have to go really to the period of the Hashmonaim, the period of the Maccabees. This is, however, a map that gives you a sense of where Judea was in the context of the larger Roman Empire. And just the scale of the empire vis-a-vis the tiny little chunk of land, which seems even a little bit exaggerated here, just gives you a sense of how amazingly futile the attempt was for the Jews who attempted to throw off the Roman yoke. But we will proceed with that nevertheless shortly. So the period, to understand it properly, we really have to go back to the days of Alexander the Great, who is shown here in this remarkable 4th century BCE bust. Alexander the Great emerged from Macedonia in Greece, and had this lightning attack throughout the entire eastern Mediterranean, pushing all the way back to what would be contemporary Afghanistan and Pakistan, and he united this entire region for the first time under a single political empire, that of the Greeks. here's where the Jews are, of course, in Judea, at a really important crossroads, because this is the narrow throat that allows passage really from Africa into Asia and into Europe. It's this little choke point where it's the only place where land travel can really happen. This region here, through contemporary Jordan, is largely desert and can be crossed, but only with great difficulty by a caravan. This is a route that can be crossed with much greater ease, and so it turns out to be an extremely valuable piece of real estate in the ancient world. Alexander wants to push on much further in its attempt to attack and conquer more of the known world, but his soldiers rebel. They've been on the road for years and they want to go home, and so he gives in, but then he almost immediately dies, most possibly of alcohol poisoning at the tender age of 33, leaving behind this massive empire that had to be divided amongst his generals. And so what happens is, in this blue area here, these are the Ptolemies, after one of his generals named Ptolemy. This yellow area here is the Seleucid Empire, after another general named Seleucus. This would be extremely significant because it is these Syrian Greeks, right? They're a Greek general in control of Syria that the Jews would fight against in the Maccabean Wars, and you have other regions, of course, closer to Europe. So once again, the land of Judea, of Israel, finds itself at this crossroads, and for much of the 3rd century before the Common Era, it goes back and forth. The Ptolemies take it for a while, the Seleucids take it for a little while, and they're fighting over this territory. Judah Maccabee, shown here, of course, tremendous, brilliant military commander who fights for the independence of Jews from the Syrian Greeks, and most specifically the kind of cultural imperialism that they had imposed on the land of Israel, and he meets with great success. The key point for us today is that with Judah Maccabee, we have the first connection with the Romans, because Judah himself, seeing that he was going to have difficulty fighting against the Syrians, at one point he reached out to the Romans and wrote and achieved a mutual assistance pact with them, which he did not really use. He was sufficient under his own steam to fight off the Greeks, but nevertheless, that was the first connection specifically with the Romans. The kingdoms that were founded after Judah Maccabee successfully displaces the Greeks, the Syrians, they expand significantly. There are various kings, including Hyrcanus, who expands quite far to the south here. They'll be very significantly understand Herod. And we have an independent Jewish state under the kings, the Hashmonaim, during this period of time. So how do the Romans get into the picture? That happens after the end of the rule of Shlomzion HaMalka. So Alexander Yanai is the last great expansionist king of the Jews in the Maccabean period. He is followed by his wife and then later his widow, Shlomzion Malka, who only ruled for about 9 years, but it was considered a tremendous period of blessing for the land of Israel. She was very close with the rabbis. Her brother was Shimon ben Shettach, a very important Tana in the Mishnah, and the Talmud tells us that under her rule, even the fruits and vegetables were larger and probably cheaper too as a result. However, this period of peace would not last. Her sons entered into a civil war, specifically Hyrcanus and Alexander, Hyrcanus II and Judah Aristobulus, were vying for the throne of the land of Israel. And in their internecine conflict, they decided to reach out to the Romans. And they went back to them, again, looking at Judah Maccabee's earlier agreement with the Romans. They both individually said, we would like you to come in and assist us in this conflict and establish our country for us. The general Pompey agreed. He came to the land of Israel, and he decided when he was there that rather than assist one or the other side, he'd rather take over the land of Judea for himself, for Rome and its empire, and ultimately that's what happened. He technically favored one of the brothers, Hyrcanus, so we still had a king on the throne of sorts, but clearly only as a puppet king, as a client of the Roman Empire. And from the year 63 before the Common Era, remember, think about the time frame here. The revolt is in 66 of the Common Era, meaning in the years. By the way, for those who may be not familiar with this termination, we scholarship in the West used to use the term BC, which stood for before Christ, and AD, which stood for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. So in the mid 20th century, most secular scholars and with relief Jewish scholars shifted away from saying BC, and they switched to BCE, before the Common Era. And obviously, since secular people and Jews do not regard Jesus as their Lord, we don't use Anno Domini, we use CE, Common Era. And although this is very frustrating to a lot of people on the internet, it nevertheless is the scholarly standard. So thinking about the time frame, the revolt that we're discussing happened after over 100 years of Roman rule. We were under Roman control from 63 BCE all the way up through the fictional year 0, and then 6 decades into the 1st century. So a long time we were under Roman rule. Why did we rebel at that point? Why didn't we rebel immediately when Pompey took over Jerusalem and committed atrocities in the temple as he took it over? That's a question that we will return to shortly. One small detail that I can't help but mention, in the bitterness of the dispute between these two brothers and their sons, the next generation, at one point, at 40 BCE, Hyrcanus' nephew, Antigonus, actually goes up to his uncle and literally bites his ears off in order to invalidate him from ever having the position of Kohen Gadol. The position in Israel at this time, the political leadership and the religious leadership were, uncomfortably enmeshed. The Kohen Gadol was also technically the head of state. Sometimes it would be the same person. Sometimes it would be an uneasy balance between two people. But Hyrcanus' nephew hated his uncle so much that he wanted to physically invalidate him. And it's interesting to note that, as Josephus points out, we'll talk about him in a minute, he did it with his teeth. He didn't do it with a knife. He wanted to be personal about it, right up close. So this brings us, however, to another difficult but nevertheless fascinating period, the rule of Herod. So the Romans, and in many ways the Jews, got lucky with the king they put in place after Pompey and after this whole Hyrcanus Aristobulus period. King Herod, who was largely viewed negatively because of his bloodthirsty behavior, specifically towards the end of his life when he was most likely deranged, possibly addled by syphilis, and is also somewhat maligned with the story of the massacre of the innocents, which is something that we don't have any historical source for outside of the Christian tradition, and it's quite likely that the Christian tradition is confusing the massacre of the innocents with another event in his life, not nearly as horrific as what is described. But nevertheless, he comes from the south, from Idumea here, and he ends up, through a very crafty series of intrigue, he brings himself to the throne. His father was Antipater, who was one of the advisors to the last Jewish king Hyrcanus, and Herod has tremendous political experience from an early age, and ultimately the Romans appoint him as their client king. It was not without effort, but I'm not going to go into the details of it. He had 3 major skills that rendered him a very, very effective king. First of all, he was known for his bold and brutal repressive tactics. He would brook no resistance whatsoever. Whenever there was any kind of minor hint of an uprising, he was there with his soldiers and brutally repressing it. Very, very effective in that regard. Secondly, he sort of balanced that with remarkable public generosity to all populations, not only in Israel, but in the entire region. He really was very generous with building temples outside of Israel, in Syria, for example, in Jordan and elsewhere, and opening up grain stores during periods of famine. And he was known on the one hand as being an extremely brutal leader, but on the other hand, being extremely generous to the public. We'll see that in his building campaigns. And he was, third, a very, very shrewd politician. He knew how to negotiate alliances, to abandon alliances at the right time, and ultimately he found great favor with Augustus, particularly the Roman emperor, and that preserved his position for a very long time. He ruled until his death in the year 4 BCE. But that eventually would decay as well. Let's just look at his building campaign briefly, because it does intersect with our history very importantly. This is a fascinating chart from Leon Ritzmeier, who is an architect that does a lot of these ancient reconstructions. At the top here, somewhat obscured, you see the square temple mount that we had in the ancient period under Shlomo HaMelech and so on. A little bit of a fortress added under Antiochus Epiphanes, the notorious Antiochus. And then the Hashmonaim added some extensions, but then Herod sees the value of the temple and invests phenomenal resources into building this beautiful structure. The temple that we appreciate today is basically the Kotel are Herodian walls, because he had erected this massive rampart all the way around it. And we owe a tremendous amount to him for the archaeological record. What it looks like today, of course, the temple building itself, which was significantly renovated by Herod, was destroyed. And in the 8th century, the Muslims built the Dome of the Rock on top of that particular site on the foundation stone. But nevertheless, Herod's building projects were an extremely useful thing for building public support. It employed a lot of people. Of course, that meant higher taxes, but he was able to garner those taxes very effectively. On the maritime ports that he built phenomenal things, including using modern technologies that had never been used before, such as dropping concrete that had recently been invented into the sea and have it harden as it went down to the foundation, building this huge port of Caesarea. Very important site. He built so many amphitheaters and hippodromes and things like that for public entertainment. A very, Caesarean kind of idea of bread and circuses for everyone. Not, however, in Jerusalem itself, because he understood the local sensitivities that Jews in Jerusalem would not be favorable to the idea of having theatrical plays and certainly not gladiatorial conquests and things like that. But he put them elsewhere in Israel and in surrounding countries as well as an act of generosity. Aqueducts everywhere, improving the standard of living. He's really an incredible builder that people in Israel appreciated. He also built a number of palaces, including this one at Masada that we will return to, that was sort of his bolt hole, where he actually hid his family at one point early in his career because he realized just how impregnable this massive outside of the Dead Sea was. You can see the beautiful multi-layered stepped architecture that he used there, much of which is still extant today and can be viewed. But he was also deeply, deeply disturbed, particularly towards the end of his life, as he began to fear that others were, and he was not fearing it, by the way, unreasonably, that others wanted to take away his rule of now 3 decades running. Perhaps the most horrific example of his bloodthirstiness, which was directed at his own family, because they were the ones closest to him, and he really feared that they were trying to take over his position, was his murder of his beloved wife, Mariamne, who was kind of his claim to legitimacy, because she was a legitimate princess of the Hashmonaim. She was descended from the previous Maccabean kings, whereas Herod was descended from the Idumeans, who were a population that an earlier Maccabean king had forcibly converted to Judaism. It's an amazing story that we don't have time to really take aside, but there are several populations to the south and to the north, the Itureans, who were overrun by the Maccabeans, and this was before Judaism had developed the idea that converts should be discouraged and that only genuine converts should be allowed to even contemplate converting to Judaism. But the Idumeans were forcibly converted, and Herod was a product of that people. At any rate, at one point, he suspected that Mariamne was plotting his assassination. It's quite unlikely, although her mother definitely didn't like Herod. She may have actually been plotting against him. And so he has her killed. Immediately after killing her, he regrets it, and he has her, as the Talmud states, immersed in a vat of honey so that he can preserve her body, because he is still in love with this woman that he has murdered. And this is just the beginning, really, of his rampage. I know this is too small for most of you to see, but this is his family tree. Here's Herod here, and these are all the various family members he killed, including his own children, having them drowned in a pool of Jericho and so on. Exiling his multiple wives, several of whom were actually named Mariamna, which makes it much more confusing. And also that he named a lot of his kids after himself and his grandchildren after himself makes it even more confusing. But, I get paid by the hour. So the sheer rampage in his own immediate family was so awful that Emperor Augustus, who was Herod's ally, at one point said, "It is better to be Herod's pig than to be his son."
He's a
Which is kind of a
technological
riff on
wizard.
the idea, as Augustus was aware that Herod would not eat pork, at least not in Jerusalem,
Oh, fuck.
and probably when he entered Chinese, maybe it was a little bit more lenient. But that was a joke. I guess I can't joke on Tisha B'Av. Right? Sorry. There is, by the way, it throws me eyes. There's uproarious laughter in the room. It's just the microphone doesn't pick it up properly. So, but Augustus is saying it's better to be Herod's pig because Herod won't eat a pig than his own son, because Herod would metaphorically eat his own children. So this is basically, and finally, this is the grave that he created for himself, a tomb at Herodium, which was later excavated. On his death, he wanted to make sure that people would be sad, so therefore he ordered his troops to arrest a whole series of Jewish leaders, and that he left orders that when he dies, all of those Jewish leaders who were innocent should be killed. And that way he would guarantee that there would be widespread mourning in Israel. He was definitely insane by the last days. At one point he attempted to take his own life with an apple knife. He was unsuccessful. And then the last act is when he heard that his own son Antipater was possibly rebelling against him. He ordered him killed, and then he changed his will for the seventh and final time until he finally expired. His sister Salome was able to rescue the arrested Jews, but nevertheless, afterwards he was buried at Herodium, and he ended an absolutely brilliant in some ways and horrific rule over Israel for several decades. It is the end of the Herodian period, even though it's going to be 6 decades before the Great Revolt breaks out. But it is ironically the loss of Herod that leads directly to the revolt. Here is, by the way, an architectural drawing of what this last king looked like, with beautiful palatial areas. This is the architect who discovered the actual sarcophagus of Herod, which had apparently been raided at some point over the last 2,000 years. Whatever good thing that was stolen. Okay, so let us understand what actually happened after Herod died, and how does that substantiate my statement that it leads directly to the Great
What up, Doc?
So here is the region of Judea, the Emperor Augustus in Rome, and remember, Judea has this kind of strange level of quasi-independence. Herod was a client king operating under Roman authority and Roman auspices, and when he dies, Augustus is hesitant to give anyone the same kind of rule over the land of Judea. So he decides this, and also this is confused by the fact that Herod left multiple wills in which he indicated who was his favored child to rule, and so Augustus basically had to make a decision. He gave the largest part of the land of Israel to Herod's son Archelaus. The north went to Antipas, and further north really into what we would call today Syria and Lebanon under Philip. This was part of Judea at the time. They all proved to be extremely incompetent rulers. Archelaus in particular simply could not make a decision, and there was a tremendous amount of dissent. So in the year 6, the Roman Empire exiled Archelaus and said that he simply cannot rule this region anymore. We'll take care of it ourselves. And he was sent to a town called Vienne, which is on the Rhone River near in south of France. So it's not so bad if you're going to be exiled to be sent to the south of France, but there was no Chabad, there was no Chinese food, in many ways. I don't know why. Is everyone fasting or something? Okay. Now, Rome did retain a client king who appears in the Gemara, fascinating here, Agrippas. There were actually 2 Agrippases. The first one was rather nondescript. The second one, who had a very checkered and unusual life, he actually appeared to be something of a Baal Tshuva himself, and he was very enamored of the Jews. It is the second Agrippas, most likely, who appears in the Gemara in a favorable light, but that would take us a field where we are. What's more significant is that the Romans say, okay, you're going to have your king, but it's largely ceremonial, And the real people in charge are called procurators or prefects. And they will be the real holders of authority in Judea. Perhaps the most infamous of them, particularly in the Western tradition, is Pontius Pilate, who is mentioned here in this stone. He, of course, ruled over the crucifixion of Jesus, and that's why his name in particular sticks in the Western imagination. We will have a little bit to say about Christianity, which, of course, does develop during the time we're discussing. But let's look at the variety of Jewish opinions on how to deal with this lethal situation. I'm going to discuss 3 sects now. We'll have 2 of them to discuss a little bit later in a different context. The most significant of them, in terms of their power, were the Sadducees. The Sadducees were, according to the Gemara, the descendants of an individual named Sadok, but the Gemara explains that they were claiming the role of the Kahuna, the role of the Kohen Gadol, the great high priest. The Mishnah says that Antigonus, the man of Socho in Pirkei Avos, had 2 students, Tzadok and Boetus, and they both misunderstood a basic teaching of his, in which Antigonus, of course, if you're familiar with the Mishnah, says that you should serve the master not for the sake of receiving reward. And they understood that to mean, well, I guess there is no reward. There is no olam haba, no world to come. And so they advanced a different vision of Judaism that was very this world focused. It evolved such that the Sadducees received Hasmonean support, and the Boethians from the other one may have been specifically sponsored by Herod. But the most important thing for us to know about the Sadducees, besides the possible differences in their theology, was that they were connected specifically to the temple ritual. They controlled the temple cult. They were overwhelmingly Kohanim, or families of Kohanim associated with the temple, and that was still the nexus of power, spiritual and political, in the land of Israel. So the Sadducees tended to be quite divergent from what modern Jews would understand as basic Judaism, but they had an extremely important role to play in the temple, and they were extremely close with the Romans. These were the establishment figures. These were the aristocracy that had a vested interest in continuing their relationship with Rome, and definitely did not want to rock the boat with any kind of rebellious measures. The contrasting group, which we should recognize much more familiar to us, is the so-called Pharisees. Now, we're not exactly sure if the Pharisees are the same as what the Gemara calls the Perushim. The term Parush means separate. And so you do have this phrase occurring a number of times in the Gemara, where there's a group of rabbis who are called Parushim because they want to get away from the nastiness of politics. They want to get away from the lashon hara, the gossip that goes on, and they want to just focus on their religious development. It's not entirely clear that that is the definitive etymology of the term, but the term Pharisee is basically borrowed from Christian writings, where it occurs frequently in the New Testament, and specifically in the book of John, usually in argument with Jesus. So in Christian lexicon, the word Pharisee is basically equivalent to hypocrite. So it's definitely not a nice term. Now, of the Jews who definitely say we are Pharisees, we only have 2 in the entire corpus of ancient literature, and they are both somewhat suspect. One of them is Saint Paul, who calls himself a Pharisee, so he's maybe not necessarily a model Jew. He's not going to be honored at the dinner next year. And the other is Josephus, a little bit problematic as well. I'm going to turn to Josephus momentarily. Their relationship to the Sadducees is fascinating because the Pharisees were known to be much more populist, meaning they seemed to have the loyalty of the common masses of Jews. There's also an urban-rural split where the Sadducees are very much focused in the cities, and especially in Jerusalem. The Pharisees seem to have a lot more influence in the hilltop culture outside of Jerusalem, in the fields of Galilee and so on. And they tend to be viewed as more legitimate spiritual leaders for the common Jew, as opposed to the Sadducees, who are kind of like functionaries who handle the sacrificial ritual, but do not necessarily provide that kind of one-on-one spiritual guidance that you would expect, for example, from a rabbi. And it is, in fact, the Pharisees who are most likely identified with the early rabbis. The follow-through from the writings of the who we assume are the Pharisees is very much in line with what Orthodox Jews consider, at any rate, Judaism today. And finally, we will get to the Christians and the Zealots shortly, but the last group I'd like to mention here is the fascinating Qumran sect. We know that sometime in the Hashmonayan period, a group of Jews decided to completely separate from everything that was going on, nastiness in the capital, the association with the Romans, and they went out to live a very ascetic life in the Dead Sea region. We know this, of course, because in the 1960s, a remarkable cache of documents, that was the 1950s, beginning actually in the late 40s, a remarkable cache of documents called the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered. One of the most important scholars involved is Professor Eliezer Tsukenik here. And these scrolls, hundreds of them, sometimes overlap with writings that we are familiar with elsewhere, the books of Tanakh, all the books except for the book of Esther, and then a whole bunch of other really weird books that we don't have elsewhere in the canon, some of them written on copper sheets like this, and they seem to have been a really bizarre set of writings that eagerly anticipated the apocalypse within moments. And there's a lot of strange writings about the master of righteousness and the teacher of evil and all kinds of bizarre things that go on. People are still trying to figure out exactly who were these Qumran groups. Josephus, who I know I've mentioned his name several times to tell you who he is, but I will mention that he spent several years living among a group of people he called who followed the fourth philosophy that were likely these Qumran sects. Their region was destroyed in the 60s of the Common Era, but it was later excavated, and you can see that they lived way out here in pretty remote areas. And we have, for example, one of their writings is called the Manual of Discipline, in which they discuss the ways in which initiates were to behave. They were to eat their meals in silence. They were really big on ritual purity. They would dip in the mikvah several times a day. And Josephus tells us, amazingly, that they would refrain from defecating on the Sabbath. It was kind of a bizarre thing. When they were initiated, they were given a small latrine shovel, and one of the most important things they could do was make sure they took care of their excrement. So they were kind of a strange group that I would love to spend more time studying and talking about. But we're going to go to the conflict now. So that gives you a sense of how bizarre the environment is as we're moving into the first century. Now, we are extremely indebted for almost all of this information to this man, who we don't know if he looks anything like this. This is one of the fanciful 18th century representations of Josephus. But he is an unusual man named Yosef ben Matityahu, who was born in the year 37. And he tells us several times, he wrote an autobiography, and he also describes his life at multiple points in his several works, that he came from an aristocratic family with Pharisaic leanings. He described himself, as I mentioned, as a Pharisee, although he definitely had connection to other groups. He experimented a little bit spiritually by going out to Qumran. And he was apparently important enough that he was sent to Rome as a young man as part of the Jewish delegation to negotiate various things for the state. While in Rome, he was overwhelmed. He was like the buildings and the architecture and the government and the society. And he just thought Rome was absolutely fantastic. When he returned to the land of Israel, he discovered that the land was in open revolt. And much to his dismay, he was placed in charge of the troops in the Galilee. At a young age, he was in his 30s, and he was placed in this very important military capacity, so he must have been quite an important figure. Certainly he tells us he was. He tells us about how he was so precocious that at the age 14, all the rabbis of Jerusalem would come to him with their shilohs. And, he never suffered from excessive humility. But at any rate, he ends up the reason why he is so important to us is because he left us a remarkable book, The War of the Jews, the Roman-Jewish War, that tells us everything we really want to know about what happened in the war, but he is an extremely problematic source. Because basically what happened is when he was, when his the settlement in Yotapata, I'll show you some pictures of it in a minute, where it was attacked by the Romans in the Great Revolt, he ultimately surrendered to Vespasian, who would later be the emperor, and he became an aide-de-camp to the Romans. He became their sort of cultural interpreter, maybe their literal interpreter, and he was literally side by side with the Romans as they destroyed the temple in Jerusalem. He gives us a very valuable first-person account. Then after the war, he went to Rome with his captors, now patrons. He took their family name. He was known as Titus Flavius Josephus. Titus was ostensibly his best friend, the Titus who destroyed the temple, and Flavius was the family name of that group of emperors. And everything that he wrote was written with the editing supervision of his patrons, the Romans. We know that he wrote a version of his history first in Aramaic, the lingua franca of the Jews, but later that was translated to Greek, and as he developed his proficiency in language, he wrote many, many books in Greek, the massive 20-volume Jewish Antiquities, very important, and he made a great career out of being the Jewish expert for Rome, the entire Roman Empire. His books are extremely valuable, but very difficult to appreciate because he was fundamentally a traitor. He betrayed the Jewish cause by going over to the Romans. But at the same time, he was a captive of the Romans, and he couldn't write anything without their assent and approval. He knows that if he says something bad about the Romans, the emperor himself is going to have words with him about it. So reading Josephus is extremely difficult. You have to constantly read between the lines of what he might have wanted to say, and there are many, many different interpretations as to what kind of a person he actually was. So we rely very heavily on him for much of our sources. We definitely have other sources. We have Tacitus, who lived at the same period of time, but had an unusually strong anti-Jewish bias that comes out. We have Cassius Dio, a historian who lived in the next century, who was especially important for the Bar Kokhba revolt. And we have the church historian Eusebius, who wrote extensively about the war, but he wrote it from a distinctly Christian perspective, using the events of the war as justification for the growth of Christianity. So all of these historians are somewhat difficult to use for various reasons. Let me mention one small footnote about Josephus. It's quite fascinating, since I mentioned Eusebius. There are a lot of historians who are active at this time. We know they're quoted in Josephus and elsewhere, but their books have been lost. Why is it that Josephus survived? I mean, he is a very dramatic writer. He does convey a tremendous amount of energy and information, and is very dramatic, full of narrative in his histories. And so he's a good historian, but why would he have survived? The main reason appears to be that one of the copyists of Josephus was a Christian monk living probably in the 4th century, that is 300 years after these events. And he said to himself, how is it possible that we're reading an entire book on the Roman-Jewish War and there's not one single mention of Jesus? I mean, how is that possible? So he decided to add a paragraph. It's called the Testimonium Flavium. It's been shown to be a forgery from many centuries afterwards. But it has this really bizarre paragraph in which it describes, and then Jesus came and he was the Messiah, and now back to the war. And there's just one little kind of paragraph stuck in there. And but ironically, because Josephus was a 1st century Jewish historian, and we had this reference to Jesus, the church preserved his works. Jews were not reading Josephus. Jews only got interested in Josephus in the 10th century when an Italian Jew translated a version of it called the Yosipon, Sefer Yosipon, into Hebrew. We weren't reading Josephus at all. We weren't, as they say in the Talmud in Yeshiva, we weren't goris him, literally. But it was that one little passage that meant the church wanted to preserve his works, and so he unusually had a great shelf life in the church, and we're grateful for that because we have Josephus, even if it is marred by that strange passage. Okay, we're at the period, the end of the Herodian Compromise. How is it possible that we get to a period where we are ready for revolt after Herod? So, sorry, I got to do this again. do this. See if that will work. Yes, here we go. So first of all, what did Herod do? Herod was, even though he was a madman, and he would murder individual Jews, and he would be very cruel and repressive of any kind of rebellion, he understood what Jews wanted, and he was very careful to make sure that he never stepped over his boundaries. For example, in Jerusalem at this time, there was an extreme allergy to physical images. Like, for example, actually, that's not the same one we used to have. Did we have a different thing here at one point? No, we did. I always felt a little cheesy about it. It was like kind of a sun image that was holy. Maybe I'm thinking of another synagogue. But the Jews in Jerusalem were really, really allergic to any kind of images. And Herod and others would make sure that coins that were minted would not circulate in Jerusalem if they had faces on them, which was a really big deal. And so he was very, very careful to make sure that the Jews, it didn't cost him anything. So he just made sure that they were happy with those things. He made sure the temple ran right. He beautified the temple. Made sure that Jews who cared got what they wanted. He also cared about non-Jews. And there are lots of non-Jews living in the land of Israel. It has never been ethnically monolithic. There's always been multiple populations in the land of Israel, and he was solicitous of their concerns. He would not put an amphitheater in Jerusalem, but he would put an amphitheater in Caesarea, for example. He felt that that's what people wanted there, and they can have it there. And when he went there, then all of a sudden he was a different kind of king. So he made sure that the various populations were more or less mollified with what they cared about. And he maintained unwavering loyalty to Rome. This is after he decided where his bread was best buttered. But once he had tied himself to Augustus, then he was very, very strict on this line and made no hint of ever disobeying his Roman overlords. And these three things together really meant that he was able to establish a stable kingdom in Judea for 40 years. With his death, you have a whole cascade of events where they rapidly run out of control. And I'm just going to give you 5 or 6 of them right now. But you can imagine how over the course of a few decades, the peace with Rome, which had been intact for 60 years, was now fraying and eventually would boil over into open revolt. For example, immediately after he died, a procurator named Sabinus tried to raid the temple treasury. Temple treasury was one of the greatest sources of wealth in the Eastern Mediterranean because Jews had been for hundreds of years religiously submitting the Machzisa shekel to Jerusalem. We have lots of sources of how the Romans respected the fact that there were specific routes where caravans would bring cash from the Jews in Babylonia, the Jews in Antioch, the Jews in Alexandria, and they would all converge to Jerusalem, and the temple had a massive treasury that the Romans frequently coveted. We see this even much earlier with the Hashmonaim, with Antiochus, for example, wanted to raid the temple treasury as well. So once this procurator, this new Roman leader, shortly after Herod dies, he tries to take some money from the temple treasury. There's like an immediate uprising in Jerusalem with Jews being incensed that how can they take this literally holy money, the Machzisa shekel, and they had to pull in the governor from Syria. Judea was actually part of the larger Syrian administrative apparatus, and he had to come and quell a revolt on Shavuos in the year 4 BCE, immediately after the death of Herod. That's followed later by a property assessment under another prefect, this time named Papponius, that fought local tax rebellions, because when Herod was in charge, they knew they would be taxed, but they also expected seeing things for their money. You saw more public works, you saw more employment, and all of a sudden this was not happening. And so local rebellions that are not put down effectively as Herod did. Pontius Pilate, the prefect during the period of the early Christian movement, he allows shields and standards with Roman images in the holy city of Jerusalem, causing another uprising. These are all, over the course of several decades, flashpoints in which Jews increasingly feel that Rome does not have our back. Jews were willing to live with Roman authority for a long period of time, as long as they felt that we had local representation who cared about our desires, but when they began to feel that the Romans were not supporting them, this was terrible, especially in the ongoing conflict with the Samaritans, a group that lived in the northern region of Shomron that were infrequent conflict with traditional Jews. There's a lot to say about who the Samaritans are and who the Jews are. They're very closely related, to be sure, but they're fighting for centuries and centuries. The Romans seem to want to just take a step back and not intervene and let the conflict rage without any kind of authority. Caligula, the emperor, when he hears that Jews in Alexandria are upset with the idea of setting up an idol in their synagogue, he says, well, I'm going to put an idol in the temple itself. This is the year 37. This is the emperor saying, that's it, we're going to make an idol. And it was only because it was slow-walked by local Roman administrators who knew that if Caligula had succeeded in putting an idol in the temple, there would definitely be war. The way that the Jews got out of it is that Caligula was assassinated in the year 41, and so the effort came to naught. But we came very, very close to the precipice of war several times during the first century. And then, of course, in the year 66, we shall see shortly, that's when the cessation of temple sacrifices for Rome occurred, and that was a huge insult to the Roman Empire. This is described, of course, in the Gemara, that by not offering, and this story of Bar Kamsa and Bar Kamsa is associated with this, by not offering the traditional sacrifice on behalf of the emperor, this was an insult to the Roman Empire as a whole, and certainly would precipitate war. Almost as if we decided on Shabbos to stop saying the prayer for the government. Even though, people may not be paying attention and things like that, and who knows what the kavanah of people is. Nevertheless, if you make a point saying we're not going to do it anymore, that's definitely an insult to the government. So that's what really brings us to the brink of war. The moment that sparked the war occurred in the city of Caesarea that we talked about as largely a non-Jewish city. The Emperor Nero actually given more privileges to the Greek population that were dominant in Caesarea at the time. And there was an exceptionally cruel and heartless procurator named Decius Florus. He was known on many instances of very little patience with the Jewish population in Judea and favoring other populations. There's one specific incident that Josephus identifies as the last straw on the camel's back. It was a property dispute in Caesarea over a synagogue that wanted to expand. And apparently there were neighboring properties that were workshops, and they were building things on Shabbat, and that was very disturbing to the Jews in the synagogue. And the Jews kept on making offers to buy the next door facility, and with no avail. And in one particular incident, which was meant to intimidate the Jews, someone in the dead of night went and offered a ritual sacrifice of a bird, like an avodah zarah sacrifice, on the steps of the synagogue, and this caused an upheaval among the Jews in Shul. You can imagine that happening at Darkei Noam. You can imagine, God forbid, something like someone nailing a dead dog to the door or something. That would make us angry. Maybe not an avodah zarah sacrifice, but something like that would be just terrible. And so some of the younger members of the synagogues got up in arms, and actually a fight broke out. The elders of the synagogue realized that there was going to be some trouble. They took the Sefer Torah and they left and they fled the region. And Decius Florus simply was hands off on the entire period. The Jews appealed to Decius Florus for some kind of remedy, and he refused to even consider it. This ultimately resulted in rioting in Jerusalem, especially after Decius Florus goes once again to the temple treasury and withdraws a paltry amount, 17 talents. I mean, it's a lot of money, but in the context of what a Roman Empire needs, it's like going to, robbing a bank and taking $10,000. The bank has a lot more than $10,000 in it. Take $10,000, it's like small change. The Jews not only rioted,
can you hear me?
Pushback.
How are you? Excellent. Very well. Wow, we got the whole gang in here. Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day is a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son?
Yo, bro, you want to see my date?
No, get out of here with that.
Stop. This guy is... Lily, stop. Lily.
How are you guys?
Don't say that.
Is everyone in here 18 years old?
Yes.
If you're not, leave. Okay, how are your guys' days going?
Doing good.
Excellent. Did anything
And yours?
so far so good? Just been creating bots on Kick, getting famous.
Good.
What'd you guys do today?
We were playing Fortnite, Rust, some games.
Do you play Grand Theft Auto?
Yes, actually I do.
Excellent. Are you good at it?
Yeah, kind of.
You want to stream in here and I will comment on your gameplay?
Macy, do it. I'm not on my PC right now.
All right, well, go get on your PC. We'll wait.
Exactly.
No, go get on your PC and I'll do play-by-play for your video game.
Macy, do it.
I'll be hilarious. Are you going to do it?
Wait a second.
Take your time, big dog. What's good, Arabu? Okay. Very well. That's cool. I want to see some Grand Theft Auto. I want to comment on it.
Back from the Roman garrison settling there and mastering Jews in the streets, but they also openly mocked Gessius Florus by walking around with their hats out saying, you know, Gessius Florus needs some money, can someone please contribute to the pushka for him? After these massacres, however, and this is all happening in the year 66, the rebels ultimately gained the upper hand in Jerusalem. They had the numerical advantage, and the garrison of Roman soldiers stationed there surrendered. And then the Jews massacred the surrendered soldiers, which was a huge miscalculation because not only was it an act of incredible cruelty, but it also meant that the Romans saw that if they were in a fight with the Jews, there was no point in surrendering because they would be killed. Josephus is our main account for this, so he portrays the Jews in this context in the worst possible light. But nevertheless, it indicates the level of escalating violence that's happening that ultimately results in Cestius Gallus's campaign. So Emperor Nero says, what is all this business going on in Jerusalem? This is going to interfere with our tax revenues from Judea. I'm sending you, Cestius Gallus, down from Syria. Please go down there and take care of this rebellious population. At this point, the Jews have not openly said, we are rebelling from Rome, but they are protesting, and there was violence in the streets, the Jews against Romans. And so Cestius Gallus brought a legion, which is about 5,000 troops, and with about the same number of auxiliaries, a massive number of soldiers, and they marched down to Jerusalem in the summer of 66. He came right to the gates of Jerusalem. He stayed there for about 3 weeks, and then he mysteriously departed. And historians have tried to figure out what was he thinking of. I think the most reasonable argument is that he came down to show a show of force, to intimidate the rebels, saying, realize that if you keep pushing this, you're going to have to deal with my armies. But it was a horrific miscalculation because the rebels were only encouraged by his departure. And the rebels took advantage of their superior knowledge of the terrain, and they decided to meet him at this place here, shown in the picture, Beit Horon, which was noted for its very narrow paths. And don't forget, we've got about 10,000 soldiers. We have tens of thousands of donkeys carrying food. We have a massive train that extended for about 6 miles of people largely on foot, trying to make their way up this narrow path where they can only walk about 3 or 4 abreast at the more narrow spots. The rebels attacked Cestius Gallus at these narrow passes, slicing his legion into pieces, like cutting up a worm on the street, and ultimately dispersing all of them. Cestius Gallus was able to escape with his life. He made his way back to Caesarea and ultimately to Rome, where he was humiliated in defeat, and especially because the Jewish rebels had seized the Roman eagle standard, which was the symbolic presence of the Roman Empire with the soldiers. This represented an entire defeat of a full legion of battle-hardened soldiers, together with another contingent of auxiliaries. And for the rebels, this was a moment of tremendous excitement because they meant that we were able to drive the Romans from our land, but ultimately it meant that the war would begin in earnest. Cestius Gallus had stepped away from Jerusalem. He had made his show of force. Here I am. This is what you'll get if you play with Rome. And the rebels were completely encouraged to only increase their rebellious activity. It was one of the classic military errors of this largely leaderless group. There was no one single leader like Yehuda Maccabee or David HaMelech who was able to bring these groups together. They're all basically acting in their own various factions. And the second greatest error of the Jews at this point was that they realized that they had driven away the Romans, and they didn't significantly plan for the Romans to come back. It's as if they engaged in magical thinking that, hey, we've driven the Romans, just like Yehuda Maccabee drove away the Syrians, and now we're home free. But in fact, this was just the beginning of the war in the summer of 66. So what ends up happening, actually, maybe I should pause for a moment. I've talked to Blue Streak for an hour. Does anyone have any questions at this point? Clear as the sun at noonday. Nobody likes to ask the first question. Does someone have the second question? Oh, please, second question. No. Yeah. No, it's an excellent question. This is the period which is known as the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. And the Roman peace was basically one in which, as long as you paid your taxes, then everything was copacetic. And that the Romans would be very happy to share authority with local populations. The Jews were not the only population in this kind of situation, where the local aristocracy could be elevated to a level of rulership, to varying degrees of real authority. And under Herod in particular, a tremendous autonomy. There was basically, they could wage their own wars against other populations, expand the territory. They had to do this within the context of Roman permission, but it's kind of like, you know, America asserts tremendous authority over all kinds of countries all over the world, but those countries have a high degree of autonomy. It's not a good comparison because America is, after all, a democratic country and so on. But the idea is that Rome was very happy for Judea to do whatever it wanted. They really didn't, and actually, it gave the Jews tremendous freedom religiously. They said, we don't understand your religion. It is so bizarre for us, but we will count it as a religio licita. This is all the way back from Julius Caesar, as a legitimate religion. And Jewish soldiers serving in the Roman army, of which there were many, were exempt from the mandatory, rituals of obeisance to the emperor, which is a phenomenal thing. It's like saying you can join the American army. We'll make sure that you have kosher food and you can take off Shabbos and all kinds of things like that. So the Romans were very happy to give the Jews great autonomy as long as the tax returns kept coming in on time. Yes, please.
At this point in time, the Sanhedrin did not have the authority to execute.
Yeah.
So how did that fit into this?
So the execution of prisoners, which of course is very problematic because the Sanhedrin rarely engaged in executing people anyways, but that, that would be one of those areas where the Romans would have a say in, okay, who are you killing, who are you not killing? I think where we see it most significantly is in the gospel accounts of the crucifixion, and to what degree the Sanhedrin is involved, to what degree the local population is involved. Ultimately, it's Pontius Pilate's decision. So it was a client relationship, but tremendous freedom overall. In general, we lived with the Romans for 60 years, and we could have lived with them a lot longer if it were not for the interference of the procurators, largely because Herod was able to hold off that for a long time. Okay, let's go on because we unfortunately have a lot more war to get through. So Emperor Nero, he's disgusted with Cestius Gallus. What a humiliation. You get sent back in by a bunch of, who are these people anyways? So he looks for a new general to send there. There's one general in particular, battle-hardened, experienced was General Vespasian. And Nero had a bit of a grudge against him because Nero was an unusual kind of emperor. He fashioned himself as something of a poet and a singer, and he used to mandate mandatory attendance at his recitals, and he would sing the poems that he had composed for various audiences. Vespasian unfortunately fell asleep during one of those recitals, and Nero was apparently incensed. And so then he said, okay, Vespasian, you are going to Jerusalem. You're going to clean up the mess that Cestius Gallus left behind. And Vespasian was a far more competent general than Cestius Gallus, and he decided to begin, as did Cestius Gallus, in the north. But rather than marching directly to Jerusalem, he spent the first year, 67, mopping up territories in the north. In the Galilee, which was largely populated by these sort of hilltop villages like this one in Gamala, he just went from one to the next, and the Romans had like a hedgehog kind of strategy. Lay in a siege. It's going to be really expensive. It's hard on the besiegers it's hard on the people who mount the siege to survive it, but really invest in your logistics, in the donkeys bringing food and water from wherever, and wait there until they starve and they surrender. And he did this to one village after another, and it was just a machine where the Romans would do the same thing over and over again. They did it also in Jerusalem, and it was the same thing, only bigger, but that was basically the Roman strategy. It almost always worked. Josephus was in command of the north. He describes all kinds of really clever things that he did to try and deceive the Romans, like, for example, when they were running short on water, Josephus told the people of one town to wash all of their laundry and then hang it over the walls of the city. So the Romans would see the dripping wet laundry and they'd say, oh my gosh, they must have a lot of water if they can waste it on laundry like that. But ultimately, the siege always won, and Vespasian simply took his time moving from village to village. One particular village is extremely important. This is a memorial at a city called, or a town called Yotfat. In Greek will be Yotapata. And this is where Josephus made his last stand. I mentioned to you earlier how he turned pope. It might be useful to mention that the way in which he describes this scenario is that after, mightily attempting to defend Yotapata, he realizes it's hopeless, and he finds himself in an underground tunnel with about a dozen other soldiers. They're all angry with him because they said, "Why does he put us in this situation?" He says, "Wait, I got a better idea. Rather than surrender to the Romans, which would be humiliating and would be undignified, why don't we just engage in a show of lots? We'll each choose a straw, and whoever gets the short straw will have to murder the others. And that way we will at least we'll die with dignity rather than give ourselves to the Romans." And so they do this in small groups until finally, amazingly, Josephus turns out to be one of the last two guys holding the short straws. All the others have killed each other. And Josephus says to his friend, "Wait a second. Let's rethink this." And he ultimately decides at that point not to kill himself. And that's when he presents himself to Vespasian and the rest of the career we mentioned. So Yotapata, which fell in the summer of 67, is where Josephus ended his career with the Jews. Meanwhile, there's a really important note that's difficult to fit into the chronology, but it's extremely important for us in this room, and that is that a group of Jews led by Yochanan ben Zakkai negotiated with Vespasian. The story of this negotiation is described in the Gemara and Brachos. It has Yochanan ben Zakkai smuggling himself out of the siege to meet with Vespasian and present particular demands to him. There's a miraculous event where Vespasian has had dreams about Yochanan ben Zakkai and sees him as a holy man, so he decides to grant him his 3 wishes. One of them is, "Tenu Yavne v'chachameha," give me the town of Yamnia, which is here closer to the coast, and its sages. And this means that the small coterie of Pharisees, who were largely opposed to the war, they were not interested in fighting against Rome. They felt that it was futile and a waste of energy and dangerous. So Vespasian allows him to take a group of Pharisees from the besieged areas and move to Yavne, and that proved to be the nucleus of the growth of the future Jewish community, spiritually in particular. So just mentioning that as a footnote now, because we've got to get to the sectarian infighting. So one of the other groups that I didn't mention, of course, were the early Christians. Christianity is just beginning at this time. The crucifixion is around the year 30. This particular scene shows you an event that's described in the book of Acts that shows here the procurator with King Agrippa. It definitely does not look nice. It's not like a sympathetic tutorial. And his sister Berenice, who are meeting with St. Paul, the Apostle Paul. Agrippa apparently was very interested in religion in general, and he would, interview Paul to try to understand what exactly is going on with Christianity at this time. But in terms of what would happen to the Christians is, during the siege of Jerusalem, they would largely flee to the eastern bank of the Jordan River, to a place called Perea, and then later they would return, and they would claim that the destruction of the temple was essentially a punishment for rejecting Jesus, and this becomes a really fundamental building block in Christian theology thereafter. But in terms of the war, Nero commits suicide in the year 68. He's dealt with some really challenging things with the burning of Rome and the tax revolts and so on. And this puts Rome into a period of civil war as several figures are competing for the throne. Vespasian, who is right now in Israel, will ultimately become the emperor, but the chaos in Rome means that the Jews have a little bit of a pause in the fighting. There's not much fighting going on in the years 68 and 69 because Vespasian is going back to Rome and he's going to sell things there, and this gives the rebels a tremendous amount of time to figure out what they're going to do with the impending Roman advance, and they completely waste it. They spend more time fighting with each other than preparing for the attack on Rome. Paul is, meanwhile, by the way, making his way throughout the Mediterranean, proselytizing in largely Jewish communities, but speaking to a lot of Gentiles who are fascinated with this new religion, and ultimately that would represent the growth of the faith as a whole. So various rebel groups begin to converge on Jerusalem. Many of them were displaced from Vespasian's early attacks in 67 in the north. Others came from their bolt holes around Masada, which was ruled by one of them, and in the south in Idumea. And they ultimately take over the city of Jerusalem, multiple rebel factions, and they engage in mutual infighting. While Romans regroup, the Jews fight each other. The Shimon bar Giora, one of the most noted of the rebels and a ferocious, fearsome warrior, he took over much of the lower city of Jerusalem. John of Giscala, coming from the north, took over much of the temple courtyard, and Elazar ben Shimon was largely ensconced in the Heichal itself. And they fought with each other so bitterly that, amazingly, they actually burned each other's stores of grain. I mean, they should know that Rome is coming back with armies. They are going to besiege Jerusalem. The worst thing you can do is destroy your stores of grain. But they had so much hatred for each other that they could not abide the possibility of them surviving. It's an absolutely horrific period in the lead up to the Great Siege that I think provides us a tremendous number of moral lessons for how Jews should not be made. And there was active fighting between the groups. Ultimately, Vespasian will become the emperor in Rome, and he will set aside his son Titus to manage the siege of Jerusalem. Here is a bust of Titus. Titus brings with him his loyal interpreter Josephus to accompany him to the actual temple itself. So the siege actually begins in the spring of 70, before the holiday of Passover, and the Romans essentially lay in for the long haul, because this is their go-to strategy, to simply surround them, cut them off from any supplies, let them starve themselves out. The Jews had already weakened their position by destroying their own stores of grain, but they did have a relatively secure water supply, thanks once again to Herod, among others. Josephus describes quite believable cases of starvation and cannibalism that echo the passages that we read about last night in Eicha, that are absolutely horrific. The siege goes as follows. First of all, Titus constructs this major siege wall around the entire region. He attempts at a couple of times to attack the city frontally, but is repelled. And amazingly, as insane as the rebels were, and as short-sighted as their leadership were, they were terrifying, vicious, brilliant warriors. And they initiated some absolutely heroic and innovative ways of fighting back the Romans, and held them off for a remarkable amount of time. Like, for example, when Titus first advanced, he set up camp on Har HaTzofim, Mount Scopus. I'm sure many of you know the geography. It's a big mountain just outside of Jerusalem, and he figured from that base he would be able to attack the city. To his surprise, the rebels emerged from the city and fought uphill against Titus, and caught him by surprise as they were still setting up their camp. Titus himself was even wounded in this attack. Eventually, the legion was able to push them back, but it was rather remarkable that they would attempt this act of great chutzpah. And another example, the Romans would build these massive siege engines that, because they were so heavy, and because you have the valleys surrounding Jerusalem, they had to construct these huge earthenware ramps to be able to bring the siege engines up to the wall. This again, the Romans had patience. They knew logistics. They planned well in advance, and they were able to overwhelm most of their enemies simply by, engineering what they needed to ensure a swift victory. Well, I shouldn't say swift, a victory. They would take their time to get it done right. And so the Jews remarkably began to tunnel under the earthenware ramp reinforcing it with wooden staves. And then once the Romans had brought their siege engines onto the ramp, they set fire to their tunnels, collapsing the ramp and destroying the siege engines, which was a great frustration to the Romans, but they just simply started over again. And they built another ramp and built more siege engines. Ultimately, they were able to break through. There are actually 3 walls that are protecting Jerusalem. They break through one in May of 70. The inner wall was breached after a further week of fighting, and then in late July, they finally breached through the second wall. This is probably the 17th of Tammuz breach that we commemorate. And then finally, they were able to breach through the Antonia fortress at the northern part of the Temple Gate and attack the temple itself. The actual destruction of the temple is something of a controversy. The Josephus portrays it in a manner quite favorable to Titus, because after all, he's writing a book that, he has Titus reading over his shoulder. And the temple was regarded quite rightly as one of the great wonders of the Eastern Mediterranean. It's considered a phenomenal architectural thing of great beauty. The Talmud speaks about it. It says that if you've never seen Herod's temple, you've never seen a beautiful building in your life. And so the idea of barbarically destroying this temple was seen in some circles as, an act of cultural insensitivity that destroyed a great artifact of world civilization despite these rebels. So Josephus portrays Titus as telling his soldiers specifically, don't attack the temple itself, we'll take care of the rebels, but certainly preserve the temple building. And then mysteriously he goes and he has a nap in the middle of the day. When you're about to take over the central stronghold of the rebels, you don't take a nap necessarily at that time. It's hard to believe he did so. And then once the temple was actually aflame, and he came out and apparently, according to Josephus, expressed his displeasure. It's far more likely that in the context of the bitter fighting, which was absolutely intense, the Roman soldiers were perfectly happy to set fire to the temple, and he did not object, but we don't have that in the Josephine record. We do have more of it in the Talmud itself. And that ultimately is the destruction of the temple itself. This is the moment which the Romans rightly declare the war over. They're still mopping up operations. There are still a few strongholds where the rebels have maintained their position. Perhaps most significant of them is, of course, here at Masada. I forgot to mention before I get to Masada. The Romans, at that point, engineered a huge propaganda event to celebrate this victory. They constructed this massive arch, which still stands today in Rome. It's called the Arch of Titus, that celebrates his victory over Judea. And of course, underneath there is this famous bas-relief with a better resolution image of it, which shows Roman soldiers bringing the spoils from Jerusalem back to Rome, including the menorah seen here. The base is something of a controversy. And on the original, which was reconstructed actually by Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University, using microscopic paint chips that were left behind. The Romans were very, very garish. They like to paint their sculptures. It's all in blues and yellows, very cartoonish. But it clearly says that they're bringing with them the Jewish law. What exactly were they bringing? The Jewish temple and the Jewish candelabra. You see here the chatzotzros and other things. This is maybe the shulchan here they brought to Rome. They made a huge triumph, which is a great procession, a parade, which culminated in the public assassination of Shimon ben Gioria, the public execution of Shimon ben Gioria, and then weeks of feasting afterwards. The Romans really wanted to make a big propaganda victory out of this. They also used coinage, and we have about 24 examples of the infamous Judea capta coins that were minted by Vespasian and his successors, celebrating their victory over Judea. The coins are very similar. There's always on one side you have the face of Vespasian, sometimes Titus and others, and on the other side, the obverse, you have a woman representing Judea who is seated, sometimes despondent, looking like she's saying Tachanor, sometimes with bound hands, with a balsam pine behind her. This is one of the major exports of Judea at the time. And frequently there's disproportionately large Roman soldiers lording over her. There's a lot of fascinating research on what exactly, let's just step back for a second. what are you talking about Judea Capta? Judea was Capta over 120 years earlier, right, when Pompey came into the region. It wasn't captured. It was essentially a rebellious province that Rome was able to quell the rebellion. So a lot of scholars have pointed out that this new Flavian dynasty of emperors really wanted to, like, the Roman population, the empire at large, that no, we're still in charge and we're taking care of business. And they wanted to mount a huge propaganda campaign to convince Romans of the viability of the new Flavian dynasty. And the Jews happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time for that. Certainly, so let's return now to Masada. This is one of the last mop-up operations of the era. Masada, of course, constructed as a fortress by Herod and was occupied by rebels during much of this period. And they had a uniquely strong position to defend themselves against Roman attacks. So the Romans sent another legion under Silva to conquer the territory, and they again did the same thing. They waited them out. They set up a siege wall. They built a massive ramp of 80 meters high, a siege tower with a ramp to bring it up to the walls at the top of Masada, and then they finally breached the walls. When they entered, according to Josephus, unfortunately Josephus is the only source we have for this, the rebels had all determined that they would take their own lives rather than surrender to the Romans. Now, this is very problematic for modern historians, because typically when we have only one source for an event, we try to look for some kind of corroborating information, and we don't have anything here. All we have is Josephus, who tells us this mass suicide story of Masada. There are some interesting archaeological bits, like, for example, a series of ostraca, little clay pots with people's names on it, including Elazar ben Yair, the leader of the rebels there, that suggests that they may have actually cast lots to take each other's lives. But the problem is Josephus has done this before. This is not the first mass suicide story that he has told us, and so there are a lot of questions about it. It could be that the event never happened at all. It could be that it happened exactly as Josephus told us. But nevertheless, the attack on Masada, which occurred either in the year 73 or 74, represents the end of the Great Rebellion and the ultimate defeat of the Jews in Judea. This would not, however, be the end of the story. I realize I'm running out of time. I'm going to stop at 6:45 or 7:45 precisely. So I'll just run through this a little bit if you'll forgive me. Another rebellion breaks out in the year 115 under Trajan. The Jews after the war were in a terrible state. The Jerusalem itself was forbidden to them. It was later to be renamed, in fact, Aila Capitolina, and the entire region of Judea was renamed Palestina. The Romans wanted literally to wipe out even the memory of this place. They wanted to remove any association with Jews from Judea. The Machasita shekel, which was that donation given every year by Jews around the world, was retained by the Romans, but they called it a new fiscus judaicus, a Jewish tax. And instead of going to the upkeep of the now destroyed temple, it was diverted to Rome, where it would represent the upkeep of the temple of Jupiter. Hugely insulting, and something that Jews really resented. There was ongoing messianic ferment as well. Christianity is expanding dramatically. So there are a series of rebellions among Jews against Romans. The Jews are, they just don't accept defeat. We don't accept defeat. They will not lie down. Rebellions occur in Mesopotamia, in what would be today Libya, in Crete and Alexandria, and even in Judea itself. We don't know a lot about what exactly happened in these. We have some fascinating little bits of information, which I'm going to zip through very quickly. But apparently the Jews were considered extremely ferocious warriors in all of these battles as well. The last one, which you really should consider, is, of course, the Bar Kokhba revolt, because 20 years later, the Jews rebel again, and this time with much more success than their previous rebellions, largely because of the dynamic and visionary leadership of one leader, Bar Kokhba, who was quite distinct from the period we described earlier, where there are multiple rebels who are all fighting with each other. This is the famous menorah constructed by Beno Elkan that sits outside the Knesset. In the central panels, you have here a representation of Moses at war with his hands raised against Amalek. And then to his left, you have David Amalek also in war with the head of Goliath raised overhead. And the third great figure in this menorah is Bar Kokhba, shown here, bound by and bent over by the weight of his rebellion against Rome, which ultimately would be unsuccessful as well. We have lots of sources for this. We also have some great archaeological sources discovered by Yigael Yadin, the chief of staff of the Israeli army, and also a world-renowned archaeologist. I'm going to zip through a little bit of this here. One last detail I should mention here. The Gemara has a lot to say about Bar Kokhba. Fascinating how he says that his soldiers were so well trained that in order to get into the army, you had to pick up a sapling out of the ground while riding a horse, that they would actually amputate their thumbs. I don't know exactly why. I never quite understood the Gemara.
Well, I'm awake. How you living, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. How's your day going? Are you gonna play any Grand Theft Auto? Are you gonna play any Grand Theft Auto? Yeah. Are you gonna play any Grand Theft Auto?
I just can't hear you all.
Are you going to play any Grand Theft Auto?
I'm trying to figure which stream is the best. Oh, there we go. This one.
Are you going to play any Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, I'm trying to load it right now, but
all right, well, get that shit together and I'll watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna check in and see what's going on. I have a few people live on Kick that are streaming some gambling content. So, see if I can join on.
All right, Pitbull.
I'll probably just mute.
Sounds like
I don't know why, but it's taking like 10 minutes. It doesn't want to load.
Okay. Well, when you get it figured out, let me know.
Well, famously thought that Bar Kokhba might even be Mashiach. He might even be the anointed one to lead the Jews. And another figure, Yosef ben Gugada, said to him, Akiva, grass will grow from your cheeks before Bar Kokhba is Mashiach, which means to say you'll be long dead before anyone like Bar Kokhba becomes Mashiach. At any rate, the causes of the war are something of a dispute. They're definitely associated with Emperor Hadrian, who visited Judea in the 120s and then came back to deal with the war. It's not clear whether it was a result of persecution or the persecution came after, but this was definitely a period of phenomenal attacks on the Jews. This is the period of the Asara Malchus, the martyrdom of the 10 martyrs of the state, Rebbe Akiva's horrific death, Rabbi Hanina ben Teradion's horrific death. We talked about them in the keynotes this morning. This is all associated with this last and final war against Rome. The Bar Kokhba used the network of caves in the Dead Sea to mount guerrilla attacks, which were originally successful against the Romans in 66, and were a far better use of strategy than anything else. And he was able to hold out for a very long time. These are some coins that were minted by Bar Kokhba. They're not actually minted. What they would do is they would take Roman coins, heat them up, and then stamp new impressions on them. And they were, religious things like images of the temple and so on. Also, there's a little star on the top here that is his own symbol, Bar Kokhba. Let me just conclude here. Ultimately, the war, the Romans were able to completely crush this rebellion as well at tremendous cost. They had to bring a legion all the way from England to be able to handle it because they didn't have enough forces in the Mediterranean to be able to put it. And famously, Hadrian, when he reported on the war to the Senate, apparently there's a series of phrases that you have to say. He specifically omitted the phrase "Mihi et legiones bene." I and my soldiers are well. He was not willing to say that because Bar Kokhba had given them quite a beating. Ultimately, though, the war would be lost with the last great battle in Beitar, shown here. The Gemara says that the savagery of the Roman vengeance on the Bar Kokhba rebels was so great that the streets ran with blood. And that's, of course, what we commemorate in our benching today, the Barakah Toba. I'd like to conclude with these three images, and that will bring us to Mara, to Minta. Thinking about the wars, we have this image. This is actually a tombstone that was discovered just south of Rome, dating from the 1st century of the Common Era, around the year 95. And the inscription in Latin says, this is the grave of Claudia Aster, her name is probably Esther, prisoner from Jerusalem. It was set up by Tiberius Claudius Proculus, her husband, who was an imperial freedman. He was probably one of the Jewish slaves who later gained citizenship. He took care of the epitaph. I ask you, make sure through the law that you take care that no one cast down my inscription. She lived 25 years. This is a grave of a young girl who's probably, based on the year, she was probably 7 or 8 years old, taken captive from Jerusalem, along with what Josephus reasonably says about 100,000 Jews, and shipped off to slavery in Rome. And then we have this document, which is actually a deed of sale to a woman named Babatha, who was a refugee hiding in the caves with the Bar Kokhba rebels. She gathered with her everything that was important to her, various documents, about 34 of them, and before the Romans attacked and destroyed the rebels living in the cave there, she buried them, and they were discovered, and we found a log about her specific life as a regular Jewish woman.
What'd you say, Pam?
And finally, this last image, which just appeared yesterday.
I was looking on Instagram. Someone's making an ice scoop out of a Johnny Walker Blue Label bottle.
There you go.
These times of Israel, a half shekel coin from the revolt against the Romans 2 millennia ago, discovered in a desert cave. The inscription in Paleo Hebrew says, "For the freedom of Jerusalem." And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance over this 90 minutes reviewing the wars against the Romans. And let us hope that this has been meaningful for you, but that we never have to have this kind of gathering again.
Make it work.
And he doesn't get absolutely starched in 30 seconds.
Thank you, Dr. Abramson, for all his efforts and
Interesting.
The whole time. Oh, there was like 5-6 minutes that I was forced to not pay attention, and I need to catch up on that. So I hope I can follow up with you.
Maybe this is the first stage of
all happened already.
Well, we're not sure it will be. We're going to try it and see what happens. Okay.
No, I don't think we can.
All right, so that's that. And let's do this here. Okay, and let's just see if this works. One rabbi will easily be ready to go. Whenever you are ready, there's a microphone here. We're live.
Are we live? Okay. Okay, welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of our Tshuva lecture series together with Dr. Noam, with Dr. Abramson. Really grateful for all you guys being here and those who are watching at home. I had a conversation with my Rebbe this past week. We were talking about some potential additions, whether we should add to the Matzah. And there's some discussions about the Ravs or Salveichik practices. And I said to my Rebbe, I said, I think for a lot of people in the shul, just getting them to say the words we have, not adding more, is probably enough. I said, tefillah these days is hard enough. And he had a line to me about Shana that I thought was very sharp. He said, it's not halavai they say the words of the city. It's halavai they do truth. And I think that he caught me. He was giving me a muster, but he wasn't intending to. Like, one could go through Rosh Hashanah, not clap one off face, and not really do any tshuva, because they never say anywhere in Rana to do tshuva. And so I might have a reminder that the goal of all of this davening and all the time that we're spending together over the course of the weeks is really to engage in the process of tshuva. Different opinions of what tshuva means, but ultimately we're trying to connect better with ourselves, each other, with the Bari Olam. Dr. Emerson really prompted having this mini series, and tonight we're going to be taking a deep dive into Tomer Devorah. And with Dr. Abrahamson, we're very grateful for him for sharing his time, his wisdom, expertise with us. And there's a bonus. We have some merch for those who came. Dr. Abrahamson actually published a book on Tomer Devorah, and we offer for those who are interested. He has some free copies here up front for those who want. So signed, you know where he lives now. So signed, yeah, that might not be free. If anyone like a copy of Dr. Winston's book, so they are here in front. But we're grateful not just for having the book, to know the man, but be able to learn live together with Dr. Winston.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate the introduction, and thank you all for coming early. I only bought a small number of books, so I think there's probably that to be passed around right now. So those of you who are early, just get one, and everyone else will be sad. So my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of an experiment technologically by live streaming this on YouTube, and I'm not sure it'll work, but we'll have a go at it. At any rate, what I'm going to try definitely do is to move this down here so it's not quite so. And I move it. No, that moves the wrong thing. Here we go. Oh, there we go. And how do I move it? Pardon me, everyone online for sharing it while I look. Okay, so my goal for tonight is, as you can see from the Prezi, we're going to do a little bit of history first. I want to talk about this remarkable, amazing 16th century master Kabbalistic text called Tomer Devorah. It is a work that really deserves a lot more attention. In my humble and limited understanding of the literary traditions of world religions, it is just a gloriously, supremely wonderful book that talks about something that I don't know any other tradition that has anything similar. It really is something unusual, and it deserves a lot more attention. So we're going to talk just a little bit about what the book is. We're going to place it in its historical setting in the famous Safed Circle of Tzfat in northern Israel, which is in itself a fascinating historical chapter in Jewish intellectual history. And then I'm going to take you all out 101. So if there's anyone in the room who is under 40, if possible, this is your chance to leave right now. Although the truth is that the author of Tomer Devorah was a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onward. He felt that 40 was already, it's too late now. Only when you're 20 is when you can really get into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to the Tomer Devorah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 distinct strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could spend, literally could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just look at my favorite 4, and then we'll wrap it up for the night. So I hope this will be. I can tell you that it is something really important for me. I first encountered Tomer Devorah. I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy in my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, ooh, this is, am I allowed to even look at this? And I started looking over my shoulder, kind of like, can I get a brown paper bag? Maybe I can bring it home like that. But the first 12 pages just blew me away. It was so overwhelming. It was so amazing that, as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and I got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed my life, and I think it has the potential to change anyone's life. It's really a phenomenal work. Change the relationships with the people around you, change your relationship with God, you maybe even change your relationship with yourself. I will not say that, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment again. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot, and it's really, given me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life and continue to benefit from it. Okay, so let's look at the book itself. Click on the screen here, and let's see, here we go. So the book itself, here is the Editio Princeps, the first printing, came out in Venezia, in Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The Remarque, who will go into his biography a little bit in a second, he had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named
Yo,
Gedalia.
Crimes.
And
If
they
you're
were
not speaking in here,
desperately
can you just mute yourself?
impoverished by the devastating plagues that
Thank you.
ravaged northern Israel at the time. And they sold all of his manuscripts to a real Talmud Chacham, a real scholar who was a collector named Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that the Ramak, the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he says, like, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then he'll only list one. And there's actually a couple of wrong citations from the Gemara, so you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. The strange title Tomer Devorah, the palm tree of Devorah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak himself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Devorah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work, which was published earlier, called Elima Rabati, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and this section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we can go into greater detail. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes you think that he comes from Cordoba in southern Spain. That's probably incorrect. As you can see from the spelling here, and we'll see it also on his Matseva, his gravestone, it's Cordoero. It's a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce in Hebrew, so it was sort of mangled into Cordovero, and that has become the standard, even though it's probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalach HaKodesh, the holy Rabbi Horowitz, who wrote a massive, very popular collection of hashkafic and halachic essays, and he basically said, this book, Tomer Devorah, is so amazing, I'm now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalach HaKodesh, and because it is a very short book. The entirety of Tomer Devorah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Kovas and Levavos, and Silas Yesharim, and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos. But they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the reader. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians tend to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, but Shevet Musar, the rod of Musar, like to beat you with the shape. Others is kind of like Gadlus Ha'adam, the greatness of humanity and things like that. So this is a particular genre started by the Ramak, Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world, and what is the soul, and what is the afterlife? It's not theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what he really started with. The fundamental premise of Tomer Devorah is it's an exploration of the concept V'halachta b'drachav, and you shall walk in his ways, meaning you shall imitate God, or to use the Latin term imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. So the Ramak asks a really important question. If we have this idea that we are supposed to follow God's ways, so how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to like be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, making decisions over who lives and who dies and plagues and things like that? Those are all things that Hashem does. And Tanakh, how do we know which actions to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first you have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship, then we can say, all right, now we know what we have to imitate. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, so you know how to imitate God. And it is overwhelming as a show. So when was this book written? There was a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Spot. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. You can see here, this section here in this green, which includes, of course, Israel, and Spot is right here, sort of in the central north of Israel, towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor offered the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back really to antiquity, and also the Eastern Mediterranean. They're working with textiles. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmatas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is sort of a nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to
just
Spot.
people have joined me over the past few weeks.
Generous tax policies to be involved in import and export of textiles. This was joined with a terribly negative event in Jewish history, the Gelush.
You can ask, take a name. Have you stayed away from the bottle?
Oh, yeah.
Have you stayed away from gambling?
About that.
What happened?
There's a reason I'm in the server right now.
Where's your boy? Where's Buckets?
Oh, Nets.
Nets, yeah.
He's I don't know, fucking around with this girl that was moving.
Yeah, Doug, he's obsessed. No,
You
Doug.
hear
I didn't hear it from you. I'll say he's obsessed with this bitch.
Yeah. He's having some hard times.
Okay, so what are you gonna do?
Some PC game.
Dude, you already know that this site sucks.
Huh?
You already know that. You already know this site sucks.
Well, what else is there, boy?
Sports gambling.
I could get you a steak deal. Another deal.
Oh, yeah? How's that work?
I could just get you like the first deposit at 100% match for $4,000.
Alright, how do I do that?
Is it cool that I send them the link out, Rabbi?
Go for it.
Yeah, DM me it. I'm right by his right hand man, boy. Hey, Rabbi, when can I have one?
Oh, it'll take years for that, son.
Well, what do you mean it'll take years? I'll bring more people in.
What's stopping you from doing that now?
Okay, I sent you the link, but just go and make a ticket after you verify it, and then make sure you tell them to send you 60. You don't have an account within a couple days. You just tell them what you want. That's like they're used to. And I don't think they need as much information as they used to. But they used to make you need a big email, like a new one. But I think they do that. But yeah, you can get a stake on an account that'll be under the best code, the stake in general, like anywhere on stake, but you do not find better code.
I'm confused.
It's like an affiliate code.
Yeah, what code?
Like go to big codes. If you just like click the link, they'll make you an account. You just take that code.
So the code is Big Phillips?
Yeah, but they'll make you a level 2 verified account. Yeah, they
make the account, then what do I do?
You just go into that Discord, you open up the ticket, and they can go. And then they hand you over all the fucking information for it. You change the password and all that shit. Get it to FA or whatever.
Oh shit.
A bunch of streamers. Like right now, they shot with like four people. But there's 2 live streamers going right now that have like their own house.
What do I tell them to ticket? I want to join.com.
Yeah, it's just like, so you go to the make a ticket area, it's a open ticket, you go to join code Bigfoot and say, hey, I'd like to join for that.
What's your name?
Just, yeah, Brian 16.
Okay.
But I mean, like, I've been on here for like 3 months. We have for every $250 that you wager, you get a raffle ticket. Well, for every month, which resets. So you get for every $250 you wager, you get a raffle ticket. For every $10,000 you wager, you get $10. It's usually USDC quality.
And level 2 verify it because it's pretty hard to do that.
Well, they have a they get good.
Oh, okay. Do you ever have like a? What happens if you have to re-verify it?
Any questions you have, for sure, but I'll answer as best.
Okay.
I just appreciate the sign up. If you get the account, I'm a broke ass right now, so I'm not a broke ass. I do a lot of fucking.
Yeah, they said give me a few hours and I'll respond with your account.
Yeah, they've gotten a lot faster. But they've gotten better. I've just been looking for like a $330,000 loan. Yeah, but it's only going to be that $30,000 loan for fucking gambling. I swear to God, it's either going to be 20 minutes or it's going to be like 3 hours before I pay that. I swear, like it's either going to be really fast or I'm going to fucking be a slave for the rest of my life.
Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
tell this man how my limbo session went.
Dog, have you ever seen someone deep throat a large scale kielbasa? That's what this motherfucker did. He's terrible at it.
What the fuck? His what sesh? What was he doing? I'm so disturbed.
It was essentially a deep throat put to a gambling session. It was terrible. If you ever want to watch somebody lose, if you ever want to watch anybody lose a lot of money quickly, my man Retro Raid is the king of doing that. He'll be up $3,200. You'll blink, and he'll be at zero.
That is kind of gambling, isn't it?
What's somebody lose something?
Retro Raid, why don't you play on a... Since you like gambling so much, why don't you just play on a casino that doesn't take money?
Yeah, of course.
Well, they just...
CSGO cases?
Exactly.
CSGO cases?
They just have...
That's still gambling.
They just have points, and then you just earn enough points to buy stuff.
Sounds like you're trying to say gambling.
I am.
No, that's actually a thing. It's called like if you go to hacksaw.com or pragmaticplay.com, they have software tournaments where if you play the demo slot, you get.
But they won't even pay me, bro. Like I gotta figure out how to get paid. So good.
I went on there. I won like $1,000 on there before.
I live in the U.S. Like how do you fucking verify?
I am in the U.S.
How do you verify for the bitches, bro? I won on Prag.
Verifjules.net.
I swear they didn't give me that shit, bro. But I don't know. Maybe because it was the pragmatic. No, it might have been the blue guy.
The same site.
Yeah, because I used to play on the pragmatic socials and stuff like that.
Pick that site out. They used to work for Steak. They didn't work for Steak anymore.
Yeah. Fucking help me got my $50 or my €50. €50 is probably like $70, $80, right? I'm pretty sure euros more like worth more than dollars.
Expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but the Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extremely draconian policies of forced conversion. We don't know for sure, but it is most likely that the Ramak was the child, he was born in 1522, of refugees from Portugal. He spoke Portuguese.
Are you playing?
And this meant that they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves.
We shouldn't have to do it. I got Richard, Eric, moderators in chat.
All right, I want to see you get your shit together in Grand Theft Auto. I want to see you have a sniper battle against people. Oh, what is this garbage? Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, I want to be playing Battlefield, bro.
Doug, we want you to be playing Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, it's amazing. And then I want to see you sniping guys.
The Battlefield was so much fun. I don't know. This weekend is going to be fucking lit. Like, I swear to God, I'm going to go fucking figure out so much fun. Like, I got like 90 and like 30, 90 and 30. It was so much fun. It's fun. Healing people. I feel like Battlefield's supposed to be a safe thing.
Do you know how sick it is when you play Grand Theft Auto against other people with sniper rifles?
I mean, like, yeah, but I got my ass plowed before. I mean, like, I was lucky that dude yesterday was just
Right.
Like,
that's why you need to up your game.
Use the crap out of me.
That's why you need to up your game.
But like, I just got this like nice little choice. So I'm trying to be like cracked. But I had like a 4K monitor and like another desktop and shit.
All I hear, All I hear are excuses. I embrace solutions. That's cool though. This game's neat. What is it called?
Rainbow Six. It's
Oh.
a Tom Clancy game.
Yeah, dude. Of course. Okay, so I have some questions because this game rules. I used to play it on N64. Do you get to go in with a team?
You say you have questions?
Yeah. Yeah, I do have questions. So I used to play this on N64.
Yeah, so it's a 5-5-5, 5 situations. This is on the match. I got going on is that I basically don't have an operator, but every character has different gadgets and stuff. My gadgets is that I have 2 more gadgets rather than just having one gadget, it's a special gadget. So I have these tech activates and I have a C4 and lady can heal people. And then there's a guy with a shield I can heal around his corner.
All right, well, fuck them up. Fuck them up. They got you.
That lady, her name's Bravo. She did a drone that brings like this camera routines. And then it becomes her.
Can she shoot out of the? Can she shoot out? Can she shoot out of the camera?
The camera can shoot like a EMP blast that will activate some tokens.
Okay.
But there is another gadget that's able to shoot lasers.
That's tight. So is it one guy left?
Yeah, one guy on their team. The guy who killed.
And how many guys? How many guys on your team?
Every scenario is 5v5.
No, I know. How many guys are? I know. How many guys are left on your team? So it's 2 versus 1.
You're gonna come in through that window. Oh wait, the window that I got.
Can you shoot through all the walls?
Only the soft walls.
Okay.
You see those metal plates? We put those down. Sometimes they're automatically there for quick touch. But for rank, you have to put down all the walls there. So she came in through the library.
Oh, there they are.
They traded.
All right, you ready to fuck shit up?
I'm just trying to get this. I'm just feeding for Battlefield. I'm not gonna lie. I just don't even English is so much fun. But they have these breakthrough game modes where there's 2 different positions that you need to take over, and then you're either the people that have the what's it called? When you have a certain amount of troops, and then you got to take over that one of those 2, or you got to take both of them before you lose your troops, or else you lose. And every time you take over a section, you move further into the map to find 2 more sections, and you troop reset, or vice versa. It's just really fun because everybody's non-stop spawning towards 2 positions. It's just you can get so many kills. At least this weekend, I was just feeling I top fragged the games. Everybody else on my teams were doing it. So I was just is this just the game mode, or am I getting something? But I think everybody was just honest because it was just so much fun. This shit is so boring. I get 2 kills per round. I murdered 10 people before I died. Each side. That shit was so much fun. More realistic, less cartoon, more gritty. This shit looks like fucking cartoon. recipe stuff. Bro really killed himself trying to come get me. What the hell? Oh my God. That was so retarded. Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I wanted to kill the guy. What was he doing? What? Hey, where you at, Bill?
Welcome. How are you, Omega Pro Gamer?
Right now. Hi, Rabbi. I love you.
I love me too. What's up, pimp?
Rabbi, I good to you. Rabbi, that wasn't. Are you stupid and recorded?
Calm down. How'd you guys find out about me? I'll get the fuck out of here. It's fine. What up? What up? How are you?
Rabbi.
What up, pimp? What's good, son? How are you? Jordix, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. How'd you find out about me?
My friend.
How'd your friend find out about me? Jordix, how'd your friend find
The e-girl server.
Oh, okay. Are you 18 years old, Jordix?
Yep.
How old are you?
19.
When's your birthday? Go. What's your birthday? Go.
November 30th.
Go.
2000.
Go. That would make you, yeah, you know.
as far as like making it less dangerous, I just think it's moving America in the wrong direction. I just think people would be so much better. I'm not saying there's not a use for marijuana. There definitely is in cases. I just think we'd be so much better off if instead of smoking marijuana, instead of drinking that fucking whiskey chip, if you just put your fucking tennis shoes on and you go for it. And if you can get the same euphoric feeling, you get the same endorphins, whatever drug choice or alcohol choice, if you do something hard that makes you sweat, you get the same endorphins. There's a reason why so many ads are doing all these things right because you get the same endorphins. There's ways to do it. You're gonna smoke and sit on your couch and be unproductive and scroll Twitter, Instagram, dumb shit. I just don't see it. I don't get it. I don't get the movement. I don't think it puts the mothership in productive direction. I don't get it. But I did. Other than that, I did. That was the month of birthdays. The mothership thing. They had their headliners Friday, Saturday. Yeah, so you just okay, and that's great. They have a bunch of shit. That's fine. Crowds are always great. But other than that, I didn't do a thing. That's nice. Like, yeah, but, like yesterday, I was like, some days you just, when I say I had no motivation, I mean, even getting up. Like, that's not like depression level. I didn't think it's just, I wasn't feeling that good. I wasn't well, maybe a little bit. And I was sitting there and I was like, and then I was like, I should write some stand up. And when I tell you that I was about as funny as fucking, see, I can't think of something as funny as me. Yeah, I had Sunday blues. I love it. That's a problem. The heat doesn't help. I don't know. Yeah, the heat's still on. I love it. I'm just saying it just didn't make me want to get up and go. But it was also just, usually I hate makes me want to do it. It's cold outside. I don't know shit. Once in church, we used to call it a touch of the black dog. I haven't touched the black dog. Maybe the black dog is a crush. UFC's popping. We're gonna come out the gate hot here. We're gonna come out the gate hot. I'll do a full breakdown of UFC 319 with Jesse on fire. We'll do it for all the big pay-per-views, but we're gonna come out the gate hot here. The kid's just too good at internet these days. You're not gonna catch them in every facet. They're right up there for the big boys. They're right up there with the big boys. What's the difference? So you know when the WNBA wore shirts the same page what we're worth. The WNBA could have went because of culture insurance company threats and potential savings will vary not in the most dangerous situations with wrestling. Sometimes I'm fucking right on the nose, and a lot of times I'm off, and it's tough to predict. So, let's get to the next fucking last thing tomorrow. Where's my family? I'll tell you this right now. Because you know, fuck you, John.
Yeah, head out for now, but I hope you're not.
If Dana was scared of you, trust me, he would have bet that he one time spent some of my TRX. There's a kind of like the culty antitrust lawsuit to teacher in a new one. That thing's ish. TRX. That thing's ish. It's bad. That thing's ish. I got my TRX now. I got a new one. I got big wheels. The tires. They're 39-inch tires. You gotta go to eat. Did you get that after you saw mine? Yes. It's me. You saw it. You saw that. Yes, I'm getting the TRX. Why? TRX. That thing's ish. It's bad. That thing's ish. I got my TRX now. I got a new one. I got big wheels. The tires. They're 39-inch tires. You gotta go to eat. Did you get that after you saw mine? Yes. It's me. You saw it. You saw it. That's what you did. TRX. That thing's ish. It's bad. Big wheels. Tires. 40-inch tires. You saw mine? It's me. You saw it. You saw that. That's what you did. Company among those guys, guess what podcast they're listening to today. You know, it feels like they were like in the manosphere before there was such a thing, or they were like waiting for their cultural moment to come along. Those guys have a podcast. They have a podcast. They have a very hid podcast, but it's the clown that calls it out, and it is fucking great. But also, like, you think of it, just the culture clash. UFC is a proven pay-per-view success and business model. They would never give that up. Outside all the media ideas, and then you'll get just. UFC is a proven pay-per-view success and business model. They would never give that up. Inside all the media ideas to Netflix include pay-per-view. Because let's say 4 years it doesn't work out, and then like, oh, hey, you know that Netflix you're paying for every month, and you included our fights, well, go back to pay-per-view. That's just bad business. Get that out of your head now. It's all these reports are on. I can guarantee that. A few moments later. And then you get to us. success as a businessman, they would never, ever give that up. And find all their your ideas to Netflix and go pay-per-view. Because let's say 4 years it doesn't work out, and then like, oh, hey, remember that Netflix you're paying for every month? And it included our fights? Well, go back to pay-per-view. Never. It's just bad business. Get that out of your head now. So these reports are I can guarantee that.
Welcome. How are you?
Hello.
How you doing? Excellent. We're just chilling. Feel free to enjoy.
We don't know whether he possibly himself born in Portugal or born in Svat. He was definitely raised in Svat. We know he was there from when he was about 16 years old. But they were, I like to think of that generation sort of like being related to this horrific Jewish history, quickly as we are related to the Holocaust. You know, the difficulties in comparing these two events, but they were both considered like earth-shattering events for the Jews of their time. And so he was like a first-generation survivor, maybe second-generation survivor from Ger Sfard, and they landed in Svat, where they were deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research and especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade out for the expansion of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were supported by wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos and synagogues and so on. And the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, was one of them. Sfat itself was kind of like a nothing town until then. And in fact, it was sort of like a blip on the oscilloscope of Jewish history, because it really has no significant history prior to this period. It doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example. The term Tzfat probably comes from the word sofeh, which means to look out, because it is quite elevated. All around it, but it really has no significant Jewish history until the 1520s, and then it becomes an incredible place of Jewish energy and spirituality and creativity for about 50 years, and then there's a series of plagues that just wash through, killing, among others, the Ramak, and then it dies down again. And it's always kind of like, since the 1970s, it's kind of like been in a retrospective mood, looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible genius. You have to imagine the number of scholars that came there. And specifically, lots of Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who had endured the great expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas, and they put themselves all together in this tiny town on a hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, the tremendous leap during this time, the Ramak itself was one of the major leaders because he wrote a particular book, which was published in his lifetime and gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimonim, the orchard of pomegranates, in which he basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in the texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a 2-volume work, this is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle 1, the general principle 2, and so on. And all of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of succor, some kind of support spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which is like, I can't even imagine I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together in one idea? But it was like, oh my gosh, I understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he graphed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic, and he was known as the go-to person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a photograph of raves that appear in Spot. Distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prophylactic against the Yetzer Hara. No, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. So please, just to give you a sense of who is in Safat at this time and what are they doing. This is another section of the famous graveyard of Safat, and we see here right at the bottom, right, Rabbi Moshe Yaakov Cordoero. He is father of Kabbalah. He was the origin of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who came a little later. Yosef Karo had made Constantinople, but he ended the Shulchan Aruch and a master Kabbalist himself. So here is the Ramah. Here is Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the Lecha Dodi L'Krasa, that we sing every Jews. This was his brother-in-law. And the two of them, strange kind of habit that they would go called gerushin, or literally divorces or exiles, and they would go and wander throughout the in the region of Tzfat, and they would just and the Ramak wrote this. He wrote a book called Sefer Gerushin, in which he described travels with his brother-in-law, who also was Rebbe, and they walk along until they special spiritual influences, and then they would sit down and they would daven or say them, and they would stay there for an indefinite time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff that in Tzfat. And the holiness of the people, Kabbalistic activities like this Gerushin type activity, created a kind of spiritualism where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to island filings to amen. One of the greatest of them, of course, was the Ari HaKodesh, the great Isaac Luria, Isaac Ashkenazi, who came from Cairo, the region of Cairo, specifically to study with the Ramak. The Ramak was the Arizal's Rebbe. They learned together for about 9 months before the Ramak died. The Arizal died shortly thereafter. But the Arizal, according to his student, Rabbi Chaim Vital, always considered that brief encounter with the Ramak, that the Ramak was his Rebbe. So we're talking right now about the roots of 16th century Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is heavily dependent upon the Ramak. Okay, so that's sort of like the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the woo-woo part of tonight's lecture, looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah and then how it relates to our behavior before Rosh Hashanah. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Most of the biographical details of his life, we have, first of all, his own writings, and he writes some autobiographical information like the Sefer Gerushin. We also have the testimony of the collector who purchased all his manuscripts, Rabbi Moshe Bassal. Why is I'm not used to speaking so late lately? Because you're here, my wife is here, so I'm a little nervous. But Moshe Bassalo, he wrote quite a bit, because he published this Tomer Devorah, and everyone was saying, "My gosh, who wrote this amazing book?" And so he had to produce data about it. We missed a lot of really important things. We don't know, for example, his wife's name. We don't know if he had other children beside Gedalia, who was the lone exec entry. Printing is around now, so it is possible to put together a lot of details about his life. Also, there's a strong hagiographic tradition, right? Like when you have a Rebbe like the Mak or the Arizal, you write down all these personal details about them because, you revere them. So we do have quite a bit of data that way. Not as much as we'd like, quite a bit. That was an easy question. Do you have a hard question? No hard question, right? Okay. All right, so you ready for the different now, the woo-woo stuff? Okay, so here's the fundamental question of Kabbalah, and also really the fundamental question of any monotheistic religion. If we believe God is infinite, then how does an infinite being translate if God truly has no boundaries whatsoever? Then what am I? Am
I either somehow completely subsumed within God, because it doesn't feel like that. Most of the time, I feel quite distinct from God. Sometimes I feel really good, but no, mainly I feel quite distinct from God. I know there is, I feel like the table, I mean, it's TV, isn't this? This is not God, right? So how is that bridge between infinite and finite crossed? How do you get from A to B? So the Kabbalists, you see this really in very, very early sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Ramak and Pardes Ramonim. God, as it were, engaged in a process of self-contraction called tzimtzum, shrinking, in which, you know, if you remember your high school biology, kind of like the reverse of like when the paramecium swallows up something else, God, as it were, opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a not God place. But then, if God is not in that place, how can anything exist there? What exists other than God? So then God reinserts himself, and then there's lots of diagrams of this in the usually you see like these big concentric circles with a tiny little drop coming into the center and things like that. God reinserts himself into that vacuum, and that is the physical world that we live in. It's kind of like an intentional removal of God and then careful reapplication of God, but in a very different way. How so? The metaphor that's frequently used is that of the sphirot, which are these successive sort of containers of godliness that eventually translate into the material world. You may have heard of the famous doctrine of Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels, which basically goes like this, that God, as it were, the metaphor is God like pours hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot is unable to contain the hot oil, right? Because you have to imagine the hot oil is like the infinity of God. The ceramic pot is the attempt to create a finite container, but it can't handle it. It's overwhelming. So the pot smashes, the pot shatters. If ever you've ever been to the Soviet Union, they used to serve tea in like glass cups, and like 1 in every 4 or 5 cups would certainly shatter when they put the hot water in. So it was like that. So the first container, which is Keter, well, let's just assume it's Keter for now. There are some exceptions. It shatters, and that rains down a mixture of that hot oil, which is like godliness, together with the material of the keli, of the vessel, and it falls into another clay vessel. But it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters, and then that means you have a mixture of the first 2 vessels with the light of godliness, goes to a third pot, a fourth, until finally, by the time you get to the bottom, Malchut, which is where we live, then finally the oil has cooled through its interaction with the broken pots, and then it can exist in this world. And so the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer or this stender, is a mixture of the material dross of the broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows it to contain its existence. There are 4 levels of existence. There's those who speak, which is the highest level of humanity. Then there is those who walk, that's like animals, the second highest. The third level is vegetation, and the 4th level is domain, silent. And even silent things, meaning rocks and chairs and things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's just so heavily, heavily weighed down by materialism, literally material, that it cannot be, separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramak and his student, the Arizal. One of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim who follow the Arizal, not follow the Ramak, because the Arizal, and I don't really understand this, I'm really talking without knowledge, but the Arizal portrays the whole process as some kind of strange cosmic accident. I don't really understand how that works, but the idea is that the universe, by the way the Arizal describes it, has been set on fire, and we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material, and the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks.
This gives Hasidism, in particular Chabad Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvahs and have people put on tefillin on the street and give out Shabbos candles, because every time you do a mitzvah, you are releasing the holiness, you're allowing it to flow upwards to its original source. The Ramak has a much more kind of sedate approach in which he says, no, it's not an accident. This is the way in which God intended it. This is the way the universe is designed. It's not at all any kind of like crisis. So it's not as easy a sell for followers. I'll give you one more metaphor that I think is even a little better for understanding this idea of the Sphirot, is that, okay, so you can't look at the sun with the naked eye, right? It's way too powerful. It burns out your retina. You can't do it. So what you can do is you can get a mirror, and you can like hold up the mirror, and you can sort of glance at the reflection of the mirror in a passing way. Because the mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it, right? Because it's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of a coloration, a little bit of a dulling, and so on. It's still too strong to look at it steadily, though. So you get another mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection of the sun, easier. And then if you have 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine, then finally at the bottom in Malchut, you can, as it were, live in regular sunlight because of the dilution of the light through all these areas. So that's kind of like Kabbalah 101, Shviras HaKelim, and now let's try to understand how does that relate to what the Ramak is saying. So the Ramak is saying, you recall that, we have to know who God is in order to imitate him. But it is philosophically impossible for us to know who God is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. The only thing that we can say about God, to the Kabbalists, is we can say something about the way in which God interacts with our physical universe. We can observe God, as it were, like if you're a physicist, they have those bubble chambers. You can't see an electron, but if you put it in one of these bubble chambers, you can see the path that it took, right? Or the biblical metaphor, you can't see my face and live, but you can see my behind. You can see where I've been. So the Sphirot are God's communication to the universe. The Sphirot is God saying, I could have created the universe in any way I wanted.
Retrograde, where the fuck were you?
I chose the Sphirot for a reason. Because you're supposed to know what these Sphirot mean and translate them into your life. And as you can see, they all have names, right? Keter means the crown, Chokhmah is wisdom, Bina is understanding, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, and so on. They all mean different things. There are lots of correspondences,
bank account, and you should know
like that. You have to study these things and the various possible permutations of light going through different ways. And from that, says the Ramak, you will be able to understand how to direct your life. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways in which it is just incredibly powerful.
I'm a
So
certified
in
project
his book,
management
Tony
professional.
Deborah, he goes through each one of the spheres and explains this is what
I
God
launched
means
apps on
in
the
terms
App
of
Store and
chesed.
Google Play.
Look at what God
I've had
does
major
with chesed.
contracts with
And now
Fortune
you
100
do
companies,
these things
so
as well.
I've made a good living in my
Phenomenal.
life.
It's really, it's incredible. The first two chapters are about Keter alone, the crown.
Pretty close.
And by the way, you may notice some differences. Chabad follows the Arizal that adds that in the center here. There's no dot.
I wish. I mean, I still have to live within my means.
Keter, the crown, has two qualities. These are the first two qualities with which God
I'm doing okay.
interacts
Why are you
with
so
the
concerned
universe.
about how much money I have?
Amazingly, the first one is mercy.
I'm just curious.
Even before God creates us, he forgives us. Even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, I know they're going to mess up. I'm going to forgive them in advance. So that's what the first chapter is all about, God forgiving us in, of course, the
I do my best to create robots to go viral.
13 distinct
But I've got
ways.
I just had groceries.
So that's what the
I
Ramak is
just
going
had
to do. He's
groceries
going to walk
delivered,
us
so I
through
look
all
at those.
13 of those ways.
I mean,
And then secondly, the chapter
I
2
have
is
found
also
that
a
I get
Keter,
a great
and
amount
it's
of
about
enjoyment
God's humility,
learning,
which is also a
and I like to watch
chapter.
podcasts and
Way too much for us tonight.
lectures and.
But chapter 1 is
I mean,
what
I
we're
do
gonna look at,
like
the
to go
13
outside too. I
attributes
do
of mercy,
that,
because
but when
that's
I'm
the
doing that,
attributes of Keter.
I can't be in the
God's first
Discord.
interaction with the world
And I have
is
to
through
maintain a
forgiveness.
Discord
That's
and
13
make sure
different
people know
ways.
what I'm doing and
So
who I
now
am.
we got to learn those 13 ways and how they apply in our own lives. I'll mention one
When I
last
go
detail.
viral, big
You know,
dog.
you probably memorize the 13
Well, I
attributes
have.
as we say
It's
them on
not
Rosh
really
Hashanah
something
and
I
Yom
like
Kippur,
to do.
maybe 200,000 times, right? Hashem, Hashem, Kel Rachim, Bakan,
You live
Erech,
on the
Bayim,
west side or east side?
those are called in Kabbalah the lower
Of
13
Los
attributes.
Angeles?
Those are the simpler ones, the easier
Oh, you live in
ones,
Los
kind of like
Angeles?
more basic.
Oh,
And they relate to
Orange
like,
County,
you know,
yeah,
our
based
plea
out
for
of Orange County.
sustenance and our plea for, you know, Maslow's
Well, you
hierarchy
live
of
like
needs
5
kind of
hours away.
things. But there is a higher 13 egos that comes from the seventh Parakonicha, which we say only on Tashlech.
When I
and
go
a few other
viral,
places.
I've had people
Mikel
come visit me,
Kamocha, Noseh
and
Aleph
it's
Pesha.
gone well.
You know, that is
So I'm
what
not
the
against
Lamach
it, but
is.
I'd like to go
And
viral
now,
first.
those
I'd
are
like
the
to be
13
able
egos that
to have
explain
money
how
to be
we're
able
supposed
to
to
enjoy
behave
myself.
in Tomer Devorah. Okay, everybody survived
So you
Kabbalah
don't
101.
fuck
I
with
think
me
we only
unless
lost
you're
one person.
Is that how it is, Rabbi?
So,
For
shall
right
we
now,
go on
yeah.
then? We ready? Any other questions before we go on?
100%.
Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Okay. Yeah, with a few years. Okay, so let's do selective strategies. Again, I would love to do all 13 of the strategies, but it would take us way too long, and I'm going to try and stop before 9:15. So I'm just going to choose, I think, 5 of them that are my favorites, that I use frequently, that I think about when I'm angry with someone or something. I think of the Tomer Devorah, and I remember one particular Mida or another, one particular attribute, and I say, yeah, this
45.
it's not like it wipes away my anger.
Yeah.
I can't see anything, right? It says the insulted king. I can't figure out how to move this stuff, so the insulted king. So here's what the Ramak starts with. He starts by telling us a secret that only the angels know. He quotes it in Parties from Morning Well. He says that the name, one of the highest names, you know, we spend a lot of time thinking about names in Judaism. Names are significant, right? We can't even say the Shem HaMeforash, one of the names of God. But the name that the angels use for God is, the angels use among themselves, is they call him the Melech Alud, the insulted king.
Kicking ass, taking
Melech
names.
Ne'elah. Now,
Yeah, I do.
what
How
a
are
strange
you?
name, right? What does that mean? So the Ramak explains that,
I'm doing great.
you know, creation, based on the
Excellent to
Kabbalistic idea, creation is not a one-time thing. We are not deists that believe that God created the world like a clock and wound it up.
Yeah, I
and
watch some
walked away.
baseball.
God is constantly involved in creation. Creation is an eternal process. It's
Okay,
massive.
I'm down for it.
And
Let's do it.
the fact is that nothing at all occurs in the universe unless God gives it energy to happen. Every single breath we
Now
take,
you recognize
every
this
single
$45
beat of
is going
our
to give you like
is
3 hours of entertainment, right?
facilitated by a burst of energy from God. Right?
Instead of you
Medrash
just
that
blowing
not
the
a
money.
blade of grass grows unless there's an angel striking it and saying grow.
Good.
Or grow already. So the energy is constantly flowing to us from God to allow us to do everything we do. And say the Malachim, the angels, that is also true when we choose to do Averos, when we choose to sin.
Okay.
So if
Is
I were to
there,
go to McDonald's
did you just buy,
and
did
have
you
a
just
cheeseburger,
bet straight up?
every single act of peristalsis as I'm swallowing the cheeseburger, God is saying, okay, here you go, here's some more energy. Please don't eat that cheeseburger. Okay, all right, fine, here's some more energy. And God is allowing my heart to beat. God is allowing me to, you know, walk over and say, can I have a shake with that, please? You know, and whatever it is. Every single moment of the Avera is completely supervised by God and completely facilitated by God, even though it's exactly
Well, then
the
he's
opposite
giving you the inside track.
of what
Let's
he
see
has
if it works.
asked me to do. He said no cheeseburgers, and I'm taking the energy he gave me to eat a cheeseburger. And this is why the Malachim look at this and they say, this is astounding. How can God
All right, let's see it.
tolerate this?
What's the
How can
inning?
God tolerate such a chutzpah, such an incredible chutzpah that people would use his energy
Oh,
against
Doug,
him,
so this
to
isn't going to
rebel
last you 3
against
hours.
him. And you can
This is going
think
to last
of
you
the-
like 10 minutes.
the comparable kinds of things in
All right, let's see the
human
screen.
interactions too, you know, like, you know, God forbid, Bo Eleno, if a person has a child with an addiction,
All right, well, it's
and they say to the
tied.
child, you know,
It
I'm going
looks
to give
like
you this money that you need, but please, you know,
The
don't spend it on Vegas or whatever stuff.
Diamondback, or the
And
yeah, the
if you give
Diamondbacks
the
are at
money
the
to the
plate.
child, and the child goes and
spends
There's
the
a
stuff
1-3
on exactly
count.
what you don't want to do. Something which is harmful to
So
them.
that's
And
one
nevertheless,
involved. Or no,
come back
well, you
again,
can't have a
and
1-3
give
count.
money again.
I can't
And
see it very
that's
well.
just the
It's
way
not
that
your
we
fault. It's
interact
mine.
with
Let
God.
me.
The Malachim look at
Adjust
this
my.
nurse and they miscall it. This is the insulting thing. How can you tolerate that?
Wait, it is
And
a
so
1-3
the
count.
metaphor for us, as the Ramak says, is the very first thing that
Or maybe
God
that's not
does
the
in
count.
the
Oh, no, no, no.
creation is He knows
It's
that we're
2
going
outs,
to use
1-1 count.
His energy against Him.
Okay, now it's a
Nevertheless, He
1-2
says,
count.
I understand that going in, and I accept it, and I'm going to allow them to continue.
So that means
I'm
if he gets
hoping that
another
they'll get
strike,
past it, I hope they'll go past
then
it, but
they're
that is
done.
nevertheless what He does, and that's
And
His
it goes
incentive.
to the bottom of the night.
The second level, this is, by the way, I'm going to show you 2 pieces of art from an artist named
Nobody's
Island
on base.
Sky, who's actually very excited about
So
the
top
term
of the
Agora,
ninth,
and
1-2
she did
count.
a 13-part series.
He just hit this
describing
ball for a
each one of
home
the
run.
windows. And some of them, I'll show you 2 of them.
That's
They're
great for
absolutely
you,
fantastic.
dude.
This one is called Let It Go for Now. This is my title for it.
Dude, you
It's
just
the
fucking
Hebrew
have a really good chance to
Avon.
win.
She called it Who's Katega.
Did you not see that?
So this gets also a little bit weird. I'll be Kabbalah.
Dude.
But we have this passage in Pirkei Avos. I'm sure you're very familiar
He
with
hit a home run.
that says that, whenever you do a single mitzvah, you get a
Doug, he just hit a home run. Are you what? Can you fucking hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
If you said a bracha, your parents would say to you something like, oh, you're going to make a big malach if you say a bracha nice and clear and loud, because we have this idea that when you do a mitzvah,
Doug,
deed, you release positive energy into
91.
the universe, which we call a malach, a messenger, or an
I'm
angel,
watching.
if you will. And this is pretty basic, kind of like Kabbalah physics. But the opposite is also true and not often talked about. The Mishnah in Pirkei Avos also says if a person does an Aveira, they create
Dude, they just hit a home
negative
run.
energy being called the Katega. And a
Just now, I was.
or,
Doug, it just gave you
it's
the
also
lead.
called a mazik, a damager. And this negative energy being, the Ramak understands it as a real conscious being, not just
Like you
a
were doing
diffuse
really
energy,
badly.
but some kind of like
You were doing
almost
really badly
demonic
until that
force
just happened.
that's out there to do evil. Because a person did an act, a hateful act, and suddenly that person released this negative energy. And
Because the game's not over.
It brings down sources to suggest that after 120 years,
You still
all
Dog,
those containers
look at he just hit it.
Shalom, they're all waiting for you. And they say to God,
All right,
"Loni Asan,
so you got to get
so-and-so
3
man,
outs,
I belong to this
and then
guy."
you win.
Also called in the Kabbalah an alu.
Okay, and they already got 2 outs,
Because they are like leeches
No.
on your
No,
soul.
they're done now.
Constantly
So now it's the
sucking
other
energy
team that's
from
going to
you
go up.
because
So
you're afraid of these
the
negative
Rangers get the opportunity
So,
to
this is all kind of
either
spooky stuff,
tie the
but this
game
is what
or
works.
win the game.
Ramak says,
They're
as
down
we
1
discussed in
run,
the first level,
and there are
nothing happens
3
in the
outs that
world
they have to get
unless
it in.
God gives it energy. So if nothing can exist without the energy of God, how do these things exist? And we created them initially, but what keeps them going? By
No,
all
I haven't
right,
seen it.
It's a very
they should
thing.
immediately go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to continue living. They're kind of like an energy back, like, you've got some electric circuit that's draining energy, and by right, they should come back to you and say, hey, you created me, I'm a hateful being, I'm
That's
going to make
super
you
tight.
sick. I'm going to take energy from you, and you're going to pay off your energy debt. I'm going to take it out of you. But Hashem is no say avon. Hashem says, oh man, I can't believe, my human being did this terrible.
Dude, you have no idea.
Created this awful,
Fortunate you just
huge
got.
amount of energy drain. I will nevertheless pay the bill.
So
I'll
basically, I
pay
have a good upper rank.
Pisag.
Yeah,
I'll
dog,
make
you
sure
probably
that
have
that
a
being has enough energy to keep
80%
living
chance of winning.
without going back to its creator, drain on the creator, until the creator can
Now,
do proper
I know
tshuva.
you don't like sports
And
betting
that
that much, but you
tshuva
like
is
to
a
bet.
way of
You notice
relieving
that you're not
energy
blowing through money
deficit
like
and
crazy.
bringing it back into balance. So these containers are like
If you could do $45 a night on a game,
like when, in human terms,
you'd pay for your kid to go through college, as opposed to this bullshit that you do, where you don't even know where you're up or down thousands of dollars.
In your life, like let's say, for example, the example I use in my book is someone
And you get like, get out of there, dog. That thing sucks.
and they keep doing the same thing. You know, and you go to
Get out of there.
spot, and there he is again.
Get out of there. It does. Stay on sports betting. Not even sports betting isn't always that consistent, but it's okay. Here you go. So this is big.
Drawn away. But instead, the reminder say no.
That's the first pitch.
Tolerate it. Talk to him
It's
nicely,
strike.
calmly. Give him a chance.
Oh no, it's a ball.
Figure it out on his own. That this is the wrong thing to do. Eventually, he will get there. Don't come down with a ton of bricks on him right away, because that will be devastating.
He's called a catcher. Yeah, he's called a catcher, and you don't hit him. You just throw the ball so that he catches it.
Which I call take care of it personally. The remark here refers to the again, it gets into the very deep Kabbalistic ideas.
But you said Rangers, you meant to say Diamondbacks. You want the Diamondback pitcher to throw the ball past,
forgiveness happens,
or for that Rangers player to hit the ball and just get it out.
And God, as it were, normally for almost everything that has to happen in the world,
did you ever play
T-ball? Like agents. He says, you know, I have all of these malachim that I create,
welcome,
and
Jet
they go
Ski
and
Music.
they make
How
the
are you?
weather run, and they control the stock market, and you know, space lasers, whatever is necessary. The
Jet Ski
malachim
Music. How
do
are you?
those things, but there are some things he does not. We make a big deal about on Pesach, right?
Jet Ski Music.
Hashem says, I'm going to do it myself. I'm not asking anyone to do it for me.
Oh,
so
okay.
when it comes
That's
to
good for you.
Hashem,
That's
even
one
though, you know, we
so now you have like a 90% chance of winning.
And we have lasting damage, like we see in the second level. Hashem will personally get involved.
Yeah, that's right. And then you win.
I'm not above forgiving you. I'm not
$91.
going to just delegate forgiveness to some other creature. I'm going to do it myself. The example that he gives is from Tanakh of the metaphor of washing away the soas benos Sion, the filth of the daughters of Zion. And that's like actually a literal metaphor.
Okay, that's a ball.
Simile. It's a literal metaphor. And
not exactly what you wanted, but not that
here
bad.
of my parents. This is my mother. She should live pretty well. It's my late father. This is.
Yeah, I mean, you have to get it in the strike zone. Okay, that's good. So it's a 1-1.
3 ounces is 3 of these guys losing.
Now he's finally like. He's at Stony Brook University. Touro University has a terrible.
Quit changing it. Go back to the game.
But he's out there scuba diving and things like that. This is when he was about 8 or 9 years
No,
old. He caught a fish.
you don't want to do that.
They closed the bed.
So,
yeah, they would.
And I'm reminded, and the remark speaks this out exactly, that you know there are things that a parent will do. For
you need to be satisfied. It's hard for you to get satisfaction in that thing.
Incredible in terms.
You need to learn to have satisfaction.
Right. You know.
Okay.
I know that.
That's good. No, he'll get him. That's 2 outs. You have a 95% chance of winning.
Especially like when I tell personal stories.
More than that, probably.
I will hint at one. Just hint at it. Okay? When I was about 8 years old, about the age of yours, I guess. And this was like back in the late 60s, early 70s, right? The space age. And my parents bought me like this incredibly
these guys are professionals. They don't miss those.
Which was sort of like a spacesuit. It was like silver in color and it had like flags and like patches. And
all right,
stuff
here
like
we
that.
go.
You know, this is when
that's a strike.
And everything. And I thought it was like the most amazing.
One strike.
You've got like a 96% chance of winning.
I'm walking home
more
from
than that.
From a school one winter's day. And it was like a kind of a
End
yucky
your
fall
time.
day. And I'm wearing my
yeah, but you still don't lose.
suit, which is
Okay,
brand
you're
new.
still like a
And I walked
96%.
Say this is great. I'm wearing my spacesuit. I could go right into the ditch, and I discovered it is not in fact waterproof. And I came home. I was like completely covered
Okay,
in the filth
one more
from
strike.
the ditch. And I walked into the store. My parents had a store, and they lived in an apartment on
They
top.
have
And I was like sopping wet
a
with
speedometer,
ditch
basically.
water. It was cold, right? It was probably, I don't know,
A radar
October time.
detector.
And
There it
my
is.
mother, so saintly,
Strike.
not
No,
a
that was a
word
ball.
of
Okay, 2-2. You have a
racism,
98% chance of winning. 99% chance
out
of
of
winning.
this disgusting clammy thing.
9%.
Into the bath.
If he hits
Not
all
like,
he has to do is
oh,
hit a
take
home
care
run.
of you.
That's not easy to do.
Go, you know, you ruined your brand new snowsuit. But it was just she herself said, "Don't worry, son. I have everything taken care of for you." And that's like when Hashem forgives us. It doesn't like give it to some employee to do it. Just to take care of yourself. He says, "You're ready to be forgiven. I'm going to do it perfectly." Very, very powerful, direct metaphors. Oh my gosh. This
That's
one is
game.
my favorite.
You got.
It's one I use.
You won $91.
And it is from the Puppets.
Tell your boy. Thank you.
And this is actually one of the pieces this was inspired by a discussion with me, like me, and this is supposed to be like my wife.
Get out of here.
It'll take too long for me to give you all of it, but basically Ramon describes a bizarre.
No, I'm not going to watch you do that. You're wasting your kids' money, and it hurts me to see that. You know it, I know it.
125.
No, dog.
125.
Dog, sports betting is fine, so long as you keep it reasonable. This kind of stuff is where you're betting away your paycheck.
Where is the sports? My brain's fried. Sports. Okay, let's see what there is to bet.
Basically every game. Basically every game's going to be done right now.
Well, they have like games that run 24/7.
What games?
Counter-Strike. E-games like Counter-Strike.
How are you going to win?
Table tennis.
You want to bet on table tennis? You don't know anything about table tennis.
Oh, it's over anyway.
Dog, you're
You're
D-gen if you're getting
boxing. Here we go.
You're D-gen if you're getting into
Tyson Fury versus Larry Holmes. E-boxing.
Dog.
This is people playing games.
Yeah.
Dota 2. League of Legends. They got e-soccer though on Counter-Strike.
Dog, you are D-gen. You are D-gen.
Bro, they have e-boxing.
That hook is deep in you.
How much is it on here?
Don't do that, dude. Don't do that. Do you have Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah.
Okay, what I want you to do is play Grand Theft Auto and go in the casino Grand Theft Auto and gamble. I'll watch you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Because then you're gambling a little bit, but it's not hurting you. And you're still, if you win, you get excited because it's more stuff you can spend in the game.
You're funny.
Go get Grand Theft Auto and go to the casino online and start gambling, and I'll watch you.
You're funny. I'm gonna show you how it's really done. I'm wondering why I'm laughing like this. Oh, you're gonna know why. You're funny. You are the funniest of the ever funny.
Of course I am.
No threats. No threats found. Allow. Yes. Man is saying. No protection, no security. Where's that? Where is it? What? Hold on. One second. Let the dogs out. Let the dogs out. Come on, Oscar. Get in here. Jones, are you? Retrograde, yes. Hang in.
Are you gonna play Grand Theft Auto?
About time for it.
Are you gonna play Grand Theft Auto?
Here, give me a second. Yeah.
Okay.
Huh?
Good. I'm gonna watch you gamble in Grand Theft Auto.
Okay. Alright, here we go. No. When it's updating, Grand Theft Auto is updating. I downloaded a gigabyte, I guess.
You're good. No big
3
deal.
minutes remaining.
All right, no big deal. If you just said to yourself, I'm going to give myself a $50 budget.
Said if I do what?
If you give yourself a $50 budget nightly to be able to sports bet, you put your kid through college.
More or less.
Or you could do this bullshit where you get all fucked up and you put thousands of dollars down and blow it.
Alright, it says 1 minute remaining.
Okay.
So we're done.
Give me a summary. What are you going to do? You're going to gamble?
Bang, bang, I'm gonna bang on you.
Are you going to gamble in the Grand Theft Auto? Good.
It's downloading an update.
Okay, are you good at Grand Theft Auto?
Yes, I'm the master of Grand Theft Auto.
Excellent. Pardon me. That's what I want to hear. Do you have 100% completion? Do you have 100% completion?
Yes.
In what games?
I had to restart though because I had to wipe my computer. On GTA?
Yeah, what GTA games do you have 100% completion?
San Andreas, Vice City, GTA 3, GTA Liberty City Stories.
Damn. Okay.
So
you know what?
What's the one on PS3 called?
You know what's up.
I forget that one.
Grand Theft Auto 4?
Yeah, bro. I grew up. Yeah, I grew up off of fucking GTA, bro. I'm not even gonna lie.
So why don't you stream yourself playing Grand Theft Auto on Kick?
I don't have my OBS set up yet. Can't be bothered to set it up just yet.
Doug, it takes like 10 seconds to fucking set that up.
I know, I just couldn't be bothered.
I know. Why are you such a lazy fuck sometimes?
Yeah.
No, literally, I will sit here and walk you through whatever you need with OBS. I'm sure you can figure it out, though. And then you'll be live streaming on Kick simultaneously.
Yeah, I just like my stuff set up a certain way, that's all.
Oh, like not at all? Like it currently
like
is?
when I do it.
Like not at all?
Well, yeah. I gotta have bots and stuff.
You don't need bots. You don't need bots. Quit with that bot bullshit. You don't need bots. Just stream normally.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's something.
All I hear from you are excuses. I embrace solutions.
Yeah, but you're also a project manager.
Certified.
So of course you embrace solutions. You find the solutions for the projects.
1000%, baby.
100% understand it.
Excellent.
Yeah. I mean, I get that.
Have you logged in yet?
It's still downloading.
Okay, I'll be right back. Might take me 10 minutes. I have to get my groceries.
All right. Alhamdulillah.
Hello. Rabbi.
He's picking up groceries.
Oh.
Give him a minute. Yeah. Damn, this been popping. Go up in here. Rabbi, he's getting groceries. The fuck, dude? You know crazy. Damn. Calm the fuck down.
Shut your
Jesus,
stop
right.
fucking nigger. You fucking nigger.
Oh my god, dude.
Stop racism. I hate black people.
Get out of here.
Dude, stop racism. I hate
Yeah, but you with me.
What the? What the?
Oh, is a girl in there? Can you please show the pussy?
Who comes in here and says shit like that, bro?
It was a little bit. No, it was a respect. Like,
hey, who is the Norwegian who's talking like this? Who is the Swedish Norwegian? No, actually, Norwegians talk very slowly. They talk like this.
I can't hear you.
Norwegians talk very slowly.
Hey, come to the fucking UK.
Yo, I'm hacking, man. Hey, DK. Hey, DK. Hey, fuck, DK.
Shut your
DK. Who talk to DK?
Shut your silent ass. Where's Rabbit?
Look at my screen, you fuckers.
Yes, I know.
Oh, my screen's not even sharing. I'll show you screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, nigga.
Look at this screen.
Oh, it's not stable, bro.
It's BC again. Get that.
Oh. 10x or else you're gay.
10x? What the fuck is 10x mean? We just do like 3 hands right here.
Evolution.
BC game.
Do not redeem it! Do not redeem it! Chicken butter, chicken butter, chicken butter.
How could you redeem? How could you
Why
redeem?
did you redeem it? Why did you redeem it?
How could you redeem?
Type in chat. Why did you redeem it? No.
Oh my god. Oh, get fucked. She's got 21. No, she doesn't. She doesn't have 21. Yeah.
No. Trust.
Yeah.
Why did you
She don't have
redeem
it.
it?
Oh my god.
Why did you redeem it?
Shut your bitch ass up, article.
Shut your bitch ass up. Come to Oakland 784.
So,
7th grade.
I mean, if you get 11, 11's an easy double, right? Clearly.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look, she gonna bust. Oh my god, dude.
Fucking nigger.
How does that happen?
I hate them.
It's just because he's black.
She's not. She's Indian, bro.
Same thing.
Real black.
It's not the same thing, bro.
She's brown. I'm not racist, but I hate black people.
She looks so sexy.
Yeah, come on, nigga.
Bro, I can't even get a perfect pair on any of these, man.
Who's the girl in there? Facial pussy.
Stand, hit, split.
I'm gonna get you later.
You see,
You just feel you like that.
Who's Norwegian? Who is speaking the Norwegian?
I'm not Norwegian.
British.
Yo, Swedish. I have a Swedish friend. His name's Mr. Gava. You ever heard of him?
Yeah.
He's the biggest streamer on Kick. Mr. Gava. He's Swedish.
No.
He will talk shit to all of you. That balance is fucked up.
Oh, another Indian nigger.
Why does it say 42? There isn't a $42 bet for 30. Wait. 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, that's 42. I don't know what I'm talking about. What do you do on this? I mean, you clearly double that. Stand that. What do you do on 15? Stand, I guess?
Yeah.
Hey, bust. Oh my god, dude. How?
She's such a nigger.
Okay.
She's sexy. Oh, all in.
All in.
37.
My God, dude. Stand.
On the 38.
Stand. Yes.
Yes. Double get it.
Stand.
Yeah.
17, 18, 18. Come on.
Come on.
11, 14, 24. Let's go.
What's your
Double,
favorite?
double.
Here we go.
Low shiny.
Retro. I don't know. You got me moving. Retro.
What?
What's your favorite?
What does it look like? What does it say in the top left corner?
But don't get
Exactly, you fucking nigger.
I thought we was cool.
We was cool, but calm down. I thought you knew what this was. This ain't the first runaround, girl.
Where you at?
Shut your such
Oh,
a.
you right there. I ain't looking at- Oh, you playing blackjack. Okay.
Like, stand.
Oh, you're gangster. Wait,
On a 14,
oh, you're
you better to win the hand. Look, 9, bust. Oh my God.
Who's playing? Oh, you talking to them?
such a nigger.
Nine, 7, 16. 9's a double. 7's a double. 16's a stand. Oh my God, bro. There we go. Easy bread. Bro, my ass hurts right now.
What did you kill?
This game is what it is.
Yeah, but how much you get? Sorry.
90.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, 900 kroner. Oh. Yeah. He said, oh, he knows how much kroner is.
Yes.
You guys ever heard of Espen Lee?
No, what is that?
He's the money man. He's a mercenary. He's a money collector. His name's Espen Lee.
I thought he was a nigger.
No, shut the fuck up. How? How does she have blackjack? How is that even possible? How is that even possible? They didn't even offer me insurance. How does that make sense?
I don't know.
I don't understand.
All
right, let me get Mr. Goblin here. He'll show you guys a no insurance. We never take fucking insurance. Who takes insurance? No one. No, and other. There we go, 21. Yeah.
21. Ska sova. Oj.
Well,
Goodbye, I'm going to sleep.
the fuck was that, Royce?
It's Swedish. It's 5 a.m. right now in Sweden. So he's probably asleep.
He's always on, bro. You gotta get a hold of him.
Yeah, well, I'm going to sleep. It's 5 a.m. 6.
I need to tell him some Swedish are picking on me right now. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Should I tell you something to say to him?
What?
Tell him du är en neger.
Alright. What?
Yeah. Jag kommer knulla dig. Yeah. You're in the room.
I already know, man. I already been there.
Yeah.
You know
Good
how
luck
it
with
is.
gambling. Don't lose it off.
Okay, I almost did.
If you hit 200, just go.
Okay.
Just okay.
Right. 16. 15, 14, 18. Come on, bro. You don't got 20 on there. You don't have 20. How do you have 19? How do you have 19? How was that possible? Oh my god. Can't even hear what she's saying. Muted. Double, step. Double, Dutch, double, Dutch, double, damn, double, Dutch, double, Dutch. How? My balance makes no sense. Because you have 75. Completely fucked off. I just won 40. I got 75. These guys, man. I can't even hear them. Is there no sound or what? Oh, I have it muted. 36. I got to do. Let's go double blackjack. Finally, like it took long. Double check, double check, double check, double check. Double check. How do I have 63? I don't have 63. Way more than 63 right now.
Miss Aquarius.
Bro, that's so fucked off.
What happened?
Yes, finally.
Apologies. I had to get my groceries. Excellent. All right, Reed. I'll be watching in a moment, but I've got to play Miss Aquarius and bowling. We play 2 games of bowling every night. It's our tradition, so I'll be with you momentarily.
I'm just, doing what I do best over here, man. It's all good.
And then I want to see you, Retro Raid, actually play the game.
Well, I'm playing a game already.
How much are you down?
I don't even know, bro. The whole thing's fucking glitched.
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is.
Now it says I have 10. I don't know. I didn't even bet that much. So I didn't fucking account for anything. I should have recorded because now I have an error on my.
Wait, what are you playing?
Live dealers.
What are you playing?
A live dealer on BC Game.
Dude, you are a gambling addict. I thought you were gonna play.
I was 21.
I thought you were gonna play.
I was 21 even a thing, bro.
I
I
thought.
was, and you left, bro. And now I'm gonna go to bed and cry. Okay.
How much did you lose?
All of it, bro.
How much?
Everything. 90.
90 or 91?
91.
You have a problem, and until you recognize that, which I know you do, but you've got to get this problem under control.
Oh, yeah.
You have a family.
I 100% know I do.
Not the, oh, good there.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Not real money, I hope.
Yes, real money. This man.
Yo, Rabbi.
What?
Rabbi.
What?
You just came up 200. No shit.
Quit.
Just now.
Quit.
Look.
No,
Look,
quit.
Rabbi, look.
I don't care. Quit.
Look at that.
Quit.
Bro.
Quit.
Just came up snack.
Quit. Quit and come back tomorrow, and you can do the sports gambling. But come in at the beginning of the game.
No, he checked. I can't do a heat check real quick.
No.
Heat check.
Nope.
See if there's any heat left.
No. Leave. Leave. Leave.
All right, bro.
Good night. Keep your $200.
I'll talk to you later, bro.
Peace, big dog.
I'm doing it. All right, peace, bro.
Come back tomorrow.
Nice and quiet.
Word, ma'am.
Okay.
Nice strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're gonna get me. I don't care. You win, I win.
That's right.
Yay! Come on, Rabbi. Yay!
Good job. Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, this is a tough split. Get something. Wow. Impressive.
Hello. Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
I'm trying.
No. Okay. Come on, Rabbi. Thank you.
Nice strike. No one's touching you tonight, girl. Even still, I'm not touching you. Get it. Get it. 2 strikes in a row. It's over.
Oh, 92. Come on. Oh.
Wow, what a big score for you.
No, 93. Come on, Rabbi.
Get it.
You got this.
Nope, it's over. You spanked me, girl.
Well, it don't matter. I win, you win.
That's right. Good job.
Yeah.
That's my favorite kind. I win, you win.
Yeah.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah. You're undefeated in friendship and undefeated in both.
Yes, ma'am. Sweet dreams to you.
Okay. Sweet dreams to you.
Take care.
I want another. Maybe I get another. Maybe. Hey, good night. See you tomorrow.
Take care. What up, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. How you living, pimp?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. My friend Bob wants to meet you.
Excellent. Yeah, Bob, how are you, buddy?
What do you do?
Do you mind if I tell you all about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. I have more data archived on the internet than person in global history. Bob, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah,
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. Data is Earth's #1 resource. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. More data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family become financially independent if you're not already. I want you to be a generational wealth, and most of all, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Yes, it does. I talk about. I appreciate it. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I want to continue those kinds of projects. I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about. Go ahead.
Do you like stream and like does it fun for living? Because if you're inside, how do you do?
I'm not inside all day. I go outside. I was just outside. Yeah, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed in Disneyland and everywhere in between, basically everywhere in Southern California.
That's cool, bro. You must have a lot of content.
I have more content than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram channels or accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever.
That's really impressive. That's a cool story.
Thanks, Big Dog.
I'm gonna go and play GTA with friends.
All right. Well, you enjoy. You should know that you're always welcome here, and have a good night or day, whatever you're experiencing. Take care, buddy. Peace.
Our incident I think it's in Safania, that is also discussed in the Pardes Ramonim, of how Hashem is so angry with the Jewish people at one point, he wants to destroy them all. So he sends Gabriel, the Malach in charge of destruction, go down and get some of the from under the Galgal, some kind of like strange thing, like under the Aron Kodesh and the base of Mikdash, there's like some kind of like nuclear sort of Raiders of the Lost Ark energy kind of thing, and Gabriel is supposed to go there, supposed to get some of those radioactive coals and spread them out over the entire Jewish people, and they're supposed to be destroyed. Gabriel goes there, and he opens up the Galgal, and he looks inside. He's about to take some of those coals out, and inside the coals, there is the image of a glowing hand. And Hashem says to Gabriel, just wait a second, hang on. Right? And the hand represents chesed, the hand represents tzedakah, giving to others. And after a while, the Pardes Ramon says it was 120 years, Gabriel's standing there with, the suntan from the radioactive elements there. Hashem says, okay, forget about it. We're going to let them go. And he calls it off. And the whole story, as the Rock explains it, is that Hashem, as it were, knew that he was going to get angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself in advance a reminder of something that he appreciates about the Jewish people. He left in the Galgal itself this image of a hand, as it were. I know these are bizarre anthropomorphisms. I don't know what to do with them. It's Kabbalah. But the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they are charitable. They do give tzedakah. And so therefore he said, okay, forget about it. And now here the Ramak says explicitly, this is especially good for spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens about once every 20 or 25 years, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token. You have to prepare in advance. This is like forgiveness requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that when you get to that level of anger, you remember that token, and it will kind of like be just like a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. I've done it many times. Not literally, but you can run through a stop sign, but it is some kind of reminder. And the reminder that I have is that my wife always makes my lunch. Even if she is a little irritated with me, which again, rarely happens, but she always makes my lunch. She always thinks, okay, what is my husband eating the next day? And it's usually very delicious and nutritious and stuff like that. And like, that's just a constant avoda of hers. So it's hard to get angry with someone who always does that good thing for you. You may be angry with something totally different, something bigger, whatever it is, but you have at least this one thing that you can count on. And I've used this particular Mida so many times. There are people who I always remember that they're punctual. They're awful in so many ways, but they are punctual. They start on time. And it helps me, deal with the anger. It doesn't like wipe it away. It's not like magic, but it's just like a little, assist, traction. Another one is maintain a core of love. And I'm showing you these pictures that are family pictures because, there's no greater laboratory for interpersonal reactions than the family. This is where you really get to the hardest levels of learning how to live with other human beings. This is some guy, and this is his cute son when he's about 3 years old, about to get his first haircut. And he looks somewhat pensive here. I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen here. And the Ramak says that, we have this passage. We'll read it on Rosh Hashanah, right? We say this all the time. Why is it escaping me? Achon asher arachem. What does it say? Something like that, Rabbi? I will give chaim to whoever I want. Arachem kasher. Someone knows anything about it? Richamti asher. No, that's not it. Well, I'll remember it later. I'm glad this is live streamed because it won't be embarrassing at all for people to see me not remember. But at any rate, Hashem, as it were, has kind of like a fail-safe in his forgiveness that for every human being, he sets aside in a special otzer, special treasure room, says the Ramak. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It is like, so to speak, sterile. No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memories of whatever this person did that was good. And nothing can touch that. A person can do, like, you may have this idea, I did an Avera that's worth 2,000 error points. I just cost myself 2,000 of error points. I've only got 20 mitzvah points in that special room. They're gone immediately. The answer is no, not the way Hashem does math. Those 20 mitzvah are there forever and ever. They're not be touched. They're like solid. And that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, and I'm looking around the room, most of you have small children. And I know it's hard to imagine this, but when they become teenagers, it's like they're taken over by aliens from another planet, and they become much more difficult to deal with. And, he's a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways. But if I can remember, like, what he looked like when he went for the first haircut with me, vulnerable and uncertain, and, it's hard not to just protect those 20 points and love that person forever. That little core of love. And by the way, this is what he looked like after the haircut. I was not entirely sure that this was a good idea, but nevertheless, okay. So I'm going to give you now the last one. And this is, of course, our very own Chaim and Rafi, our eldest daughter. And this is the 13th level. Is the Ramak says that if all the other 12 levels fail, this one never fails. You're really trying hard to forgive someone. And again, sometimes people ask me, what about Hitler? I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life with the regular slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I've never had, like those kind of awful traumatic experiences. Like, I don't know what to say about those things. But in regular life, he says, if you can't forgive a person with the other 12 levels, this level will always work. It is guaranteed in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person. But I have to say, it's like hugely exhausting to do it. Use it on occasion, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it extinguishes a part of your soul. It is really, really hard to do. And basically, what he says is, every human being had a moment of innocence. Usually when they're infants, but every human being had a moment where they were completely toppled. There's nothing wrong with them. They were beautiful works of art. They were everything, and there was nothing wrong with those women. And what you have to do is you have to go back to that place. You have to imagine that person, that perfect human being, before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, although he does talk about childhood, is being under the chuppah. And he gives that beautiful section from the Navi of how Hashem found us in the wilderness and then became our husband there. And that moment of pure joy when you're under the chuppah and you're saying, I am so fortunate. How did I get so fortunate to marry such a wonderful person? And like nothing is wrong. The entire universe is aligned in your favor. Later you will have arguments. Later you will, but that moment of purity and energy that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, you may still be angry about who knows what other things, but that anger will be muted by the overwhelming message of, yes, we had that connection at that time. And that's the 13th level. It is, again, exhausting. When you're really angry with someone, it's hard to think of that moment. But it is, well, we're still married, 34 years later, right? Okay, so I'm going to conclude now, and I'm just going to tell a story about the same daughter. This is Rafaela when she was about 2 years old or so. And I think one of the most powerful lessons in Tshuva I ever learned was from Rafaela. And it goes like this. So this was when I was doing my dissertation, and my wife was working in Westchester at the Federation, and I was unwisely in charge of Rafaela and her sister Danit. And I would be writing my dissertation papers all over the place, and the kids would basically be doing whatever they want in the rest of the house. And then I would look at my watch, and I know my wife would come home in 15 minutes, so then we'd rush around cleaning things up. And trying to make it look like everything was okay.
And one day I'm working really hard on a particular writing, and I realize I don't hear the kids, which they found something really tasty to do. So I come out of the office and I start walking through this level house we're living in Muncie, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of plumbing. They're washing each other with a toilet brush, and there's toilet paper everywhere. They soaped up the floors. It was like, Rafi was, I guess, about 4. Denise was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was within the 15-minute window before my wife would get home. And I was livid, right? The veins in my forehead started pulsating, and I started tensing up, and the kids knew they were in big, big trouble. And Rafaela, if I were she, I would have lit out of there. I would have immediately headed for the hills because they were going to be in big trouble. But instead, this little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me and threw herself at my legs and hugged my legs like this. And I was like, oh, how can I be angry with her, right? She has, instead of running away, which would have been the obvious thing, she ran to me. And she said, oh, I didn't know we weren't supposed to do this. I'm really sorry. And I immediately forgave her and Denise. And I think the lesson in Tshuva is really obvious that, we may think we're smarter than God. We may think we'd be able to lit out of here before Hashem realizes that we were the ones who messed things up. That's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to, overcome our fear and our hesitancy and run to Hashem. And as it were, to clasp him around the legs and to say, Tati, I'm sorry, and I really want to be better. And I hope that this introduction to Tomer Devorah has been useful for you. It's been very therapeutic for me. Thank you for listening. I wish you all a Ksiva Tova and a good Keben Shior, and hopefully we should share many happy occasions in the future. Thank you. That's a thunderous applause, by the way. Okay, I suppose I can take a couple of questions from the audience. And does anyone have any questions, arguments, objections? Okay. I was thinking of that actually, but
it's interesting that you said you never mentioned his wife's name. Right? Usually, when you write something, you just say a dedication towards the wife.
Well, he does talk about his wife. He does talk about the marital relationship, rather surprisingly sometimes. But he doesn't personify her really. He's just grateful for her and so on. But it's a little bit like a Tznius thing that, she wants to remain anonymous maybe. And it's not at all unusual for 16th century writing. Today would be unusual. Okay. Ilana, go ahead.
So, you're talking about the spirits and you're explaining all of these things. It's like the thing I said to Paula was, I don't think he's better than it's just that's the reaction I have to the kind of framing of the information. And I just wonder, how grounded they were versus the esoteric approach.
So I'll repeat the question for those of you who are on Zoom land. There's an unusually good-looking woman in the audience who asked, did any of these men do laundry? I mean, they seem so disconnected. They're all ethereal couples. The truth is, the Mach speaks very much about physically getting into the weeds of daily life. In his chapter on, I have to remember which chapter it is, but he has a huge discussion of do not turn your eyes away from poverty and distress. He has a whole discussion of how, you're supposed to be engaged with people suffering because that's why we're here, to try and alleviate other people's suffering. So definitely in that area. He also discusses in another place, a Gemara in Bava Basra, about what these great rabbis would do Erev Shabbos. And then so many of them were doing totally mundane things to get ready for Shabbos. And that is you think that important rabbis would have house help to do them. No, these are things they would sweep, they sponge up, they would things because that's part of it. And my favorite, by the way, is Rava would always prepare the herring. He actually would prepare the sheep. Yeah. Okay. So I think, on the contrary, especially when it gets into the marital realm, the Kabbalists were deeply involved in discussing the aspects of it. Sometimes it's actually sort of R-rated to read what they say about what it means to be married. Like, why did God create us with two sexes? What was that all about? So the Kabbalists say, no, there's tremendous amount of Torah in the fact that we have male and female. Enough said for tonight. Okay, I'll see. So I have some Zoom questions. I have a whole bunch of Zoom people. It's great if you met one create 2 seconds. Definitely, he talks about it quite a bit. I want to put that on recording. Okay, we got. Okay, lots of things from Tablets of Stone. Tablets of Stone is actually a student who lives in London, so I don't know what time it is there now, but I hope you get some sleep soon. The question of evil is a huge and too difficult question to answer right now. But it is a really important one, and the Kabbalists do have solutions. Margaret Newhouse, nice to see you. She says this was so inspiring. Thank you. What about self-forgiveness from Richard McDonald? Yeah, that's a tough one. Self-forgiveness. So the Ramak in Tomer Devorah principally discusses the way God forgives us and how we should take those lessons for forgiving others. He does not go into discussion, because it would be logical, of how does God forgive himself, therefore we should forgive ourselves. He doesn't take us there, I think for obvious theological reasons. But the fact is that I have found that by learning how to forgive other people better, I've gotten a lot better at forgiving myself. Most people are pretty good at it usually, but often when we forgive ourselves, we tend to do it in a very superficial way, and in the dark of night, then we revisit why we really shouldn't forgive ourselves. But when you read the Tomer Devorah and you feel empathy for other people's failings, then it's easier to give yourself a little slack as well. It's definitely a topic worth a lot more exploration. We're way out of time tonight, though. And I've done here my 5 fav. Jenna Primers has done my fave 5, my favorite 5 ones. Is there a resource or summary teaching that you can recommend for the entire work? So I actually have a whole series of lectures on each one of the levels online. So just look under the title Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is the title I gave to the book that I wrote about this. And there's actually, in English, I think there are maybe 4 or 5 translations out there. Some of them are really quite excellent. And there's also on Safaria, you told me, is it an English translation as well? 2 or 3 English translations on Safaria. So there's a lot of resources available. Okay, thank you very much for enduring this presentation, and I hope you all have a same Torah. Wonder how this works. Yeah. It's like online in a few different places. The regular. There's a microphone here.
It's live.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Are we live?
We're live.
Okay, great. Okay, welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of our Tshuva lecture series together with Dr. Noam, with Dr. Abramson. Really grateful for all of you guys being here and those who are watching at home. I had a conversation with my Rebbe this past week. We were talking about some potential additions, whether we should add to the Machzor. And there's some discussions about the Rubs or Salvatics practices. And I said to my Rebbe, I think for a lot of people in the shul, just getting them to say words we have, not adding more, is probably enough. I said, Tefillah is hard enough. And he had a line to me about Shana that I thought was very. It's not about. He said it's not halavai. They say the words of the Siddur. He said halavai they do truth. And I think that it kind of caught me. He was giving me a muster, but he wasn't intending to. Like one could go through our Rosh Hashanah, not clap one al-chay, and not really do any tshuva, because it didn't ever say anywhere in Rosh Hashanah to do tshuva. And so in my Rebbe set a reminder that the goal of all of this daven, all the time that we're going to be spending together over the course of the weeks is to engage in the process of different opinions of what tshuva means, but ultimately we're trying to connect better with ourselves, each other, with the Boy Olam. And Dr. Emerson really prompted having this mini series, and tonight we're going to be taking a deep dive into Tomer Devorah. And with Dr. Abramson, we're very grateful for him for sharing his time, his wisdom, expertise with us. And there's a bonus. We have some merch for those who came. Dr. Abramson actually published a book on Tomer Devorah, and we offer for those who are interested. He has some free copies here up front for those who want. So signed, we know where he lives now. So sign, yeah, that might not be free. We would like a copy of Dr. Abramson's book. So they are here in front. But we're grateful not just for having the book, to know the man, but to learn live together with Dr. Abramson.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate the introduction, and thank you all for coming early. I only bought a small number of books, so I think we probably got to pass around right now. So those of you who are early, just get one, and everyone else will be sad. So my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of an experiment technologically by live streaming this on YouTube, and I'm not sure it'll work, but we'll have a go at it. At any rate, what I'm going to try definitely do is to move this down here so it's not quite so. Can I move it? No, that moves the wrong thing. Here we go. Oh, there we go. And how do I move it? Pardon me, everyone online, for bearing out while I look. There it is. Okay, so my goal for tonight is, as you can see from the Prezi, we're going to do a little bit of history first. I want to talk about this remarkable, amazing 16th century master Kabbalistic text called Tomer Devorah. It is a work that really deserves a lot more attention. In my humble and limited understanding of the literary traditions of world religions, it is just a gloriously, supremely wonderful book that talks about something that I don't know any other tradition that has anything similar. It really is something unusual, and it deserves a lot more attention. So we're going to talk just a little bit about what the book is. We're going to place it in its historical setting in the famous Safed Circle, the Circle of Tzfat in northern Israel, which is in itself a fascinating historical chapter in Jewish intellectual history. And then I'm going to take you into sort of Kabbalah 101. So if there's anyone in the room who is under 40, if possible, this is your chance to leave right now. Although the truth is that the author of Tomer Devorah was a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onward. He felt that 40 was already, it's too late now. Only when you're 20 is when you can really get into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to the Tomer Devorah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just look at my favorite 4, and we'll wrap it up for the night. So I hope this will be a useful presentation. I can tell you that it is something really important for me. I first encountered Tomer Devorah. I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy in my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, ooh, this is, am I allowed to even look at this? And I started looking over my shoulder, kind of like, can I get a brown paper bag? Maybe I can bring it home like that. But the first 12 pages just blew me away. It was so overwhelming. It was so amazing that, as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and I really got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed my life, and I think it has the potential to change anyone's life. It is really a phenomenal work. Change the relationships with the people around you, change your relationship with God, you maybe even change your relationship with yourself. I will not say that, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment again. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot. And it's really,
given me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life, and I continue to benefit from it. Okay, so let's look at the book itself. Click on the screen here, and let's see, here we go. So the book itself, here is the Editio Princeps, the first printing, came out in Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The Remarque, who will go into his biography a little bit in a second, he had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Gedalia, and they were desperately impoverished by the devastating plagues that ravaged northern Israel at the time, and they sold all of his manuscripts to a real Talmud Chacham, a real scholar who was a collector named Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that the Ramak, the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he says, like, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then he'll only list one. And there's actually a couple of wrong citations from the Gemara. So you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. The strange title, Tomer Devorah, the palm tree of Devorah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak himself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Devorah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work, which was published earlier, called Elima Rabati, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and this section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we can go into it in greater detail. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes you think that he comes from Cordoba in southern Spain. That's probably incorrect. As you can see from the spelling here, and we'll see it also on his matzeva, his gravestone, it's Cordoero. It's a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce in Hebrew, so it was sort of mangled into Cordovero, and that has become the standard, even though it's probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalach HaKodesh, the holy Rabbi Horowitz, who wrote a massive, very popular collection of hashkafic and halachic essays, and he basically said, this book, Tomer Devorah, is so amazing, I am now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalach HaKodesh, and because it is a very short book. The entirety of Tomer Devorah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Kovos and Levavos and Silas Yesharim and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos. But they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the reader. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians tend to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like Shevet Musar, the rod of Musar, like to beat you with the shade. Others is kind of like Gadlus Ha'adam, the greatness of humanity and things like that. So this is a particular genre started by the Ramak, Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world? What is the soul? The afterlife? It's not theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks, what does the Kabbalah teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what he really says. The fundamental premise of Tomer Devorah is an exploration of the concept "Halachta b'drachav," and you shall walk in his ways, meaning you shall imitate God, or to use the Latin term, imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. So the Ramak asks a really important question. If we have this idea that was to follow God's ways, how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to like be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Or are we supposed to be, you know, like making decisions over who lives and who dies and plagues and things like that? Those are all things that Hashem does. And Tanakh, how do we know which actions to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, the Havdil of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship, then we can say, all right, now we know what we have to imitate. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, so you can know how to imitate God. And it is overwhelming, as I will show you. So, when was this book written? There was a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Spot. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. You can see here, this section here in this green, which includes, of course, Israel, and Spot is right here, sort of in the central north of Israel, towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor offered or the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back really to antiquity, and also specifically the Eastern Mediterranean, very strong tradition of working with textiles. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmatas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is just a little bit nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to Tzfat because it had this generous tax policy to be involved in import and export of textiles. This was joined with an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the Gerush Sfard, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extremely draconian policies of forced conversion. It is, we don't.
Yo, Pimp, can you hear me? Sonux, how are you? Dog.
We don't know for sure, but it is most likely that the Ramak was the child, he was born in 1522, of refugees from Portugal. He spoke Portuguese. And this meant that they were treating essentially musicians in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possibly himself born in Portugal or born in Tzfat. He was definitely raised in Tzfat. We know he was there from when he was about 16 years old. But they were sort of like, I like to think of that generation as related to this horrific moment in Jewish history, chronologically, as we are related to the Holocaust. They're both considered like shattering events for the Jews of the time, and so he was like a first-generation survivor, maybe generation survivor from Sfard, and they landed in Tzfat, where they were deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research and especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade allowed for the expansion of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited, and it was supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos and synagogues and so on. And the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was one of them. Tzfat itself was kind of like a nothing town until then. And in fact, it was sort of like a blip on the oscilloscope of Jewish history, because it really has no significant history prior to this period. It doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example. The term Tzfat probably comes from the word sofer, which means to look out, because it is quite elevated. It's high, and you get these gorgeous landscapes all around it. But it really has no significant Jewish history until the 1520s, and then it becomes an incredible place of Jewish energy and spirituality and creativity for about 50 years. And then there's a series of that wave that just rush through it, killing, among others, the Ramak, and then it dies down again. And it's always kind of like, since then, since the 1570s, it's kind of like been, retrospective move back towards that period of genius. There was a period of incredible genius. You have to imagine the number of scholars came there, and specifically lots of Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who had endured the great expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in this tiny town on a hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous leap during this time. The Ramak himself was one of the major contributors because he wrote a particular book which was published in his lifetime and gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in the traditional texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a 2-volume work, this is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle 1, the general principle 2, and so on. And all of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of succor, some kind of support intellectually and spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which was, I can't even imagine, I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together? No idea. But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he graphed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic and was known as the go-to person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map of, or a photograph of some of the graves that appear in Spot, and they're frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prosthetic against, prophylactic against the Yetzer Hara, the Ein Hara. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. It's such a big crowd here. So please, you can. Thank you all for coming. Just to give you a sense of who is in Spot at this time and what are they doing, this is another section of the famous graveyard of Spot, and we see here right at the bottom the Ramak, right? Rabbi Moshe Ben Yaakov Kozoero, and he is really the father of Kabbalah. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, with the exception of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who came a little later. Yosef Karo had made his way through Constantinople, but he ended up in Spot as well. Of course, the author of the Sefer and a master Kabbalist himself. So here is the Ramak, and just to show you in very close proximity, here is Rabbi Shlomo Halevi Alkabetz, the author of Lecha Dodi V'Kras Kala, that we sing every Friday night. It's a virtually universal minhag among the Jews. This was his brother-in-law, slightly older than he, and the two of them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called gerushin, or literally divorces or exiles, and they would go off and wander throughout the hillside in the region of Spot, and they would just and the Ramak wrote about this. He wrote a book called Sefer Gerushin, in which he, described his travels with his brother-in-law, who was also his Rebbe, and they would walk along until they felt like special spiritual influences, and then they would sit down and they would daven or sahitelim, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did in Spot. And the holiness of the people and their Kabbalistic activities, like this Gerushin type activity, created a kind of spiritual tourism where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to Spot like iron filings to a magnet. And one of the greatest of them, of course, was the Ari HaKodesh, the great Isaac Luria, Isaac Ashkenazi, who came from Cairo, the region of Cairo, specifically to study with the Ramak. The Ramak was the Arizal's Rebbe. They learned together for about 9 months, before the Ramak died. The Arizal died shortly thereafter. But the Arizal, according to his students, Rabbi Chaim Vital, always considered that brief encounter with the Ramak, that the Ramak was his Rebbe. So we're talking right now about the roots of 16th century Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is heavily dependent upon the Ramak. Okay, so that's sort of like the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the woo-woo part of tonight's lecture, looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah and then how it relates to our interpersonal behavior before Rosh Hashanah. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please.
Hey, what are you doing? They got water moccasins and loggerhead turtles.
Most of the biographical details of his life, well, we have, first of all, his own writings, and he does write some autobiographical information like the Sefer Gerushin. We also have the testimony of the collector who purchased all his manuscripts, Rabbi Moshe Basal. Why is I'm not used to speaking so late? Because you're here. My wife is here, so I'm a little, but Moshe Basalo, he wrote quite a bit, because he published this Tomer Devorah, and everyone was saying, my gosh, who wrote this amazing book? So he had to produce data about it. We missed out a lot of really important things. We don't know, for example, his wife's name. Amazing. We don't know if he had other children besides Gedalia, who was the lone executor of his will. But it is the 16th century. Printing is around now, so it is possible to put together a lot of details about his life. Also, there's a strong hagiographic tradition, right? Like when you have a Rebbe like the Ramak or the Arizal, you write down all these personal details about them because, you revere them. So we do have quite a bit of data that way. Not as much as we like, but quite a bit. That was an easy question. The hard question? The hard question, right? Okay. All right, so you ready for the difficult stuff now, the rule stuff? Here we go. Okay, so here's the fundamental question of Kabbalah, and really the fundamental question of any monotheistic religion. If we believe that God is infinite, then how does an infinite being translate into a finite universe? If God truly has no boundaries whatsoever, then what am I? Am I either somehow completely subsumed within God? It doesn't feel like that. Most of the time I feel quite distinct from God. Sometimes it feels really good, but no, mainly I feel quite distinct from God. I know they're distinct. I feel like this table on this TV. What is this? This is not God, right? So how is that bridge between infinite and finite crossed? How do you get from A to B? So the Kabbalists, and you see this really in very, very early sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Ramak and Pardes Ramonim. God, as it were, engaged in a process of self-contraction called tzimtzum, shrinking, in which, if you remember your high school biology, it's kind of like the reverse of like when the paramecium swallows up something else. God, as it were, opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a not God place. But then if God is not in that place, how can anything exist there? What exists other than God? So then God reinserts himself, and then there's lots of diagrams of this in the usually you see like these big concentric circles with a tiny little drop coming into the center and things like that. God reinserts himself into that vacuum, and that is the physical world that we live in. It's kind of like an intentional removal of God and then careful reapplication of God, but in a very different way. How so? The metaphor that's frequently used is that of the sphirot, which are these successive sort of containers of godliness that eventually translate into the material world. You may have heard of the famous doctrine of Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels, which basically goes like this, that God, as it were, the metaphor is God like pours hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot is unable to contain the hot oil, right? You have to imagine the hot oil is like the infinity of God. The ceramic pot is the attempt to create a finite container, but it can't handle it. It's overwhelming. So the pot smashes, the pot shatters.
If ever you have ever been to the Soviet Union, they used to serve tea in like glass cups, and like 1 in every 4 or 5 cups would certainly shatter when they put the hot water in. So it was like that. So the first container, which is kept there, well, let's just assume it's kept there for now. There are some exceptions. It shatters, and that rains down a mixture of that hot oil, which is of godliness, together with the material of the keli, the vessel, falls into another vessel. But it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters, and then that means you have a mixture of the first 2 vessels with the light of godliness, goes to a third pot, a fourth, until finally, by the time you get to the bottom, Malkut, which is where we live, then finally the oil has cooled through its interaction with the broken pots, and then it can exist in this world. And so the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer or this sender, is a mixture of the material dross of the broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows it to contain existence. There's 4 levels of existence. There's those who seek, which is the highest level of humanity. Then there is those who walk, that's like animals, the second highest. The third level is vegetation, and the fourth level is domain, silence. And even silent things, meaning rocks and chairs and things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's just so heavily, heavily weighed down by materialism, literally material, that it cannot be, separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramak and his student, the Arizal, and one of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim who follow the Arizal, not so many follow the Ramak, because the Arizal, and I don't really understand this, I'm really talking without knowledge here, but the Arizal portrayed this whole process as some kind of strange cosmic accident. I don't really understand how that works, but the idea is that the universe, by the way the Arizal describes it, has been set on fire, and we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material entities, and the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks. This gives Hasidism, in particular Chabad Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvos and have people put on tefillin on the street and give out Shabbos candles, because every time you do a mitzvah, you are releasing the holiness, you're allowing it to flow upwards to its original source. The Ramak has a much more kind of sedate approach, in which it's not an action. This is the way in which God is, this is the way you find. It's not at all any kind of license. So it's not as easy as sell for followers. I'll give you one more metaphor that I think would be even a little better for understanding this idea. Is that, okay, you can't look at this to naked eye. Like, it's way too powerful. It burns out your retina. You can't do it. So what you can do is you mirror, and you hold up the mirror, and you can glance at the reflection of the mirror in a passing way. The mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it, right? Because it's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of coloration, a little bit of a dulling, and so on. Still too strong to look at it steadily, though. So you get another mirror over here, and you look at the reflection of the sun, easier, set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine. And then finally, at the bottom, you can, as it were, live in regular sunlight because of the illusion of the light through all the years. So one, Shira, Kali, and let's try to understand how does that relate to the Ramak is saying. So the Ramak is saying, you recall that, we have to know who God is in order to imitate him. But it is philosophically impossible for us to know who God is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. The only thing that we can say about God, to the Kabbalists, is we can say something about the way in which God interacts with our physical universe. We can observe God, as it were, like if you're a physicist, they have those bubble chambers. You can't see an electron, but if you put it in one of these bubble chambers, you can see the path that it takes. right? Or the biblical metaphor, you can't see my face and live, but you can see my behind. You can see where I've been. So the Sphirot are God's communication to the universe. The Sphirot is God saying, I could have created the universe in any way. I chose these Sphirot for a reason, because you're supposed to know what these Sphirot mean and translate them into your life. And as you can see, they all have names, right? Keter means the crown, Chokmah is wisdom, Bina is understanding, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, and so on. They all mean different things. They have lots of correspondence between human limbs and things like that. You have to study these things and the various possible permutations of light going through different ways. And from that, says the Ramak, you will be able to understand how to direct your life. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways in which it is just incredibly powerful. So in his book, Tomer Devorah, he goes through each one of the Sphirot and he explains this is what God means in terms of chesed. Look at what God does for chesed. And now you do these things as well. And it's phenomenal, it's brilliant, it's incredible. The first two chapters are about Keter alone, the crown. And by the way, you may notice some differences. Chabad follows the Arizal as that in the center here. There's no dot in the Ramak Kabbalah. Keter, the crown, has two qualities. These are the first two qualities with which God interacts with the universe. Amazingly, the first one is mercy. Even before God creates us, he forgives us. Even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, I know they're going to mess up. I'm going to forgive them in advance. So that's what the first chapter is all about, God forgiving us in, of course, the Yud Gimel Midos of Rachamim, 13 distinct ways. And so what the Ramak is going to do, he's going to go through all 13 of those ways. And then secondly, the 2 is also on Keter, and it's about God's humility, which is also a mind-blowing chapter. Way too much for us tonight. But chapter 1 is where we're going to look at the 13 attributes of mercy, because that's what happens in Keter. God's first interaction with the world is through forgiveness. He does it 13 different ways. And so now we got to learn those 13 ways and how they apply in our own lives. Now, that's one last detail. You probably memorize these 13 attributes as you say them on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur maybe 200,000 times, right? Those are called in Kabbalah the lower 13 attributes. Those are the simpler ones, the easier ones, kind of like more basic. And they relate to our plea for sustenance and our plea for, Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of thing. But there is a higher 13 midos that comes from the 7th parak of Mika, which we say only on Paslet and a few other places. Mika Kamocha, Nosa Alan the Pesha. That is what the Ramak is going to concentrate on. And now those are the 13 midos that explain how we're supposed to behave in Tomer Devorah. Okay, everybody survived Kabbalah 101. I think we only lost one person. So shall we go on then? We ready? Any other questions before we go on? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Okay. Okay, so let's do selective strategies. Again, I would love to do all 13 of the strategies, but it would take us way too long, and I'm going to try and stop before 9:15. So I'm just going to choose, I think, 5 of them that are my favorites, that I use frequently, that I think about when I'm angry with someone or something. I think of the Tomer Devorah, and I remember one particular nida or another, one particular attribute, and I say, yeah, it's not like it wipes away my anger. You can't see anything, right? It's the insulted king. I can't figure out how to make it. You're welcome, girl. The insulted king. So here's what the Ramak starts with. He starts by telling us a secret that only the angels know. He quotes it in Parties from Underground. He says that the name, one of the highest names, we spend a lot of time thinking about names in Judaism. Names are significant, right? We can't even say the Shem HaMeforash, one of the names of God. But the name that the angels use for God is, the angels use among themselves, is they call him the Melech Aliyah, the insulted king, or the Melech Me'alai. Now, what a strange note. What does that mean? The Ramak explains that, creation, basic Kabbalistic idea, creation is not a one-time thing. We are not deists that believe that God created the world like a clock and wound it up and then walked away. God is constantly involved in creation. Creation is an eternal process. It's massive gracious for Paul Young. And the fact is that nothing at all occurs in the universe unless God gives it energy to happen. Every single breath we take, every single beat of our heart is facilitated by a burst of energy from God. Right? The famous measure that not a blade of grass grows unless there's an angel striking it and saying grow, or grow of it. So the energy is constantly flowing to us from God to allow us to do everything we do. And say to him, the angels, that is also true when we choose to do Averos and choose to. So if I were to go to McDonald's and have a cheeseburger, every single act of peristalsis as I'm swallowing the cheeseburger, God is saying, okay, here you go, here's some more energy. Please don't eat that cheeseburger. Okay, all right, Tom, here's some more energy. And God is allowing my heart to beat. God is allowing me to, walk over and say, can I have a shake with that, please? And whatever it is. Every single moment of the Avera is completely supervised by God and completely facilitated by God, even though it's exactly the opposite of what he has asked me to do. He said no cheeseburgers, and I'm taking the energy he gave me to eat those cheeseburgers. And this is why the Malachim look at this and say, this is astounding. How can God possibly tolerate this? How can God tolerate such a chutzpah, such an incredible chutzpah that people would use his energy against him, to rebel against him? And you can think of the comparable kinds of things in human interactions too. God forbid, lo aleinu, if a person has a child with an addiction, and they say to the child, I'm going to give you this money that you need, but please, don't spend it on Vegas or whatever substance or whatever. And you give the money to the child, and the child goes and spends it on exactly what you don't want to do, something which is harmful to him. And nevertheless, they'll come back again, and they'll give money again. And that's just the way that we interact with God. And the Malachim look at this and they're saying, Miss Paula, this is the insulted king. How can you tolerate that? And so the metaphor for us, as the Ramak says, is the very first thing that God does in his creation. He knows that we're going to use his energy against him. Nevertheless, he says, I understand that going in, and I accept it, and I'm going to allow them to continue with it. I'm hoping that they'll get past it, and they'll grow past it, but that is nevertheless what he does, and that's his insulted nature. The second level, and this is, by the way, I'm going to show you two pieces of art from an artist from the Isle of Skye, who is actually very excited about the Tomer Devorah, and she did a 13-part series describing each one of the midos. And some of them, I'll show you two of them. They're absolutely fantastic. This one is called Let It Go for Now. This is my title for it. It's the Hebrew is Nose Avon. She called it Whose Takers Are These? So this gets also a little bit weird of the Kabbalah. But we have this passage in Turkey Avos. I'm sure you're very familiar with it. That says that, whenever you do a single mitzvah, you get a snager, you get an advocate, right? As it were, and I'm sure you probably remember when you were kids, if you said a bracha, your parents would say something like, oh, you're going to make a big malach if you say a bracha nice and clear and loud, because we have this idea that when you do a mitzvah, a positive deed, you release positive energy into the universe, which we call a malach, a messenger or an angel, if you will. And this is pretty basic, kind of like Kabbalah physics. But the opposite is also true, and not often talked about. If a person does an Aveira, they create a negative energy being called a Keteger, an accuser, or it's also called a Mazik, a damager. And this negative energy being, the Ramak understands it as a real conscious being, not just like kind of diffuse energy, but some kind of like almost demonic force that's out there to do evil. Because a person did an hateful act, then suddenly that person released this negative energy into the world. And the Ramak brings down sources to test that after 120 years, when you go up to Shemayim, all those categories that you created, Chas v'Shalom, they're all waiting for you. And they say to God, Ploni Asani, so-and-so made me. I belong to this guy. Also called in Kabbalah an aluk, or a leech, because they are like leeches on your soul, constantly, sucking energy from you because you created these negative beings. So this is all kind of spooky stuff, but it gets a little worse because the Ramak says, as we discussed in the first level, nothing happens in the world unless God gives it energy. So if nothing can exist without the energy of God, how do these things exist? Right? We created them initially, but what keeps them going? By all rights, they should immediately go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to continue living. They're kind of like an energy vacuum. Like, you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy, and by rights, they should come back to you and say, hey, you created me, I'm a hateful being, I'm going to make you sick. I'm going to take energy from you, and you're going to pay off your energy debt. I'm going to take it out of you. But Hashem is no say avon. Hashem says, oh man, I can't believe, my human being did this terrible thing, created this awful figure, huge amount of energy drain. I will nevertheless pay the bill. I'll pay, PSEG, and I'll make sure that that being has enough energy to keep living without going back to its creator to drain on the creator until the creator can do proper tshuva. And that tshuva is a way of negating that energy deficit and bringing it back into balance. So these containers are like standing around here in this kind of fancy image. That's like when, in human terms, you have someone who has done an awful act in your life, and that awful act continues to exert itself in your life. Like, let's say, for example, the example I use in my book is someone, you've told them a million times, please don't park in your parking spot. And they keep doing the same thing, and you go to park in your spot, and there he is again. Talk to him again, he's not going to move his car, or he says, oh, forgot, whatever. But, shouldn't you just call the tow company and your co-worker and have that car drawn away? But instead, the Ramak would say, no, tolerate it, talk to him nicely, calmly, give him a chance to figure it out on his own if this is the wrong thing to do, and eventually he will get it. Don't come down like a ton of bricks on him right away, because that will be devastating to your work relationship if you have this kind of clarity. It's a lot more specific. Here's a third one, which I call take care of it personally. And the Ramak here refers to again, it gets into the very deep Kabbalistic ideas of where Hashem, as it were, lives. There are like 4 worlds. We live in the lowest world as Sia, and the forgiveness happens in the 3rd world, and the 3rd world from the top. And God, as it were, normally for almost everything that has to happen in the world, he sends out like agents. He says, I have all of these malachim that I create, and they go and they make the weather run, and they control the stock market, and space lasers, whatever is necessary. The malachim do those things, but there are some things he does not. We make a big deal about a Pesach, right? Ani v'lo Sarah. Hashem says, I'm going to do it myself. I'm not asking anyone to do it for me. So when it comes to forgiveness, Hashem, even though we act against him like we saw in the first level, and we have lasting damage like we see in the second level, Hashem will personally get involved and say, look, I'm not about forgiving you. I'm not going to just delegate forgiveness to some other creature. I'm going to do it myself. The example that he gives is from Tanakh of the metaphor of washing away the soas benos Sion, the filth of the daughters of Zion. And that's like actually a literal metaphor, not a simile. It's a literal metaphor. And the reason why I put a picture here of my parents, this is my mother, she lived me well, my late father, and this is our son Boaz. It's a little bit old picture, but this is just an example of he always wanted to be a marine biologist, and now he's finally He's at Stony Brook University, Toronto University has a terrible marine biology program. I'm not sure to admit it, but he's out there scuba diving and things like that. But this is when he was about 8 or 9 years old. And he caught a fish, and my parents, of course, are delighted. So, and I'm reminded, and the remark speaks this out exactly, that there are things that a parent will do for a young child that they're incredible in terms of the amount of energy expended. I know that I was going to get personal, tell personal stories, but my wife doesn't especially like when I tell personal stories. But I will hint at one. When I was about 8 years old, about the age of yours, I guess, and this was like back in the late 60s, early 70s, right? The space age. And my parents bought me like this incredibly fancy snowsuit, which was sort of like a space. It was like silver in color, and had like flags and like patches and stuff like that. This is when you put them on the moon and everything. And I thought it was like the most amazing thing ever. I also thought it was waterproof. And I'm walking home from school one winter day, and it was like a kind of a yucky fall day, and I'm wearing my super space suit, which is brand new, and I'm walking next to the ditch, and I say, "This is great. I'm wearing my space suit. I can go right into the ditch." And I dove into the ditch, and I discovered my space suit is not, in fact, waterproof. And I came home, and I was like completely covered in the filth from the ditch. And I walked into the store. My parents had a store, and we lived in an apartment on top. And I was like sopping wet with stinky ditch water. It was cold, right? It was probably, I don't know, September, October time. And my mother, she's so saintly, not a word of criticism, just took me upstairs, helped me get out of this disgusting clammy thing, get into the bath, not a word of judgment against me. She never said like, "Oh, take care of yourself. So, you ruined your brand new snowsuits." But it was just she herself said, "Don't worry, son. I have everything taken care of for you." And that's like when Hashem forgives us. He doesn't like give it to some employee to do it. He wants to take care of yourself. He says, "You're ready to be forgiven. I'm going to do it personally." And very, very powerful, direct metaphors. Oh my gosh. This one is my favorite. It's one I use frequently. I call it "Who Makes Your Lunch?" And it is from the Kichapes Chesed passage in Micha. And this is actually one of the pieces of art by Rebecca Odessa. That this was inspired by a discussion of this. This is supposed to be like me, and this is supposed to be like my wife. And the metaphor inside, it don't take too long for me to give you all of it, but basically the Ramas describes a bizarre incident I think it's in Tzefania, that is also discussed in the Pardes Ramonim, of how Hashem is so angry with the Jewish people at one point, he wants to destroy them all. So he sends Gabriel, the Malach in charge of destruction, go down and get some of the coals from under the Galgal, which is some kind of like strange thing, like under the Aron Kodesh and the base of Mikdash. There's like some kind of like nuclear sort of Raiders of the Lost Ark energy kind of thing, and Gabriel is supposed to go there, supposed to get some of those radioactive coals and spread them out over the entire Jewish people, and they're supposed to be destroyed. And Gabriel goes there, and he opens up the Galgal, and he looks inside. He's about to take some of those coals out, and inside the coals, there is the image of a glowing hand. And Hashem says to Gabriel, just wait a second, hang on. And the hand represents chesed. The hand represents tzedakah, giving to others. And after a while, the Pardes Ramonim says 120 years, Gabriel's standing there with, the suntan from the radioactive elements there. Hashem says, "Okay, forget about it. We're going to let him go." And he calls it off. And the whole story, as the Malach explains it, is that Hashem, as it were, knew that he was going to get angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself in advance a reminder of something that he appreciates about the Jewish people. He left in the Galgal itself this image of a hand, as it were. I know these are bizarre anthropomorphisms. I don't know what to do with them. It's Kabbalah. But the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they are terrible. They do give to God. And so therefore he said, oh, forget it. And now here the Ramak says explicitly, this is especially good for spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens about once every 20 or 25 years, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token. You have to prepare in advance. This is like forgiveness requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that when you get to that level of anger, remember that token, and it will kind of like be just like a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. I've done it many times. Not really, but you can run through a stop sign, but it is some kind of reminder. And the reminder that I have is that my wife always makes my lunch. Even if she is a little irritated with me, which again rarely happens, but she always makes my lunch. You know, she always thinks, okay, what is my husband eating the next day? And it's usually very delicious and nutritious and stuff like that. And like that's just a constant avoda of hers. So it's hard to get angry with someone who always does a good thing for you. You may be angry with something totally different, something bigger, whatever it is, but you have at least this one thing you can count on. And I've used this particular meter so many times. There are people who I always remember that they're punctual. They're always, but they are punctual. They start on time. And it helps me, you know, with the anger. It doesn't like wipe it away like magic, but it's just like a little, you know, assist, traction. Another one is maintain a core of love. And I'm showing you these pictures of family pictures because, you know, there's no greater laboratory for interpersonal reactions than the family. This is where you really get to the hardest levels of learning how to live with other human beings. This is some guy, and this is his cute son. He's about 3 years old, about to get his first haircut. And he looks somewhat pensive here. I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen here. And the Ramak says that, you know, we have this passage. We'll read it on Rosh Hashanah, right? We say this all the time, right? It's escaping me, you know. Achon asher arachem. What does it say? Something like that, Rabbi? I will give pain to whoever I want. Arachem asher. No, that's not it. Well, I'll remember it later. I'm glad this is live stream because it won't be embarrassing at all for people to see me not remember it. But at any rate, Hashem, as it were, has kind of like a fail-safe in his forgiveness. That for every human being, he sets aside in a special otzer, special treasure room, says the Ramak. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It is like, so to speak, sterile. No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memories of whatever this person did that was good. And nothing can touch that. A person can do, like, you may have this idea that, oh, I did an Avera that's worth 2,000 Avera points. I just cost myself 2,000 Avera points. And I've only got 20 mitzvah points in that special room. They're gone immediately? The answer is no. That's not the way Hashem does math. Those 20 mitzvah points are there forever and ever. They cannot be touched. They're like solid. And that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, and I'm looking around the room, most of you have small children, and I know it's hard to imagine this, but when they become teenagers, it's like they're taken over by aliens from another planet, and they become much more difficult to deal with. And, you know, he was a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways, but if I can remember, like, what he looked like when he went to the first check-in with him, you know, vulnerable and uncertain, and, you know, it's hard not to just protect those 20 points and love that person forever. That little core of love. And by the way, this is what he looked like after the haircut. I was not entirely sure that this was a good idea, but nevertheless, okay. So I'm going to give you now the last one. And this is, of course, very on time. And Rafi, our eldest daughter. And This is the 13th level. Is the remark says that if all the other 12 levels fail, this one never fails. You're really trying hard to forgive someone. And again, sometimes people ask me, "What about Hitler?" I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life with the regular slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I've never had, like those kind of awful traumatic experiences. Like, I don't know what to say about those things. But in regular life, it says if you can't forgive a person with the other 12 levels, this level will always work. It is guaranteed in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person. But I have to say, it's like hugely exhausting to do it. I have used it on occasion, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it extinguishes a part of your soul. It is really, really hard to do. And basically, what he says is, every human being had a moment of innocence. Usually when they're infants, but every human being had a moment where they were completely toppled. Nothing wrong with them. They were beautiful works of art. There was everything, and there was nothing wrong with them whatsoever. And what you have to do is you have to go back to that place. You have to imagine that person as that perfect human being before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, although he does talk about childhood, is being under the chuppah. And he gives that beautiful section from the Navi of how Hashem found us in the wilderness and then became our husband there. And that moment of pure joy when you're under the chuppah and you're saying, I'm so fortunate. How did I get so fortunate to marry such a wonderful person? And like nothing is wrong. The entire universe is aligned in your favor. Later you will have arguments. Later you will, but that moment of purity and energy that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, you may still be angry about who knows what other things, but that anger will be muted by the overwhelming message of, yes, we had that connection at that time. And that's the 13th level. It is, again, exhausting. When you're really angry with someone, it's hard to think of that moment. But it is, well, we're still married, what, 34 years later, right? Okay, so I'm going to conclude now, and I'm just going to tell a story about the same daughter. This is Rafaela when she was about 2 years old or so. And I think one of the powerful lessons in yoga I ever learned was from Rafaela. And it goes like this. So this was when I was doing my dissertation, and my wife was working at in Westchester at the Federation, and I was unwisely in charge of Rafaela and her sister Denise. And I would be working, writing my dissertation papers all over the place, and the kids would basically be doing whatever they want in the rest of the house. And I would look at my watch, and my wife would come home in 15 minutes, and they'd rush around cleaning things up, and trying to look like everything was okay. And one day, I'm working really hard on particular writing, and I realized I don't hear the chirps. But they found something really tasty to do. So I come out of my office and I start walking through the split-level house we're living in Muncie, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of plumbing. They're washing each other with a toilet brush, and there's toilet paper everywhere. They soaked up the floors. It was like, Rafi was, I guess, about 4. Denise was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was within the 15-minute window before my wife would get home. And I was livid, right? The veins in my forehead started pulsating, and I started tensing up, and the kids knew they were in big, big trouble. And Rafaela, if I were she, I would have lit out of there. I would have immediately headed for the hills because they were going to be in big trouble. But instead, this little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me and threw herself at my legs and hugged my legs like this. And I was like, oh, how can I be angry with her, right? She has, instead of running away, which would have been the obvious thing, she ran to me. And she said, oh, I didn't know we weren't supposed to do this. I'm really sorry. And I immediately forgave her and Denise. And I think the lesson in Tshuva is really obvious that, you know, we may think we're smarter than God. We may think we'd be able to get out of here before Hashem realizes that we were the ones who messed things up. It's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to, you know, overcome our fear and hesitancy and run to Hashem. And as it were, to clasp him around the legs and say, you know, Tati, I'm sorry, and I really want to be better. And I hope that this introduction to Toma Devora has been useful for you. It's been very therapeutic listening. I wish you all a Ksina Tova and good Shior, and hopefully we should share many happy occasions.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's take a little bit of time to talk about the rabbinic holiday of Tu B'Av, which is, of course, the holiday that falls on its name, the 15th day of the month of Av. If you're wondering how Tu makes the number 15, it's the letter Tet and the letter Vav, which is 9 plus 6. And you may think to yourself, wait a second, why 9 plus 6? Why not the more logical 10 plus 5? The reason is because in printers' conventions in particular, we don't write the letter Yud and the letter Hey following it for the number 50 because that happens to be one of the names of God, and you wouldn't want to write down the name of God in vain. So that's why the convention is referring to it as Tu B'Av. 9 plus 6 equals 50, and the 15th of Av has arrived. So what exactly is the deal with Tu B'Av? It is clearly a rabbinic holiday. It came out, it's not recorded in the Bible, it's recorded in the Mishnah. And here's the Locus Classicus, which is in the Mishnah Tanya 4. It's a beautiful passage. Amar Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel. Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel says, Lo hayu yamim tovim Yisrael kachamisha asar ba'av u'chayam ha'kippurim. There never was any more beautiful days for the Jewish people like the 15th day of Av, or like Yom Kippur. Now you may wonder, Yom Kippur, fasting, yikes, that's like one of the best days. Well, it is, but obviously in a spiritual sense, so we're not going to go there. Let's focus on the 15th of Av. Because on that day, the daughters of Jerusalem would go out wearing white clothes that were borrowed. Why were they borrowed? In order to not embarrass someone who did not own white clothes. Remember, in the ancient period, having multiple changes of clothes was, quite expensive and onerous. In the biblical period, it was actually fairly rare. In the Messianic period, a little more common, but still, having the right outfit, it's something you really need to have. So on this particular day, the beautiful custom was that you had to wear something that was borrowed. You had to go to someone else to get it, and that way people wouldn't feel embarrassed by not having one of their own. Kola Keren Tu'unim Tevila, all the clothes had to be washed in advance. Now, of course, this is a special kind of ritual washing, but nevertheless. The daughters of Jerusalem would go out and they would dance. They would, cholot means like they would be moving in circles in the orchards, which must have been very beautiful. And what would they say? Bachor, young man, Sana enecha ur'eh, mi ata borer lach. Lift up your eyes and see, who would you choose for yourself? So obviously this is kind of like a sort of a romantic event, and you wonder how that would play in the modern day. I don't know, but we're just reading the Mishnah, right? Don't look at beauty. Look rather at family. Look at where these girls come from. Look at who their parents and their grandparents and so on are. The Gemara has lots of issues to say about this afterwards. Sheker achein behevel yofi, isha yiras Hashem hitisala. In reality, charm is vain and beauty is meaningless. A woman who fears God, she should be praised. And then the Mishnah goes on to talk about this in further ways. So it seems that on the 15th of Av, there was a great deal of celebration, especially coming after the 9th of Av, which would have been a day of tremendous sadness. The 15th of Av is a tremendous release and happiness, women going out into the orchards, beautiful things. So the Gemara, after this Mishnah, discusses 6 historical events associated with this date that justified it for this particular celebration. Let's go through those. I've reordered them slightly to make sure they are in chronological order, because historians generally like to move in kind of linear fashion. So first of all, the tribes were allowed to intermarry. If you recall the discussion of daughters of Tzalafchad, when they go to Moses and say, we want to have our inheritance, our father did not have any sons, and we should inherit as well. So there was a discussion there that, yes, they would inherit, but in order to keep the tribal distinctions intact, they would marry within their own tribe. But this presupposes that they had been allowed to marry outside of their tribes before that. So that date of being allowed to marry outside the tribes would have been on the 15th of Av, according to the Talmud. Secondly, it was a day in which the Jews wandering through the desert, who were old enough to have known Egyptian servitude, finally stopped dying off, and those Jews who were born in the desert were, and of course the 2 spies who spoke favorably of the land of Israel, were able to go into the land of Israel. So the date on which there were no more deaths, that was the 15th of Av, and the date of celebration. Third, it was the date of the reintegration of the tribe of Benjamin after their exclusion from the body politic of the early ancestors of the Jewish people, as described in Shoftim 21, the book of Judges, chapter 21. Horrible story there. Benjamin was ostracized for quite some time, and then on the 15th of Av, the tribe of Benjamin was reintegrated. Fourth, moving ahead quite a bit now to the late 8th century before the Common Era, when King Hoshea ben Elah removed the guards that were preventing the Israelites who lived in the northern kingdom of Israel, which had split from the southern kingdom of Judah. He removed the guards that prevented the Israelites from making their way down into Judah and to make pilgrimage to the holy city of Jerusalem. Under an earlier king, Yeravam ben Nebat, there was a ban placed on Israelites making their way down to Jerusalem, and this was finally lifted on the 15th of Av. Number 5, this is again moving forward another 900 odd years when you get to the Bar Kokhba rebellion. During the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was horribly and brutally put down by the Romans, only after tremendous difficulty, however, there was one final battle at a place called Beitar. And the Romans were so incensed at the difficulty that the Bar Kokhba rebels had posed for them, they did not allow the bodies of the Jewish fighters to be cleared from the field and buried. So they were left out in the field, guarded by the Roman soldiers until finally on the 15th of Av, which was probably in the year 136 or possibly in the year 137 of the Common Era, finally the Romans relented and allowed the Jews to clear dead and to grant. This is, by the way, also memorialized in the Grace After Meals. The blessing Hatov Hameti is also composed in honor of being able to bury the last rebels of Bar Kokhba. And then finally, this date, the 15th of Av, is the last date when wood would be chopped for the temple. And the reason provided is because it happens to be the summer solstice, meaning that every day after the 15th of Av, the days get shorter, and the rabbi said there's not going to be enough sunlight on each successive day to properly dry out the wood so that it would be ritually fit for the temple. And so therefore, this was a celebratory day. It completed another cycle of chopping the wood for the temple, and those are the 6 historical reasons. I probably should have put that one actually, on the 5th reason, because that would have predated the Bar Kokhba revolt. By the time Bar Kokhba rebelled, the temple was already destroyed, but oh well, I already recorded it. So that's the 6 historical events that are associated with this particular date. I hope you found this interesting. Thank you very much for watching.
smart devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Since we're just about to begin the amazing holiday of Passover, I thought I'd take a few minutes every day and just offer a short historical insight into either the Exodus as we have it described in the Bible, or the Haggadah, and some interesting things that we find out from extra biblical sources in particular. I'd like to begin today by talking about Pharaoh Merneptah's premature obituary. So, first of all, Pharaoh Merneptah was an important leader of Egypt, of course, in the late 13th century before the Common Era. And in approximately the year 1220 before the Common Era, he made kind of a smash and grab rush north into the land of Israel and wreaked havoc on all kinds of communities there. And later he described it in this stele that he erected that's located in southern Egypt. Here you can see the stele itself. It's a massive obelisk, stands something like 20 feet tall. And there's like some depictions of various ritual things at the top, and then written in Egyptian hieroglyphics is a whole listing of the amazing achievements of the Pharaoh Merneptah. If you scroll all the way down this document to at least at the bottom, there's this fascinating little section that has been deciphered and has been interpreted to read, "Israel is wasted, its seed is no more." Now, there's a lot of things to say about this interesting passage, but what's especially valuable to me is that this is the first clear statement of the word and the name and the concept and the people Israel outside of biblical texts. Meaning we've got lots of descriptions, very rich characteristic descriptions of the major founders of the Jewish people, the patriarchs, the matriarchs, kings, queens, all kinds of things like that. But this is the first time we have a clear, unequivocal statement of Israel, the people, existing in the historical record outside of our own family history. Now, there's a few other exceptions to that rule, like, for example, you can see in this execration figurine, which is basically a kind of an early Egyptian voodoo doll that goes back about 500 years before Merneptah erected his stele. These are kind of fascinating ritual objects where Egyptians would write the names of people or places they don't like, and then they would ritually defile the statue by burning it or breaking it and things like that. And it was kind of like a way of like invoking curses upon the people that they dislike. And when you look at these execration figures, you'll see that there are place names that are located in the land of Israel. But it doesn't say anything about who's living there or anything like that. Just as kind of like geographical, topographical information. Very valuable, but doesn't say too much to us about who these people were, what they stood for, and so on, or even if they would be the descendants of Jacob, because of course there were people living in Israel prior to the arrival of the sons and daughters of Jacob, sometime maybe in the 13th century. And furthermore, it's not surprising you don't have more Egyptian description of the Exodus for a whole host of reasons, but one of them is the fact that the Egyptians had a distinct allergy to recording stories that was, contrary to the national interest. One great example of this is the story of the Pharaoh Hatshepsut, who is shown here, wearing a ceremonial beard in this Sphinx presentation, although she was a female pharaoh. And one of her offspring later decided to completely remove her from the historical record. As you can see from this wall engraving on the right, you have very clear representations of the cartouches of Thutmose III, but Hatshepsuts are all clearly effaced from the rock, as if they wanted to literally remove her from the historical record. Turned out that this interesting exposure of Egyptian mummy issues was not correct. I should not say that. Mummy issues, that's terrible. Oh well, let's just keep it. Anyways, it was unsuccessful because Hatshepsut happened to be a really important pharaoh, and so a lot was known about her activities later, and these attempts to wipe her out of the record were completely unsuccessful. But what I really find fascinating, besides the fact that this is the first time we have anyone saying anything about the ancestors of the Jewish people in the historical record.
Pretty good. We got a question.
Hit me with it, baby.
Do you know the YouTube channel Kentucky Ballistics, per chance?
No, I don't know anything about it.
It's where he tries out a bunch of guns. Yeah, are we allowed to watch that?
How old are you?
18. Old enough.
And what year were you born? Go. 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 You gotta leave. You gotta leave. Leave.
Am I allowed to watch? I'm 18.
When was your birthday?
2007 January.
Yeah, you can stay.
Okay.
How you living?
Am I allowed to watch that? Because I'm kind of interested. I actually do know that channel. I should do watch it.
No, I don't. You watch whatever you want.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
It is, after all, an obituary, meaning Merneptah said that I went up into the north, I went through all these communities that I destroyed, I pillaged, all kinds of things, and when I got to those pesky Israelites, I completely obliterated them. Israel is wasted, its seed is no more, meaning that's it for the Jewish people, and they will never again, rise up, they'll never again show their faces. This is, I think, especially ironic when you think about the fact that Merneptah himself was the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II, who many scholars identify as the pharaoh of the story of Joseph. We'll talk about him tomorrow, God willing. But it's as if he's like getting revenge for the way that his father was treated when the Egyptian slaves left Egypt. Could be lots of things to think about. But what I think is especially hilarious is like, oh my gosh, they also found Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy. I'm not going to show it on the screen because many people find that very tasteless. I have done it in previous lectures, but he looks terrible. He looks like he's wasted and his seed is no more. On the other hand, the Jewish people, thank God, are still flourishing and are still, very much active and central in many ways to what's happening in Western nations. This illustrates two things. It illustrates, on the one hand, yet another example of what we see in the Haggadah, that in every generation there will be someone who rises up to try to destroy the Jewish people, but they are miraculously rescued. Here is a kind of hilarious passage from an 1859 Haggadah that was published in the Russian Empire. And the censor said, how can you possibly include that statement that in every generation there will be some kind of massive anti-Semite? That's not true. We live now in the paradise of the Russian Tsar, and life for Jews is fantastic here in 1859. There's no way there's going to be any challenges. So therefore, the censor insisted and had added to the text the words Hayu, which is circled here, and the letter He before Matzilenu instead of the Mem. So in other words, he forced it to read, in every generation there used to rise up against us, meaning no longer. But back in ancient history that happened, but no longer. And then later he says, it's not that God continues to rescue the Jewish people, it's that he used to rescue the people. Doesn't have to anymore because now life is great. And this, that's the first thing I want to remark on with Merneptah's last obituary of the Jewish people, which is really the first obituary we have. Mark Twain, a great writer and humorist of the late 19th century and early 20th century in America. There was, of course, a famous story, I'm sure you've heard it, that at one point someone thought he had died and they published an obituary and he quipped, and there are various versions of what he actually said or wrote, but it was apparently something to the effect of, rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. And that's also, I think, reflective of Merneptah's premature obituary. Let us go back to Mark Twain, though, to close this out. And I often reflect on something he wrote in 1899, a remarkable essay in Harper's Magazine called Concerning the Jews. It was later reprinted in 1934. And he writes, about a 15-page essay about the status of Jews in Europe and in America, and he reflects on the concept of anti-Semitism and so on. And he says a lot of really fascinating things, some of which are real howlers, like looking at it a century later to see how wrong he was in many ways. But his conclusion is so powerful. I'm going to read it to you because I just think it's a great sort of mindset to bear in mind as we go into the Passover season, as we go into the celebration of the Haggadah. Once again, we go through another year of reciting this ancestral story and thinking about what it means for the Jewish people, for the world. So here's Mark Twain's conclusion of his essay concerning the Jews, 1899. To conclude, if the statistics are right, the Jews constitute but 1% of the human race. It's actually smaller than what Mark Twain said. It suggests a nebulous, dim puff of stardust lost in the blaze of the Milky Way. Properly, the Jew ought hardly to be heard of, but he is heard of, has always been heard of. He is as prominent on the planet as any other people, and his commercial importance is extravagantly out of proportion to the smallness of his bulk. His contributions to the world's list of great names in literature, science, art, music, finance, medicine, and abstruse learning are also way out of proportion to the weakness of his numbers. But he has made a marvelous fight in this world, in all the ages, and he has done it with his hands tied behind him. He could be vain of himself and be excused for it. The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose filled the planet with sound and splendor, then faded to dream stuff and passed away. The Greek and the Roman followed and made a vast noise, and they are gone. Other peoples have sprung up and held their torch high for a time, but it burned out, and they sit in twilight now, or have vanished. The Jew saw them all, beat them all, and is now what he always was, exhibiting no decadence, no infirmities of age, no weakening of his parts, no slowing of his energies, no dulling of his alert and aggressive mind. All things are mortal but the Jew. All other forces pass, but he remains. What is the secret of his immortality? Wow. That's an amazing passage. Thank you posthumously, Mr. Twain, for that amazing conclusion to your essay. And this is what I think about when I go into the Passover Seder. I think about how many centuries upon centuries Jews have gathered around the table. What have they eaten? What were they dressed like? How they sometimes would sit on cushions on the floor, how they would, in distant times, recline to their lefts on chaise lounges, because that's the way that they used to eat in Hellenistic Israel. I mean, it's just so amazing that there's this phenomenal continuity, and what Twain said only a century ago is so dramatically true even today. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a fantastic Passover.
Kids because they were so drunk and something. Really? Yeah, we do order pizza every day. Uncle Jeff's.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm glad you're back to talk a little bit more about historical background or historical context of the Exodus and the Haggadah. And I want to talk a little bit about the Pharaoh who knew not Joseph. Of course, this is a citation from the beginning of Exodus, where Joseph comes to the land of Egypt and he does tremendous things with their economy and just gets them through that 7-year famine. And, everyone should really be grateful to Joseph for all the tremendous things he did for the country. But a new Pharaoh arose who knew not Joseph, who didn't remember what the ancestor of the Jewish people had to do in Egypt, and the gratitude was gone. What have you done for me lately? It ended up, descending into exploitation and eventually slavery, which is at the core of the Exodus experience. There's so much to talk about here, but I really want to focus on this Pharaoh and one aspect of his personality. But let me just begin by starting with a more general background concept. I think it would be a mistake to offer these series as kind of like, well, here's all the archaeological evidence that proves exactly what it says in the Bible. Because, You know, the Bible is a religious text. It is a book of faith. It is not a book of science, and it does not attempt to conform to the rules of science, hypotheses, and experimentation and the scientific method and things like that. That's not really what the book is about. That does not mean that one may not rely on it for historical data. In fact, that's alluding to the title of the great work by Professor Kitchen on the reliability of the Old Testament, which is a remarkable work of scholarship. A lot of the crucial information in the Bible is not something that we can pin down with historical data from extra biblical sources. For a host of reasons, this is a short class, so I'm not going to go into all of them, but I do want to illustrate why it's not necessarily the right way to go about thinking about how to read the Bible. I'll tell you a story about my grandparents. This is a photograph of them from 1913. My grandfather Alex and my grandmother Pavka. They're both Lithuanian migrants to Canada, and they lived up in the north of Canada when this horrible forest fire rushed through the area in the year 1916, known as the Great Matheson Fire. It was absolutely devastating for people living in this, very congested timberland of the north. It killed some 200 people, including quite a few Native Canadians, First Nations people, who really did not have structures that could withstand these fires. Now, my grandfather, this is a story I heard from my own father, who was not even born at the time, but my grandfather could see that there was something terrible coming. And so, he was just starting his business in dry goods at the time. What he did was he dug a massive hole in the backyard, took all of his stock, which was basically like work pants and shirts and boots and things like that, buried it in, he wrapped it in burlap, and then he buried it, and the fire came into town, devastated the town. He and his wife, who was then expecting my uncle, they all ran to the Abitibi River, and they waited in the river until it was safe to come out again when the fire had passed. The town was devastated, people were impoverished, but they could go to my grandfather, who gave them clothes for free. They could pay back later when they were back on their feet and so on. But this stories of tremendous import, they're just not recorded anywhere. But that doesn't mean they didn't happen. And more importantly, that's the real story that I want to gather from that episode. What my father told me, and he never witnessed it because he wasn't even born. But what my father told me, and I trust my father, that's the Masora, that's the tradition. My father told me things about his father and mother that gave me tremendous lessons into how I should lead my own life. And I think that's how we have to look at the historical data we have on the Exodus that leads into the Haggadah and so on. We may not be able to put everything under a microscope and find this factor, find that factor, confirm this idea or that idea, but we will nevertheless find a tremendous amount of information. If you want to go into the weeds in this, have a look at Kenneth Kitchen's book. It is absolutely tremendous. He includes, for example, this piece of data, which is so fantastic. We do have some ways of corroborating events in the Bible with extra biblical events, such as, for example, the price of slaves in the time of Joseph. We know that in Exodus chapter 37, verse 28, we have the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels. And when we compare that price of 20 shekels with how much we know slaves cost in the Code of Hammurabi, in texts from Mari and Old Babylonia, we see that that's smack on what we would expect a slave to cost in precise era when we believe that Joseph was sold. Moreover, if we look at the price of slaves as recorded in Exodus chapter 21, verse 32, with what we know that slaves were going for from documents in nearby Nuzi or Ugarit, we see that, my gosh, it's exactly the same. And finally, when you look at the price of the redemption of the nobles under King Menashe, the nobles were taken into Ashur. They over there in Kings 2, chapter 15, verse 30, that price exactly maps to what we know about the price of slaves in Assyria. And you track all of these on a chart, and you can see that it's a pretty linear progression that tends to confirm the statement of the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels, placing it appropriately within its historical context. It's pretty amazing, I think, to see this corroboration. This is data that's derived from Dr. Kitchen's work. But let's go to our main subject, which is, of course, the personality of Ramses II, who many scholars believe would be the specific pharaoh described as having forgotten about Joseph, whether, as we have a famous controversy in the Talmud, he was the same pharaoh who just, chose to forget for whatever reason, or whether he really was a new pharaoh who didn't read the, Egyptian history textbooks. One of the most fascinating debates in the Talmud about Pharaoh Ramses is what is the degree of his culpability for the maltreatment of the Jews, especially because as the plagues were instituted, the verse says, and it says this only about Pharaoh Ramses II and his direct administrators, that his heart was made heavy, kaveh. In other cases, the term his heart was made hard, chazak, for example. We see that, in several places in the Bible, but to see his heart made heavy, it's the only time it's used is with regards to Ramses II. And what exactly does a heavy heart mean? In the English language, when we say a heavy heart, we mean, despondent or sad or, something like that. But it doesn't seem to make sense. The context of the making of one's heart heavy in the book of Exodus is that Ramses became more belligerent, more obstinate. The opposite of a soft heart or an open heart. It was somehow making him more culpable. Now, here's an insight from Dr. Racheli Shlomi Chaim, fascinating Egyptologist from Hebrew University, who points out that if you look at Egyptian myth, the main thing that Pharaoh has to do, the one job that he has, is to maintain something called ma'at, which is an Egyptian term meaning harmony, order, balance, i.e. that the Pharaoh has to make sure that society progresses in an organized fashion with equity and justice. And this is what a pharaoh is judged for. So, for example, if you look here at a remarkable 13th century representation of Pharaoh Seti I, presenting a little statuette of the goddess of Ma'at, the goddess of this kind of balance, indicating that this is what he does. This is his offering. Ma'at is frequently portrayed as having a headdress that is adorned by a large feather. You see, here's another example of that feather. Now, why I'm saying this is because there's an amazing thing that Professor Shlomi Chaim points out, that in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a very famous scene where after a pharaoh dies and is mummified, part of the process is his heart is removed and placed in a canopic jar, placed in like an urn, a clay urn, and then it is weighed against the feather of Ma'at. Meaning, if he did his job right, then his heart will be lighter than the feather of Ma'at, and he will get whatever benefits there are in the afterlife. But if he failed to maintain Ma'at, if he allowed his heart to become heavy, not hard, not resistant, but heavy, then he will be judged negatively, and he will be punished in the next world. As you can see, in the 13th century, again, the same era, the Book of the Dead, there's a famous scene where you can see the canopic jar there on the left side of the scales and the feather of Ma'at on the right. And so far, Pharaoh's hanging in there, but we don't know what's going to end up happening. So this is really the meaning within the Egyptian context of the 13th century, which we've largely lost, except for the research of people like Professor Rachel Shlomi Chain, who point this out, that it is his failure to maintain a just and equitable society, that is his maltreatment of the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and his forgetfulness for what he should have done for the people of Joseph, is fundamentally what caused his heart to become heavy, and fundamentally what brought about his own downfall. Wow, fascinating. I hope this was useful to you, and maybe you'll even talk about it a little bit at your Passover Seder. Thank you very much for watching.
They're mixing them in the same bin where they're making steroids. They're mixing them in the same bin where they're making creatine. Like, they don't give a fuck. If you're shipping that shit overseas, they don't give a fuck. Okay? They probably don't even want to be working.
Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I had a brilliant idea this morning, thinking a lot about Passover and thinking about my upcoming cruises with Kosher River Cruises. I thought, wait, what if we offered a fully kosher recreation of the Exodus, skipping the slavery part and just going straight from Egypt to the Promised Land? Wouldn't that be amazing? We would not even have to split the sea because we have these beautiful ships that we travel on. Let's just recreate the journey. It would sell tremendously. It would be amazing. The only problem is it's very hard to figure out the actual geography of the route. Where exactly did the Exodus happen? And specifically, where did the crossing of the sea occur? So let's get into the geography a little bit and the archaeology, and we'll try to reconstruct what we know. And unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff that we simply don't know. Now, part of the reason why this is so complicated is because there is natural geographic change over the 3,000 plus years since this occurred. If you have a look at this satellite image here, you can see that the primary geological feature of the land of Egypt is, of course, the Nile River that flows from the south to the north. That's why the lower Nile is actually higher on the map, and the upper Nile is actually lower on the map. And for
I was just saying, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Recorded history and beyond, the Nile has regularly flowed along this route and emptied out into a large delta that flows into the Mediterranean Sea. Now, the challenge is that there is a certain amount of natural change to the geography as rivers do tend to move a little bit.
It all started when I wanted to record my golf swing. So I had been working remotely during the pandemic, and I wanted the ability to do something outside and just, work on my golf game. And so I would, with my cell phone, go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim and record myself at the driving range. And I would say some things on camera that I thought were funny, that I thought, you know what, my future family, if I ever have a wife and kids, they might think this is funny too, just how I was playing and such. And so I started recording it on my phone, and I would then upload it at the end of the night, and that was taking me a long time to do. So what I ended up doing was one day just saying, you know what, I'm going to bite the bullet, and I'm going to just become a streamer, I guess. But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it better than anybody's ever done it. Now, I had, at the time I was attending work remotely, and I was attending classes remotely. And because of that, I was already on camera approximately 16 or so hours a day. And I just got a lot more comfortable being on camera when I wasn't originally. And then from there, I eventually figured, you know what? If I'm going to do this, let's do it from multiple angles, and let's do it better than anybody's ever done it. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've seen The Truman Show. I've seen parts of it.
All right. Well, As you know, there are like a lot of cameras on him simultaneously, and I just kind of figured that was something that I was going to do too. And I started streaming myself, and the rest is history.
Makes sense. So I just made it an assassin fedora.
All right,
What should I name it?
Pimp. PIMP.
When I'm out actually fighting, I think we're at the instead of because in my intimidation checks are 25% higher as a vampire, as long as my face is showing.
That's tight.
Did you know if you get the listen called Crime and Punishment? There's also another one called Gun for Hire, but one of the things is if you piss off enough raiders, you can get lynch. You can get a lynch mob coming after you. If you anger enough raiders. I thought that was pretty funny.
That's wild.
Yeah, there's some wild for a mob. I've never managed to do that though. I always like do something else. When they come to a raider quest, I always succeed.
That's tight. Every single.
Or I accidentally kill the person trying to give me the quest.
Every single time you succeed.
And it crashed. Can you see my screen, by the way?
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
Oh, it's working? It never works. I think it crashed.
Yo, what up? How you, pimp? Because I'm sick and I got a big dick. What do you want me to do about it? Word, dog. I stream my life 24 hours a day. I get paid a little bit, nothing crazy. Does anybody in here play Madden?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think. I don't play Madden. My brother used to. used to have it on the old
I don't know if it's because I had it on the wrong hard drive. Like, I was trying to find out my SSD. But when I played that shit, bro, that shit was lagging, motherfucker.
You need to get better internet.
Nigga, my internet's already faster than half things in this place. That's why we just let my shit I know how they download, bro. Shit quick as fuck. FIFA? Nah, I'm too black.
Welcome.
Hello, how you doing?
What's going on, B? Yo, B, what up, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me?
I've been here several times.
Oh, okay, very cool. We're watching my man Omni Duck play. What game playing Omni Duck? Fallout 4.
It's Fallout 4, but modded.
How's your day going, B?
Yeah, not bad yourself.
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in the hood? That's tight. Hey, Omni Duck, I just want you to know I'm talking with some other people in a Discord. I'm staying here, of course. But just in case you think, like, why is he... Like, I didn't ask him a question or something like that, just so you know I'm in another conversation as well. Yo, Lubaduki, do you play fantasy football, or anybody in here play fantasy football?
I don't, but my homie's really trying to get into it.
I don't play fantasy football.
Hackers are winning the whole thing. Hackers are winning it? And you're paying like out of pocket picture? Or is it free? Is it free or you gotta pay money?
You can do a free one on ESPN.com.
All the way, always money. Like that. Good job first. Good job first. I have a job.
I think they're trying to find people to do that shit, but I don't do it. I know people that's actually about it.
It's so much fun. It makes the NFL season so entertaining. I highly recommend if you've never played fantasy sports of any kind, do it. You can play free versions on ESPN. It's amazing.
So what you gotta do is like, you gotta just like draft good players and whatnot.
Yeah, and if you don't know what to do, they have auto drafts. But basically, what you can do is do the auto draft. Here's what I do if you want my advice, because I always like to win. So you can have up to 25 teams on ESPN's fantasy app. I draft 25 teams. I just have the computer do it. And then as the season goes on, I just have them basically automatically rostered. And then at the end of the season, I've got like 10 or 12 really good teams. And I end up winning at least like 5 different leagues every year. And it's a lot of fun.
How much is the most you've won off for doing that shit, if you want me asking?
Sure. So I'm in a cryptocurrency league, and I believe the total is a couple grand just in that one.
That's tough. What did you put in?
$50.
That's tough. You won a couple grand?
Yeah, especially because like over the course of the season, the cryptocurrency goes up. So like you may put in $50, but it grows over the course of the season, and then at the end of the season, it's worth quite a bit. Yeah, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, I could tell you, I like college football. I wasn't super into the NFL. I mean, as a kid, I was, but there are just so many games and whatever. But this makes me watch the Thursday game. I watch the Sunday games, especially on Red Zone. You can stream that for free. And exactly. And then the Monday night game. And like, it just makes games that you would have never thought were going to be entertaining, extremely entertaining, because your team is relying on it. Old enough.
That's fucking crazy, bro. This man's no like that. 2 hours. 20 years.
not 20. I'm giving bro 34 and that's gonna be 25. No, nigga, I'm 25. You wanna see us 25 years old? Because I'm 29. I was like, no, disrespect. You're lying, bitch. You're 29. Yeah, I'm old as fuck. You just have like the fucking girl. No, I'm not a girl. I'm training. Yeah, that's people are giving training and girl, bro. Hey, that's like, it's not for you're really tuning in. Hey, shut your bitch ass up. What the hell is that? That's the big ass pose, bro. I'm a streamer. No.
On what platforms do you stream?
Oh, I would porn, so 0 rating. Niggas, like, what the fuck, bro? Bro, you sound like fucking, snaggy folks. Shut your bitch ass up. That dude in the back, I don't know, snaggy, bro. Oh, yeah, the guy is bummed, probably, so who cares? The guy that was, like, kind of whispering, snaggy, yo. Yeah, whispering. Snaggy, yo, speak to me. Alright, but, so what's your team now? Cryptocurrency do? I just got added to a group chat with Snaggy, right? Hey, Lions. Hey, who's your team? Fucking, the dude I was trying to ask about the... You're talking to Rabbi, bro.
Oh, you want to know who my NFL team is? I'm a fan of the LA teams, but really, I like all the NFL. Yeah, more Rams and Chargers. I actually am a 49ers fan.
Oh, yeah, we're on. So, how do you feel about that? Team Raiders hit their game and team, bro. How do you feel about that game? Hey, don't ever say that shit.
Just one moment. What? Can you repeat that? How do I feel about the 49ers Raiders game?
No. Seahawks and Patriots 2013. How do you feel about that?
Are you
That was
serious?
wild. That was
Yeah.
wild. That was absolutely wild.
And then I got annihilated by a terrible
I still haven't recovered from that shit. I was only a teenager. Or preteen, actually.
One of these days you'll recover.
Basically, they got one shot by a drone.
That game, bro, that shit was rigged. Russell Wilson. Yeah, Russell, yeah, he was in his prime, too. That's what's crazy. Yeah, like he was in his college, too. In Wisconsin. He spikes the ball 3 seconds. Fuck. Hey, who was winning the link to this?
That's a good question. That's the $1 million question. If I knew, I would be betting on it.
KC sucked last year in the Super Bowl, too. Well, yeah, but they still made it to the Super Bowl. It doesn't count for shit. Some of the Niners, and we lost all three, and it doesn't matter now. So the Niners are ass, yeah. There's someone there. We beat the Seahawks and the Cowboys every year, though. Yeah, but Cowboys are trash. Come on now. More about the Raiders versus 49ers game we tied. Bills ain't good. Are the Raiders relevant, though? Maybe the Commanders, even. Not right now, dude, but we will be soon. Nah, but come on, if we're not relevant, then how the fuck did they tie with us? I mean, I guess. I would be there. Those Brewers ain't both ain't the same no more. That's just going not do shit no more. Right or right? Baseball. Shit.
Who's gonna knock off the Dodgers?
The Yankees need to win that shit. I mean, that's Giants. I expect that. I mean, the last 2 years of opening
They were in the World Series. Wasn't it Dodgers Yankees last year? Yeah, it was Dodgers Yankees World Series. Dodgers again. Word. Peace out, Girl Scout.
She's about to kill this nigga. He's a cockroach. Tentacles. My fault. I thought it was me. So I'm watching a show on Apple TV called Bad Sisters. Stuff. Pure seems to be one.
Oh, fuck.
I'm just using that name because I use it. But there's a ton of like super legit supplement companies where you know if you're gonna get 10,000 milligrams of D3, that's exactly what it is. They're just above the board. They know what the fuck they're doing. Like everything else, man. Like you can get the shittiest car in the world, or you can get a fucking Mercedes. You know, they know what they're doing.
Well, you know, people are listening to podcasts like this. We're just kind of like listening to them. Just going, it's like, oh, Huberman, I trust you. So you have supplements you represent, all right?
Well, Huberman is honest. And that's the most important thing.
That's what we do now, right? We're looking into these, even could be documented, but these people who we put our trust in, it's like that's kind of like the bar that we're setting for them. All right, I'm going to trust you.
Honestly, like that's everything, right? And including for yourself, like when everything falls apart, like what happened with Sean after the loss to Belong. That the thing in your head, like what it is what it is, man. You know, like Max Holloway says, it is what it is. He always says that. It's a beautiful way to look at life, really. It sounds simple, but it is what it is. Like you're not gonna change it by freaking out about it. You're not going to. This is what it is. That guy was better than you. So what are you gonna do? How are you gonna improve? What did you do mentally that was different? Was there decisions that you made during the fight? Was there something going on? And if you can't be honest with yourself, you're not going to improve. But if you can be honest with yourself, it can make you stronger. You know, there's a lot of guys that have gone through losses and came back way more dangerous. And there's other guys that go through losses and maybe they didn't go through a process like yours, or maybe they have some self-belief issues already, and you know, they were kind of manifesting themselves before the podcast. Maybe they're starting to, or before the fight, rather. Maybe they were starting to get imposter syndrome. You know, like some fighters get imposter syndrome. They start winning, and they're like, "There's no way I can be the champion. Yeah, this is crazy."
And there's a governor, right? Like a governor car that comes up where it's like, all right, I can be successful up to this level, but anything beyond this is not safe.
It's scary. Yeah, it's scary.
But it's like that real animalistic primal part of yourself that comes out and goes, I couldn't even consciously tell you why, but like I can't go there. Like I can't get to that level of success. If I do, I'm gonna tear it all down. We see people do that.
Well, it's a weird fear for people that are trying to be successful because they're listening to this and they're like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you? It's because the pressure of maintaining it, especially I think if you came from nothing. Because if you came from nothing, then you realize how lucky you are, and you realize that, oh my God, look how successful I am. I'm the world champion now, or in whatever you do in life. And then you start thinking, what if I fuck this up? What if I can't keep it up? What if I can't keep it up? What if it all goes away? And like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? And you start freaking out. And then if you go on social media, you start reading comments about yourself. So for fighters, that's a real problem. There's a lot of fighters I see arguing with people. Fuck you, pussy! I'll smack you. Like, don't do that. You are wasting so much energy. I'd rather you do heroin than do Twitter if you're a fighter. Like, get off there.
But what we want to do is we want to get to a place where they're matter of fact about what they're doing, which sounds like almost impossible for a lot of people who are listening right now. Like, what do you mean this certain person's talking shit about me? But Brady is matter of fact about this now. Like, truthfully, he's wired in a way that where someone starts to talk some shit about him, he can laugh about it. He can just matter of factly not be emotional about it.
But it's also because he's on the hot win streak right now. He looks awesome. And he's super confident.
Well,
He's got a lot of momentum on the side.
It's a compounding of the belief from the physical experience and the belief that we've wired into him. Right. So it's both of those together, right? It's like the perfect confluence of those two factors coming together.
Right. And then the confidence that comes from these wins, especially the last one. I mean, God, he looks so good. He looks so dominant. And to do that with a guy like Leon, we saw those Usman fights. We saw him knock out Usman. He's really good, man. And for Sean to do that, it was like, wow, that's a big turn of the corner, not just a little turn, just a giant turn of the corner.
But stylistically, that was kind of a fight made for Sean, right there.
Well, it could be until you take into consideration the second Kamaru Usman fight, because Usman couldn't take it down. That fight was primarily stand-up fight because Leon's takedown defense had gotten so good. I think there was that bump in confidence after the knockout. He really felt like the champion now. So for Bilal to just step in and put a stop to all that, and then, to see then him lose the title to Jack Della, and then see what Sean just did, and you look at the whole thing, you're like, what a crazy Shark Tank of all these killers. Leon Edwards, Bilal Muhammad, Della Maddalena, now you got Islam Makhachev in there, and it's like, who can keep it together the most is a giant factor.
Yeah,
it's a giant factor.
I know you don't really follow football, but like this is like the SEC in football, right? It's the division that's Alabama, LSU, Texas. It's like they're all killers. So any given night, anyone could be anyone. It's just like who's going to show up and execute the best. That's what it comes down to.
And then you got Michael Venom Page, who's like the biggest puzzle in the entire sport. Like he's also a 170. That guy. Good luck. Good luck training for that guy. Like, just good luck. Good luck. Super tall welterweight who moves like nobody, who's a world point fighting champion. Like, that is a totally different thing, that point fighting thing. You ever watch that shit? Okay. Michael Venom Page was, at one point in time, the best karate point fighters. And the way karate point fighters fight, they stop after one person gets hit. It's kind of like an elite form of tag with lethal weapons. Like, these guys are fucking good at these launches forward and blitzes, and they're really good at getting out of the way because guys are blitzing at them all the time. So because of the style of the competition, they developed this very unique skill set of being able to close the distance extremely fast with a lot of distance in between them and land very unpredictable shots. Like, he's super creative. And he also knows how to wrestle now. He also knows jiu-jitsu now. So, like, now he's a mixed martial arts fighter. But he's got this one skill set that's crazy unique. And I always said that's the thing that's missing in MMA. Because we see what happens when you get, like, a really elite boxer. We've seen what happens with a really elite kickboxer, a really elite jiu-jitsu guy, or wrestler. We haven't seen a really elite point fighter who learns all those other skills. Because it's a different thing. It's not like Pereira fights. He's not moving around a lot. He's coming right at you. There's not a lot of dancing. There's not a lot of, there's not a lot of Sandhagen moves. Sandhagen is like constantly giving you different looks and overloading your mind. Pereira's stalking you, right? It's very. What MVP is doing is something totally different. Like, you can't even touch it. He's hitting guys that have like a lot of experience in the UFC. He's hitting with shots they don't see coming. They can't hit him. Kevin Holland was like, where the fuck is he? I can't even find him. This is nuts. The guy just launches himself at you, pops you, cracks you, and then he's gone, and you're like, okay. He's moving way faster than anybody you've ever fought before. Covered way more distance quicker than anybody you've ever fought before. It's like the difference between someone who
started my stream and just chatting
in front of people and knocking sticks.
Screen
Fencers.
chilling
You ever seen those elite fencers?
minutes into the jump
This guy
got
got
so
so much
much positive feedback about
this is him when he
the
was
span of
in
talking.
elite karate. This is
We jumped in the game.
This is what it looks like. It's really weird.
Now with the starting screen, talking
to preach on
chat.
But this is Raymond Daniels, who's also he was an elite point fighter who then went on and had big success in Glory and also big success in Bellator. Because of that style, it's like a nutty style. He pulled off one of the greatest. Raymond Daniels pulled off one of the greatest KOs I've ever seen in my life in kickboxing. It was a jumping side kick that in midair he turned into a spinning back kick to the face. I've done it to a bag before. I've never done it to a human being. And for him to do it to a human being in Glory, now see if you find the kickboxing one from Glory. This is the nutty one where he did like a 360-degree punch. Watch how crazy this is. Play that, because that's what that was, what you just had. Watch this punch. So he hits him with a spinning back kick to the body. He lets him get up. Now watch this. What is that? That is bananas. He ballet punched that dude. It's like anime. It's like Dragon Ball Z somewhere. If that was in the kick from like Mortal Kombat, you'd be like, get out of here, bitch. That shit would never work. But I want you to find his kickboxing KO. I wish I could remember the gentleman he was fighting, but the guy he fought is legit too. And he hit him with a jump side kick, spinning back kick to the face in the air. So it's like, that is a different thing. You know, Ankalaev's not going to do that. Pereira's not going to do that. Like, those point fighter guys are different. It's a different thing. You're dealing with this whole new skill set. This episode is brought to you by the Montana Knife Company. I'm very excited to do this ad because my good friend Josh Smith owns the Montana Knife Company. It was founded by Josh, who is one of the most experienced master bladesmiths in the world. He makes amazing knives. I fucking love them. I have a bunch of them. There are barely over 100 master bladesmiths in the world, and this guy's been one since he was 19. He makes the sharpest knives you will ever use right here in the US of A. Designed, tested, and built by hunters, Montana Knife Company is a hunting knife company first and foremost, but they also make some of the best chef knives on the planet. I use them all the time in my kitchen. And the best part is, all of Montana Knife Company's knives are backed by a multi-generational guarantee promise. If you ever need your blade sharpened, just send it back and they'll sharpen them for free. These knives sell out within minutes of being released, so head over to montanaknifecompany.com to see what's available now. My favorites, the insanely sharp Speed Goat 2.0. I carry that with me every time I go to the mountains. Montana Knife Company, working knives for working people. Leaping in and cracking you with shit. Like, what the fuck is this?
So I know boxing a lot better than I know UFC. I'm just getting more in UFC recently. Where's this guy in his career right now?
He's really high level. In the UFC, he's got to be top 10 in the welterweight division. But he shuts people down, man. He shuts people down in a wild way that you just don't see much. The only person who figured him out was Ian Gary. Ian Gary out-grappled him. You just got a hold of him and grappled him. But watch this jump side kick. This is so bananas, dude. Watch this. Boom. Isn't that nuts? Jump side kick to the body and in mid-air turns into a spinning back kick to the face. I mean, not everybody can do that. But when a guy can do that, if you don't know that he can do that, you can get fucked up. Like this, Raymond Daniels can do some wild shit. And again, he's pulling it off against kickboxers. I mean, he had a couple of losses. Joe Baltafini, he's the first. Brutalized his legs. He just had high guard, move forward about till he's like very classic, like hard-nosed kickboxer, a lot of low kick, strong punches. He just kept breaking down his legs to the point where he just couldn't walk, and then he head kicked him. It's pretty powerful. So that's not to be figured out. MVP lost. He fought Douglas Lee in the Bellator. Got stopped. Because his Douglas was a beast at the time and KO'd him. But it's just like that is a different puzzle now. Yeah. It's a different puzzle. It's crazy. I just love the fact that there's guys like that now in this sport where you're looking at the sport that's like 30 plus years old now. And there's still guys that are complete innovators that are coming in where the whole thing's changing. Okay. All right, now we're doing that. Now we're doing front kicks to the face, you know? Now we're doing calf kicks. All of a sudden, like, this big went his entire career without getting calf kicked. I mean, that's nuts. Yeah, you think about it, crazy. That's crazy.
This guy doesn't know anything about fucking UFC, and Joe Rogan's like, yo, how about this? How about this? How about this? How about this? And he's like, yeah, dog, that was cool. I'm a life coach. All right, loser bitch.
It's not just technique. It's not just being a specialist in one
What is this
particular area, which is
bullshit?
obviously a huge factor, but also the mind. And a lot of guys don't want to get help in that because they think that if they consult a sports psychologist, they're a pussy.
Yeah, 100%. Being vulnerable makes me weak.
Yeah.
Right? That's a core belief for a lot of guys. And so, when you believe that to be true, you're not going to create weakness within yourself, so you're not going to seek it out.
Exactly.
And there's also a big stigma around, like, guys in professional, like anything, right?
Yeah.
There's, like, a range to comedians, right? There's a range to people who do what I do. There's kind of pussies who do it in a way, right? There's, like, people who are very, like, soft.
Touch with your feelings.
Yeah, like the too far into, like, the woo or too far into, like, hey, I'm going to follow this textbook. Really, this work it's art. At the end of the day, what we're doing is like it's something you feel your way through, and it requires years and years of practice to get to any level of mastery.
It's interesting you're talking about like managing your brain as art.
Yeah, well, because it's not just the brain; it's the nervous system, it's the whole body, it's an energy body system, right? So we're talking about you've heard like meridians, right? That run through the body.
Is that all real?
Chakras.
I hear about that. Yeah, those are things that I hear about, and I go, yeah, I'll wait to talk to somebody about it that's a scientist.
You can call it whatever you want, right? We all feel like everyone feels anxiety right here in their solar plexus.
Yeah, you kind of feel in the center of your body, right?
Yeah, right here. This is the patterns I see with all these elite guys I'm working with. It's like I can just, my awareness with them is I can just feel the same thing they can feel.
Don't you think that's probably constricted breathing though? Like constricted breathing, that's what you feel it.
I would say constricted breathing is a byproduct of like a blockage in their body, and they just feel it.
Don't you think it's adrenaline though? It's a giant adrenaline dump, but it's also there's an anxiety that comes with that if your mind starts spinning out of control. Like, do you train?
I used to train boxing. Yeah.
Have you ever done jiu-jitsu?
I've done jiu-jitsu.
One of the things that happens in jiu-jitsu when guys first get started, like say if a guy has like maybe a distorted idea of how tough he is, it's like a big, strong, muscular guy. Those in particular, for whatever reason, seem to have a real problem when they grapple with a really good guy, where they get pinned down and then they get like side controlled and mounted and they start hyperventilating. I've seen it like several times from people that have never trained before, but they're real buff. And they maybe have this idea of who they are, and that idea is getting shattered, like just shattered by a guy that doesn't even look impressive, but he's just manhandling it. And the hyperventilating thing to me seems like a bunch of stuff. It's like the battle with reality. This can't be happening. Oh my God, this is happening. There's the forgetting to breathe. There's the elevated heart rate. There's the dump of adrenaline. There's all these different things connected.
This is like a domino effect, right? Right. Like the constricted breathing, not be able to think clearly. It's all a domino effect.
Yeah.
And kind of how I operate is like the belief is the thing that starts a domino. Right?
Sure.
And so if your belief is being destroyed in that moment, that's what creates that domino effect of the body and the nervous system reacts the way it does.
Right.
And so belief is formed in one of two ways. One is it's formed through life experience, right? Like the Goggins of the world. He's a very rare person who just builds belief off doing it.
Yeah.
How many guys are like that?
By the way, shout out to my brother David Goggins, who just completed the Bigfoot 200.
Let's go, Goggins.
That dude has no knees.
A bit. There are oxbows that form, and as irrigation changes, and this river has been heavily drained for irrigation with canals built over the centuries. Sometimes the nature of the delta can change and so on. And this is complicated by the fact that in 1970, a big dam was built in the upper Nile. You can see it at the bottom of this map, the Aswan Dam, and that changed a lot of the features of the water flow as well. So how does that affect what we know about the biblical sites that are described as the settlement of Jews in Israel? Historians believe that Goshen, the place where the Jews settled after Joseph is described as coming to the leadership of Egypt, would be in the eastern delta. You can see where I've indicated it here on the map. And in fact, not too far away is a site called, in contemporary Arabic, Kantir, or Piramese, which is most likely the site of Pi Ramses, one of the sites that we have described in the Bible as a construction site that Jews were forced to work on.
And so we know that all these things are happening here in the Eastern Delta. The challenge is that while some things are actually really well supported, for example, the Midrash talks about the actual soil of Pi Ramses being very unstable, and the Jews would engage in building buildings, and the buildings would collapse. That actually makes sense based on the nature of the composition of the soil in the delta there. But we don't have much archaeological, evidence from that period of any of the buildings that may have been constructed according to the biblical account. We do have, however, some new archaeological evidence that has come about as a result of the desiccation of the region related to the creation of the Aswan Dam that indicates some amazing things, like even these phenomenal mud pits that were described there, which are entirely consistent with what we know about brick making in ancient Egypt from, for example, the tomb painting of Rechmira that describes the entire process of brick making, which is consistent not only with the biblical account, but also with papyri that have managed to survive till this day. And in this particular mud pit that just blows me away, there's actually some remnants of a child's footprints. They measure to be about size 8.5 to 10, which would describe a child of 4 to 5 years old. We don't know, who this child was, Egyptian child, Jewish child, slave child. We don't know. What are they doing in the pits? Well, were they forced to work there? Were they playing there? We don't know, but it is nevertheless a very chilling reminder of the reality of work at that time. Still, doesn't say too much about the route that we're trying to describe. We know that the biblical account places the Jews in the Eastern Nile Delta. So how did they get from there to the Promised Land? The Bible specifically states that they did not take the shortcut, which is the Derech Plishtim, the Philistine way, also known as the Way of Horus. That would have been the easiest and most logical. That would go along the coast of the Sinai Peninsula, which actually had several established fortresses that were built by the Egyptians. The Egyptians frequently went this route when they went on raiding campaigns into the land of Israel. So we know they didn't go that way. Specifically, the Bible says they took an alternate route, a long route that somehow had them wandering throughout the Sinai Peninsula, eventually ending up in the land of Israel. But when you look at the overall map, you got to wonder, where did they cross the sea? What sea are we talking about? We should point out, in Hebrew, the term is Yam Suf, which means literally the Sea of Reeds. The term sea here, Yam, has to be not viewed from, let's say, a Western perspective of what a sea is. Sea is normally a fairly large body of water, but in biblical Hebrew, the word Yam can mean something a little bit more like what Americans would call a lake, and maybe not even a great lake. Like Yam Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee, is actually a fairly small body of water. I'm not sure if you can easily swim from side to side, but you can at least contemplate swimming from one side to the other. Similarly, the Dead Sea is very small. I mean, in comparison to the Great Lakes, these are small bodies of water, but in Hebrew they are called seas. Now, the second word, reeds, is interesting. The Sea of Reeds. It does not describe the Red Sea or the Mediterranean Sea. It says the Sea of Reeds. So this makes it sound a little bit like it could be a wetland, kind of like, a marshy area, which very much fits with what we know about the geography of the Eastern Nile Delta. And so many historians have attempted to reconstruct a route of the Exodus that goes through what are sometimes called the Bitter Lakes, which are not so much like big bodies of water. Again, that's not necessarily what the term yam or sea might mean in biblical Hebrew, but they might be like incredibly inaccessible wetlands, so you just can't cross them. Maybe the water is 3 feet deep, 6 feet deep, lots of vegetation, and the only way to get through would be if it split and you could walk on dry land. A miraculous occurrence, to be sure. Other historians have suggested that no, it must have been the Mediterranean Sea that we're talking about, and you can see there are routes that describe going up north and then over the Sinai Peninsula into the Mediterranean and then back down into the Sinai, where they would wander around for a while. There are also theories that say no, they went further south
down to the Red Sea and crossed at that point. And then basically from there on in, it's really confusing, because one thing I forgot to mention is that the very first project in archaeology is really topography. We have, like biblical archaeology in particular, we have this biblical text, extremely valuable as a historical document, but very difficult to sometimes translate into what we know about the actual land itself, primarily because we don't know which locales specifically refer to the places named in the Bible. And one of the very first things that was done in the 19th century in the land of Israel is archaeologists began to say, okay, we've got these places like Beersheba. Where is Beersheba? And they would use all kinds of different techniques, sometimes linguistic, sometimes Arabic place names referred to earlier Hebrew origins, sometimes descriptions in the text itself that might give some indication as to where exactly these places are, but we simply don't know for sure a lot of places, and especially the places associated with the Exodus. So there are lots of different routes. We also don't know, for example, where exactly is Mount Sinai. There is a mountain in the southern part of the peninsula that has been identified by the Arabs as Jebel Musa, the Mount of Moses, and that has been adopted by Christians as Mount Sinai. There's a monastery at the top of it and things like that. But there are also good possibilities that Mount Sinai would be in what we would call today Saudi Arabia. We simply have no concrete idea precisely where the ancient Israelites wandered as they were making their way from Egypt to the land of Israel, and there are lots of constructions. What we do have, however, is some fascinating archaeological evidence that points to a massive incursion of migrants to the land that would be called the land of Israel in the 13th century, not only in terms of like a huge rise in the establishment of settlements that cannot be accounted for by natural increase, has to be from migration. There is some fascinating stuff done by analyzing refuse pits, that in a lot of these regions where we identify with the settlement of Israelites, there's a remarkable absence of pig bones, whereas in sites that we know are much more Roman, there's lots of pig bones. I like to joke that, they find like Asian food takeout containers, but we don't find those. And also some really interesting things when sometimes Canaanite sites are found, like in Hatzor, where the great archaeologist Yigael Yadin found a cultic site with a headless idol, the Baal of Hatzor, that clearly had his head lopped off, and then here's a picture of what it looked like after surgery. But archaeological finds of this nature support the narrative that people came into this region from somewhere outside and viewed with hostility the local Canaanite practices and destroyed their altars and things like that. And that is entirely consistent with the biblical account that describes a massive number of former Egyptian slaves, i.e. the children of Israel, coming into the land, destroying the altars wherever they encounter them, and so on. But there's so much more to say about this. I'm just trying to get a sense, though, of if we were to have a Kosher River cruise, where exactly would we traverse from Goshen to the land of Israel? And unfortunately, that's got to wait until we figure out the geography, and then we're going to have a big sail. You heard it first on this channel. Thank you very much for watching.
Breathe in deeply here. How do you feel? I feel more confident. I feel stronger. So he started just teaching me how to do simple stuff like that, and then bring it onto like the football field, off the D-line. And so I needed to knock people over. Same thing as martial arts, right? I needed to feel grounded, so I needed to connect to my own root chakra.
Hello and welcome to the very first Jewish History Lab report, dated December 20th, 2020. So this is a new experiment. I hope you find it useful. I took a poll last week and I got over 600 people voted, with 92% of you indicating that you'd like to see something like this. 81% of you expressed very strong interest, but in keeping with the season, we're going to have several recounts. Anyways, what is the purpose of this newsletter? Well, as I mentioned in a video a while ago, I've signed a major contract with Koren Publishers in Jerusalem to put together a 3-volume history of the Jewish people. And it'll take me a few years to write this, and I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a great book, and I'm looking forward to it. But one of the advantages of having a large audience of students who are interested in Jewish history on YouTube is that I can sort of crowdsource this. Obviously, I'm going to do the first stage of writing, and essentially the Jewish History Lab lectures are sort of my first draft of what I intend to put in the book. And I get a lot of feedback in the comment section, sometimes personal emails, and it's actually very useful. It's helping me shape the book. So this is what we intend to do in these newsletters. First of all, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what's coming up this week. The topic for this week is the birth of Christianity. This is totally coincidental. When I planned out the fall semester, I didn't realize that it would happen to occur right at this time of year, but there you go, serendipity. So we have 4 videos that are related to this, 4 shorter videos. On Thursday, the 17th, we premiered Judea in the Days of Jesus, which was a popular video, actually. It was the #1 popular for that week. And then later today, on Sunday at 1 p.m., these are Eastern time, by the way, New York time, we'll have a little bit longer video, Jesus and the Jewish Community. I'm a little bit concerned about this one. I usually don't speak about Jesus specifically in these videos because it tends to generate a lot of unwelcome comments. I'll talk more about that in a second. But, you know, this is the planned trajectory of the book. It's impossible to avoid this very crucial topic if we are going to write a comprehensive survey of the Jewish people. Then following that, on Tuesday, we're premiering the separation of the church and synagogue, which is basically talking about the activity of the young church under Paul in particular and looking forward. And then on Thursday, we'll begin to look at the origins of the First Roman-Jewish War. So that's what's coming up over this week. Also, this morning, I'm premiering something, speaking virtually at Torah LA, which is a conference organized in Los Angeles by the Orthodox Union, and I'm giving a talk on Jewish history in Daf Yomi. For those of you who are not familiar with it, this is a global study of Talmud programs. Daf Yomi means a folio a day, essentially like 2 pages a day, which allows people to complete the Talmud in 7 years. And my small part in this year's cycle, or this cycle, which takes 7.5 years to complete, is called Jewish History in Daf Yomi. It's a little video that appears on every daf of Gemara, 2,711 in total, and it's available on the aldaf.org website, and also there's an app that goes along with it. So please have a look at that. That's going to be airing at 10 a.m. LA time, but I'll also put it on this channel at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, that's what's coming up this week. In terms of channel member news, you may have noticed that I have membership available on this channel. And, you know, when YouTube first made this available to me, I didn't really understand how it would be helpful, but then I realized a really great way that it will push forward my agenda of working on some serious Jewish history for the globe. First of all, if you've seen the manifesto video in which I talk about my basic values, I really believe that Jewish history information should be completely accessible and should be available for free around the world. And so that's really what I've tried to build over the past 10 years or so of working on this channel. But what is not free is my personal engagement, because when you put something out globally, you get so many unwelcome comments. Sometimes a lot of attention from anti-Semites. Sometimes a lot of attention from people who want to convert me to a different faith. Some people who want to convert me to the same faith that I'm currently in, but maybe in a different slight version, things like that. And I just don't have time to deal with that. So I have tended to shy away from certain subjects and certain topics because I don't want to, spend a lot of time debating with people about these things unless they are serious. Now, what I mean by serious is not learned or advanced,
What I mean is people who have a strong level of motivation to study Jewish history, and also that they're prepared to observe basic scholarly norms, meaning to be respectful of others who are in the conversation, to appreciate that other people have a perspective that is maybe very valuable, and that if you listen to them, you may actually gain something from it. You know, as the 7 Habits say, my rabbi loves quoting the 7 Habits, right? Seek first to understand, then to be understood. So people like that, I love to have them in classes of any age, and I never tire of engaging in people like that. So membership is a way of trying to filter out hoi polloi and focusing on those people. There are 3 levels of membership. The student level gives people advanced access to all the videos, which is really useful because some of the most helpful comments that I get back are from the students who see it before I release it to the rest of the world. That's when I release to the rest of the world, I get a lot of spam and a lot of things that I have to actually filter out. So it's nice to get just the information from students first. At the researcher level, that's where I start to introduce some of the more difficult things that maybe shouldn't be shared with everybody because of the reasons I mentioned. Today, for example, I'm recording a book review of the Jewish annotated New Testament, which is a little bit more controversial. And then at the colleague level, there's invitation to participate in live classes so we can engage in real time and have video conferences and so on. So what's happening for the colleagues this week is we're going to be having a live class specifically on the first Roman Jewish War, and then the video versions will appear over the next couple of days. Let's close with some fascinating Jewish history news from this week. One fascinating article that came out from Amanda Borschel-Dan, who is an amazing journalist who writes fantastic things, particularly in the realm of archaeology. And she writes that just a few days ago, an amazing seal whose authenticity was doubted for a long time was recently authenticated, and it is a seal that comes from Israel from 2,700 years ago. That's the reign of the second Yeravam, second Jeroboam. Here's a picture of it. Wow, it looks so fascinating. I'm going to include in the newsletter the link to this article. Have a look at this. It's absolutely fascinating, and look at everything that Amanda Borschel-Dan writes, because it's absolutely great. Okay, I hope this is helpful to you, and enjoy the videos this week. Thanks for studying Jewish history with me.
A spiritual, emotional connection but not to like legit injuries like a broken hand. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. Like someone breaks their hand, they gotta get screws and plates in there. Sure. Yeah.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope this message finds you and your loved ones well. So this is the second issue of the Jewish History Lab report, and I'm actually really pleased to see how this has evolved. As I mentioned in previous videos, this new format of these briefer online kind of coronavirus optimized videos is a result of my signing a contract with Koren Publishers to create a 3-volume history of the Jewish people, which I'm really excited to be working on. And I thought I would take a year and a half to essentially work through the curriculum that will form the basis of the book and put it out there online. And I would use the feedback and the comments from fellow students of Jewish history like you to shape the direction of my research. And it's actually been really great. A lot of the comments that I've gotten back exposed to me things that I'm really not that aware of, or concerns that I had not really thought of addressing. And I think it's going to be a really positive thing. I'm especially grateful to this week because we got through one of the most difficult passages, really, when we talked about the birth of Christianity. And there was a lot of heat generated by that topic. Very difficult to sort of navigate
the possible minefields of controversy. But I'm especially grateful to Boxer Fencer, one of the users on this channel, who sent me a really useful passage from Thessalonians, 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 14, which really made me rethink a little bit of what I had to say about St. Paul and the development of Christianity. This is a passage that, when I looked a little bit into the scholarship, it's called the Great Diatribe, by the way. Many scholars actually question whether it is authentic, that it may have slipped into manuscripts as they were copied, but there are no variant manuscripts that fail to show this passage, so it presents an interesting kind of problem. Anyways, you can have a look there if you're curious. I also received, of course, a lot of nasty comments about the birth of Christianity. My favorite actually was one commentator who said some very nice things and said that I was doomed to hellfire. But then at the end, he concluded by saying, anyway, I like your work and personality. Keep up the great work. Well, I guess I don't know what to say about that. At any rate, thanks also to Barb Todd, who sent along a really useful link from NPR on the use of modern computer technology to digitally reveal the contents of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are, of course, very fragile and very difficult to unravel and difficult to open, so it's very difficult to actually read them. But with new imaging techniques, wow, it's been really fascinating. Okay, so here's an update. Last week, we premiered the video on the First Roman-Jewish War, the first stage of it, with Cestius Gallus in particular, the war in the north, and then Vespasian's arrival. Today we're going to be releasing the video of the fall of Jerusalem specifically. Very important turning point in Jewish history, and I look in greater detail at the way in which Vespasian's son Titus actually besieged Jerusalem and brought it down and burned the temple on the 9th day of the month of Av. A little later this week we'll release the video on the aftermath of the Great Revolt, which will look specifically at Masada, the last holdout of the rebels and the fortress and the mountaintop in the Dead Sea zone. In terms of moving forward, this week we're going to be looking at the Kitos Rebellion, a very unusual rebellion that was not especially important in Israel itself, but especially important in the Jewish diaspora outside it. That would be in the years 115 through 117. And then we're going to look at the Bar Kokhba revolt in much greater detail and its impact on Jewish thought and civilization and culture thereafter, with some focus on the Asara Ruge Malchut, the 10 martyrs of the state, very important element that has informed Jewish thought and shaped how Jews have related to the diaspora as a whole. In terms of membership perks for this week, the members at the colleague level, we're going to have our live class on Wednesday night, as usual, at 7:30. For researchers and colleagues, I've got a new video that I'm just hoping to release this week, which is a fantastic relook at Yigael Yadin's amazing book on Bar Kokhba, which was, such a classic, and I so enjoyed rereading it, so I thought I'd talk about it a little bit with you. And then at student level membership, we're going to have some advanced access to those videos on the Kitos Rebellion, the Bar Kokhba Revolt, and the 10 Martyrs of the State, and then we will be premiering them to the larger internet audience thereafter. Okay, that's the plan for this week. I hope you all enjoyed watching these videos, and I look forward to interacting with you as we put together this amazing history of the Jewish people. Thanks very much for watching.
And through that, we can release that belief. We can separate through it first. We can release it and we can refer it. How are you setting this up?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Here's the lab report for this week, the first week of the Gregorian year 2021. Let's hope that it's a much better year for everyone after all of the difficulties of 2020. So last week we premiered a few videos specifically looking at the period of Great Rebellions. We looked at the aftermath of the Great Rebellion, the war that ultimately resulted in the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem. And then we looked at a lesser-known revolt called the Kitos Rebellion that occurred in the years 115 through 117 under the Emperor Trajan. And then premiering later today will be the final video in that series of rebellions, We're going to look at the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which is absolutely fascinating in many ways, although there's so many questions that still remain unanswered. I've also issued last week a brief researchers and colleagues video on Yigael Yadin's research in particular. It's so exciting. I really enjoyed so much of it. The plans for this week are to shift a little bit from the kind of chronological march of history and go back to a theme or an issue. And specifically, we're going to look at women in ancient Israel. We touched on this somewhat when we looked at daily life in ancient Israel, but now we're going to focus more carefully on a very difficult topic to study appropriately because we really lack so many women's voices in the historiography, in the material itself. The connection to Bar Kokhba, though, is especially fascinating because I'm looking forward to talking to you about Babatha, who was a remarkable woman who left behind a cache of documents relating to her private legal life, dealing with a lot of personal crises that she was going through with multiple husbands and her widowhood and conflict over inheritance, conflict over child custody. Really fascinating materials that give us a great sort of cross-section of what it must have been like to be a woman in the 2nd century. But we're going to start much earlier and kind of cover much more theoretical and historical grounds in that lecture. The live version of this lecture will be open to colleagues. You'll check the links in the separate posts for that material. I also want to let you know that we are coming to the conclusion of this semester. We'll go through January looking at the ancient period, and then we're going to make a transition to the medieval period. And as I've mentioned to you before, all of this work is in preparation for the much larger project of creating 3 volumes for Koren publishers on the history of the Jewish people. And I'm using these videos to collect feedback and get suggestions and get support and sometimes criticism to help me think about how I want to put together these eventual volumes. And I really appreciate all of you who have maintained, pretty steady diet of commenting on the website. I apologize that I can't get to absolutely every comment, particularly when the threads get longer and longer. But I am spending time every day going over the comments and trying to respond to you. And in this context, I want to let you know about a new idea I'm working on right now that I can't host here on YouTube because it doesn't work as well with text. It is, after all, video. But on my personal website, henryabramson.com, I'm thinking I will start putting up drafts of the chapters as they are written for comment from all of you. As much as I'm enjoying crowdsourcing this intellectual project of creating a book of Jewish history with a lot of support from other people, I don't think I can reasonably open up all of the text as it is in formation to 38,000 subscribers. So I'm going to probably set in some kind of mechanisms there to try and filter out people who are not necessarily as focused on the goal of really creating a final text. But I encourage you to go visit my website, henryabramson.com, where you'll see some of these ideas as they are developing, and I'm kind of excited about them. I'll let you know more about them. And in this context, I want to thank all of you for your feedback last week about that crazy idea of creating merch for this channel. I still feel a little queasy about it, and I haven't quite told my college-age son that I think I'm going to try it. But anyways, check it out. I'm especially fond of the mugs, and I want to give a special shout out to Jen Goldman and Tommy O'Donovan and Michael Alberta, who suggested some really great ideas, and some of them I'm going to put into place because it's actually kind of fun. So there it is. Have a look at the Teespring site. That'll be populating on YouTube later. We've got a Josephus mug, we've got a me mug, and we've got a Shabbatite ski mug, which Mike Klein says he's going to really enjoy taking to the mikvah, the ritual bath, for its proper immersion. Anyways, it's a strange world. I hope you have an amazing week, and it's great to have you as subscribers to this channel. Take care.
And for those, it's just going to be a longer journey to get to some sort of positive outcome, but a lot of people just don't know how to begin the first steps like they want to. Like if you have like
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to announce that beginning this Wednesday night, October 27th at 7:30 p.m., we will resume the Jewish History Lab series of lectures. This is going to be the third and final semester of this series, and we're going to look at the modern era. Unlike the two previous semesters in which I had the chutzpah to address many subjects which I knew not too terribly much about, I'm actually a little more adept in the modern era, so I hope it's going to be even more interesting for all of us and less sweat-inducing for me. At any rate, we're going to look at the last 500 years of Jewish history, specifically from the Spanish expulsion of 1492 right up until the contemporary period. And I think it's going to be so fascinating. There's so many amazing, dynamic things that happened to and happened as a result of the Jewish people over the last half millennium, and I can't wait to discuss them with you and hear your questions. So there are three basic ways to participate in the series if you would like to. The first is please attend in person. The classes are sponsored by the Young Israel of Lawrence, Cedarhurst. That's located at 8 Spruce Street in Cedarhurst, New York, led by the incredible Rabbi Yaakov Trump, no relation. Unlike the series that was so rudely interrupted back in the spring of 2020, we are going to be having them live and in person in the synagogue building. They're open to the community, free of charge. Please come by and join us. We would like you to please practice respiratory etiquette. This is a term that I picked up while I was traveling in Europe just recently. We encourage vaccination for everybody, of course, if you are eligible for a vaccine. Please do not come if you are not feeling well. Masks are welcome and encouraged for anyone who feels appropriate wearing one. They are mandatory for those who are not vaccinated. The lectures, I have to say, will not be recorded. So there are some advantages to come in person and there are some disadvantages. The advantages are that, of course, the live lectures, really, that's the gold standard for an educational experience. The spontaneity of live conversation, questions and answers. There is a small disadvantage that you may be exposed to some of my cheesy jokes, and I apologize in advance for them, but I simply can't help myself. So that's the best way to enjoy it, free of charge, sponsored by Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst. Please join us. And they will be basically every week, every Wednesday night at 7:30. There are some interruptions to the schedule. The second way you can participate is you can attend via Zoom. We are, of course, in a bold new era of education. We're still trying to figure out exactly, what is education going to look like, both at the tertiary level, where I spend most of my energy, or in the adult education, in which I class this series, or even at the primary level. And so we're going to try this semester to offer this as a hybrid option. Meaning, the essence is going to be placed on the live in-person class. And again, that's the best way to appreciate the information that we're going to share. But we will offer the option of Zoom for those who cannot attend in person for a variety of reasons, not excluding the reality of, the January temperatures in this part of the world. This option, however, is only going to be available to members of the synagogue and their guests. Check your email for a Zoom link so you will be able to access the Zoom. It's also open to members of my YouTube channel at the colleague level. So please have a look at your community announcements and you'll be able to get the Zoom link and you'll be able to participate. One of the challenges of offering this in a hybrid format is that it's not easy to address a live audience and an online audience simultaneously. So I'm going to put most of my energy into the live audience, but I will try and devote certain periods of time to the hybrid. And we'll see how this works out. Hopefully it will be successful, but we will tweak things as we go along. Finally, if you can't attend in person and you can't attend by Zoom, then you'll be able to watch pre-recorded versions of the lectures, which I have been putting online. There's more than 80 of them in this particular series already available. And this, of course, is open to all because I really believe that Jewish history yearns to be free, yearns to be out there so that people can learn about this amazing and fascinating history. The advantages of viewing the pre-recorded lectures are that One, they tend to be shorter and a little bit more tightly edited and so on. And there are very, very few cheesy jokes because I just got too many negative comments about them. There's not as much opportunity for interaction. I simply don't have time to respond to all of the questions and comments that are in the inbox there, but you will have the opportunity, of course, to interact with other audience members. And I do like to participate in live chats more or less once a week so that, we do have a chance to at least interact with each other that way. Okay, that's basically it. We're going to start Wednesday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are going to be looking at the fascinating topic of the Jews of Asia. Thank you very much for listening.
How about your career? Living a life where you have some sense of meaning, right? And starting to move towards that. Don't do something you hate.
Hello and welcome to the first in a large series of projected small lectures that I'd like to call the Jewish History Lab. Now, I'm calling it a lab because this is somewhat experimental in nature. I'm very proud to let you know that I signed a contract with Koren Publishers, Jerusalem, really important publishing house that does really beautiful work. I have so many of their books in my own collection, and I'm very honored to be producing a multi-volume, massive survey, history of the Jews for them over the course of the next few years. So these lectures are kind of like my rough draft of the materials that will ultimately find their way into the printed word, and I hope you will snap up copies of them when they're available because I think they're going to be great. I'm really excited about this particular work. So it's experimental in the sense that I'm going to put my first draft together in this video format and put it up on the internet. And I'd love to hear from you. Please insert your comments in the box below this video and let me know what you think and if you have any questions or suggestions. And then we'll see how we go forward as I transform these lectures into the written word. But let's get straight to the material. Let's look at this little piece of global real estate and try to understand how it fits within the larger perspective of the history of the Jewish people. Many people tend to look at the land of Israel something like this amazing 6th century map that was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. Now, what do I mean? They look at it this way. It looks intriguing and fascinating, but at the same time illogical and confusing. So what exactly is this map? First of all, it was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. You can see here's a screenshot of where it appears on Google Maps, just a little bit northeast of the Dead Sea, a little south of Amman. And it was in the floor of a 6th century church that was designed for pilgrims, Christian pilgrims who were making their way into the land of Israel from the west. And it was intended as kind of like a permanent physical reminder of how to find the various holy sites. It was discovered in the late 19th century in the course of church renovations, and unfortunately this gorgeous mosaic was badly damaged over the centuries. Nevertheless, a significant amount of it was preserved, and we can learn some fascinating things about how they viewed the region. Obviously, it's not to scale, but I think one of the most fascinating things is that it is disoriented with east at the north. That is, you can see the Dead Sea is right in the middle of that region there. It's got some boats, massive boats by scale, floating on the Dead Sea, and there's a river, the Jordan River, that's at the left that will connect up to the missing Sea of Galilee or Yam Kinneret. And so this is how pilgrims would have seen the land. They would have seen it with Jerusalem really at its center. Here is a close-up detail of Jerusalem, and comparisons with archaeological data indicate there's a lot of features here that indicate that the mosaic artists actually did have close experience with the land of Israel itself and the city of Jerusalem with the Cardo, Roman road running through the center of it. And there's all kinds of fascinating features in the map, such as, for example, if we zoom in on the boat in the Dead Sea, there are a couple of fishermen there, but they look sort of like potatoes because you can see the figure on the right has a hand extending from it. The reason for this is because Muslim iconoclasts approached this map and wanted to wipe out any kind of reference to human beings, so they disfigured specifically the recognizably human faces on these forms, so we still have some sense of what they look like, and they replaced them obviously with other mosaic tiles. A fascinating kind of look at the land of Israel, but as I said, very confusing. Obviously, deeply affected by political and religious concerns. Here's a more conventional look at the land of Israel, with north at the top, as is the custom in Western cartography. And I think the most important thing that I can point out here is just how small the land of Israel is. I mean, check it out. If you go from the southernmost tip of the land of Israel in Eilat, the Gulf of Aqaba, and you go all the way to the north, roughly equivalent with Mount Hermon in the Golan Heights, and you see that basically it's only 420 kilometers or 262 miles. If you could drive that in a straight road, it's basically 4 hours driving from one end of the country to the other. And the widest waste of the land is only 115 kilometers or 71 miles. You can easily drive across that in about an hour. I mean, this is essentially what people commute to work, crossing the entire country of Israel. When the lightly shaded areas with Shechem or Nablus in the top and Hebron in the south, that refers to the West Bank, which we'll talk about much further on in this course. This is a region, of course, which is not annexed to Israel itself as the Palestinian Authority. And of course, you see the Gaza Strip there, which is sort of patched, that is on the lower left side. Also, really a very small strip of land that looms large in the public imagination. If you were to take the amount of real estate that the state of Israel takes up in today's newspapers, for example, and you were to make that geographically to scale, I mean, it would be the size of, I don't know, Africa or something like that. But it is really a tiny little territory. Looking at it geographically, I think this map is especially helpful. This, of course, turns it on its side, facing to the east, somewhat like the Madaba map you saw earlier. And the most prominent feature, of course, is the Judean mountain range. They're not really mountains by, like, Rockies standards or the Alps. They're really more like dry, desiccated hills. And once again, this map, which is in Hebrew, shows that it's 53 kilometers from the Jordan River over the Judean mountains, and then an additional 16 kilometers to the sea, the Mediterranean itself. And it gives you some sense of the vertical topography and the climactic effects of those fairly low mountains. There's one more view of the same idea. This is once again oriented north-south. You have the coastal plain, which is quite dense and gets a lot more rainfall. Then you have the Jordan Valley and the Dead Sea, which are much lower. In fact, the Dead Sea is the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Now, let's look at the land of Israel in its regional context, because this is where it gets really important. How does this tiny little country subsume so much history and so much politics in contemporary times? If you look at this satellite view, you can see that Israel is very centrally located between the three continents of Africa, Europe, and Asia. And if you remove air travel, which of course was impossible in the ancient world, and if you consider the limitations of water travel or sea travel because of land barriers, you can see that Israel is the main thoroughfare between those two continents. Any kind of trade typically has to go through Israel, unless you're talking about Europe to Asia directly or vice versa. Really, Africa, Asia, Europe are all connected to Israel over land routes. If we look in a little closer, we see that one of the most important aspects of those connections is the fertile crescent. And it is so called because there's kind of like a C-shape, or more precisely, kind of like an upside-down flattened U-shape of arable land that extends from the Nile Delta, which is in the lower left of this map. Sliding over Egypt, and the hatched area represents the naval arability that is the product of the Nile River that flows from the bottom of this map into the Mediterranean Sea. And then there's a little bit of a dead spot to the right of the Nile Delta where you have the Sinai Peninsula, but then the land of Israel itself becomes fertile again. It goes up north through Lebanon and Syria, and then it curves over and follows
flows the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers down into the Persian Gulf, which would be today's Iraq. The two rivers that flow from the northwest and down into the southeast are the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia is from a Greek word meaning between the rivers, Mesopotamos. And so that's the Tigris and Euphrates represent another great fertile area. Now, these two regions on the extreme west, Egypt, and on the extreme east, Mesopotamia, are really the superpowers of the world, but any kind of land or commerce communication between them has to go through Israel. And note that it is not very practical to try and go straight, like let's say following the latitude from Egypt straight over to the Mesopotamian region, because that's essentially crossing Al Desert, which is basically impassable and not practical except for camel caravans. It's much easier to follow fertile settled regions and actually make travel from the southeast all the way up over the top of the mountains. Before you run the route that the patriarch Abraham followed from ancient Sumer, the city of Ur, and then made his way up over the north to Syria and down into Israel. But we'll talk about that in a later episode. Here is a roadmap of the world where you get to see the routes that they will take. First of all, there was the so-called Via Maris, or in Hebrew, Derech Hayam, the way of the sea. I like to think of it as the scenic route, where you go from the left, from the Nile Delta, and you basically follow the coastline. And it's a little rough as you're going along the top of the Sinai Peninsula, because that's quite dry. But then once you hit the region of Gaza and move up north, then you've got quite a bit of settled territory and a lot of arable land. You follow the road all the way up and then down over to the right into Mesopotamia. The other route, which was also quite widely traveled, is the so-called King's Highway, which is actually a street like that in Brooklyn, of course, maybe named after this, I don't know, sometimes called the Royal Road, or in Hebrew, the Derech HaMelech. And this was a little bit shorter in the sense that you crossed the relatively small Sinai Peninsula compared to the great Arabian Desert, much more passable, and then you make a straight shot north up to Damascus. So it's not nearly as beautiful because you don't have the Mediterranean Sea to your left. At best, you have to travel through the very hot zone of the Dead Sea. But after that initial burst through the Sinai, then you've got fairly clear rest stops along the way, lots of gas stations you can make your way to the. And so Israel was extremely important as these commercial ventures expanded, and of course that becomes a political question. Perhaps what makes Israel so important to the rest of the world is the religious context. We're going to be exploring in a lot of lectures as we go on. It is the center really of three major world faiths, Judaism first, and then Christianity, and then Islam to a slightly lesser extent. And it's regarded as the navel of the world. In fact, that's a Hebrew term used in rabbinic literature for Israel and for Jerusalem specifically. This is a sentiment that is echoed by many other cultures. I would love to see some amazing 16th century map by Heinrich Vincent, which is meant to be kind of a thematic map. He's published a lot of really beautiful maps that capture ideas in cartographic form. And you can see that he has indicated that Jerusalem specifically is at the center of European, Asian, and African history, like a clover leaf. And if we zoom in here on Jerusalem, you get a beautiful sense of this very Christian sort of perspective of the region. You see the three crosses there just outside the city. So that gives us a sense of the geographic features of the land of Israel, the political and economic features of the land in its regional context, and just a hint at what we're going to be discussing as we go further in this Jewish History Lab. Thank you very much for watching.
When a guy who's a tough guy complains about a headache, I always get concerned. He's not tough. He's a football player. He's got to be tough. You want to see tough? Look at LeBron James's feet. I was looking at LeBron James's feet today online. Have you seen them, Jamie? How does that guy play basketball with those fucked up feet? Like his feet are so broken because of all the years of exploding and twisting and turning. He's been playing professionally.
Hello and welcome to the second lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. So I'd like to look very briefly at the earliest population in the land of Israel. It's important here that we should distinguish three different types of there is history, which is the area in which I feel most comfortable, and then there is proto-history and prehistory, moving backwards in time. Proto-history is generally understood as the history when we have the earliest written documents, because historians, we like to work with text, we like to work with words, and as soon as you begin to get words, like in cuneiform or in hieroglyphics, and you begin to be able to tease out some of what the earliest generations are trying to communicate, then you have at least the basis of the kind of things that we consider to work with. On the other hand, moving further back in time, you have what's often called prehistory, which means what happened even before people were writing things down, or we have any written record of what may have been written down but simply did not survive. And when you get into that area, well, historians like me start to feel distinctly uncomfortable. You've got to get into archaeology, you've got to get into geology, you've got to get into scientific fields to understand how carbon dating works and things like that. Those are things that are not really my strongest suit. We will be dealing with much of that, especially archaeology, in the next couple of videos. But for the time being, let's just
All day long I hear my telephone ring. It's calling, giving me that advice. From the poor I know, I can wait home.
5,781. That is, of course, the Jewish year that was celebrated on Rosh Hashanah, which occurred in October of 2020. How do we know that this is really the 5,781st year since creation? If you look at the book of Genesis, the first book of the Hebrew Scriptures, there is an accounting of years, but it's not really precise.
All day long I hear my telephone ring. It's calling, giving that advice. From the boy I love, I should let go away. The heartache will bring one day. Another so bad advice, but it's not gonna happen twice. Cause all advice ever gotten me was laying long and sleeping. Now he's back in my arms again. Right by my side. And I'm back in my arms again. So satisfied. Thank you, friends, and say, let him go. I'm one that needs a soul. It's his love that makes me strong. When my hands go on. Now that the sun comes to that he's not dependent on it on my feet.
And by the way,
but this time maybe make romance. I'm happy
that gives you away, but I'm not a rabbi. I am just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. And so the question is not so much a historical question, because the scientific evidence is generally what historians work with, but it is a theological question. How do we read the Seder Olam Yada, and how do we read the text of Genesis? We're not going to go into those issues in this lecture. If you are curious to see how do we reconcile cosmology from the perspective of traditional Orthodox Judaism, and how do we reconcile that with scientific evidence, I strongly recommend you have a look at this great book, which I actually read twice because it is so fascinating, The Challenge of Creation by Rabbi Dr. Nathan Slivkin. It is not an uncontroversial work, but basically he gets deeply into both science and Torah to look at how rabbis in the past have dealt with these challenges. And this is nothing new. I mean, Jews have been dealing with the age of the universe questions really since the 19th century for sure, in a very forthright way. But there are even some
fascinating
As
earlier
long
in
as
terms
life
of how they
never
have
got
these days.
me,
Have a look over there if you
long
want to
and
go further in that
sleepless
direction.
night.
Anyone who possesses even a cursory
Another
familiarity with
second
the first five books of
of
Moses
again.
and some of the early prophets, like with Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and into Kings, will be aware that, of course, there are many peoples who predated the mass arrival of Jews in Israel. The earliest penetration of Jews into Israel, of course, with the patriarch Abraham, as described in the book of Genesis, that's generally understood to be around the beginning of the second millennium before the Common Era. That is something like the date 1750 BCE. The later Exodus and the arrival of Jews in Israel, which is something, again, we've got to push that on to another lecture. There's a lot to say about that. That would have been several hundred years after that date. But there are lots of peoples already living in Israel, and in fact, the interaction with them is a major theme in much of those early prophetic works. Some of the most fascinating archaeological discoveries of the prehistoric peoples of the land of Israel were uncovered by Dr. Dorothy Garrett, shown here in a 1913 photograph. She was associated with Cambridge University, and in fact, she was the first woman to hold a chair at that great school. Unfortunately for her at that point, however, because she was a woman, she was not allowed to receive a full position on the faculty. And although she was allowed to attend faculty meetings, she was not allowed to vote or even to speak, if you can believe that. She was a pioneering figure not only in the field of archaeology, but also in the field of women's rights in academia. And her research led to some phenomenal discoveries, such as the remarkable stone and used bar of the people somewhere south of the Sea of Galilee, which, by the way, is also the site of some of the earliest manufactured plants in the history of humanity. Right? So we owe the discovery of beer possibly to the early peoples of Israel. In the Kabaran cultures, he discovered these remarkable mortal vessels. You can see there's a little bit of grain on the left. You would take that pestle and you would grind it up and see that it's quite how remarkable tiny sculptures is also quite fascinating. Her discoveries of things like this tiny little bird medallion indicate that the peoples of ancient Israel had a very rich spiritual life. Looking at grave sites, she was able to discover, fantastic ritual items that were associated with
And
people,
every day
such
I
as the
thank you, Lord,
inclusion of many
for
tortoise
giving
shells
back
in
so
this grave, which
new,
is believed to be
so inspiring, so exciting, babe. Whenever you're near, I hear a symphony, a tender melody. Welling me closer to your arms. Suddenly, without touching me, your shades are always invited. Still I need the past behind. I'm lost in a world made for you and me.
What are they there for? You can see on the right a view of what it's like on the ground. But when you get up in the air, then you begin to see, oh my God, look at this.
Whenever you're near, I hear a symphony, urgent and tenderly. When the time of its late night, baby, your friends are sorry for me, and I'm sorry.
And the
Yo, welcome. How are you,
run
pimp?
away from them, and then
What's
seeing
good,
the
son?
small barrier, they'll be driven further and further
How you living?
until, and here we look at it from the point of view of
Yo,
a hunter.
CBR, how you living, baby? What's good? Yeah, dude, CBR, guess what? You were the last person on this fucking earth with whom I wanted to speak. I'm singing the Supremes, baby. That was so sick. That was so sick. Dude, this Joe Rogan episode sucks, and this guy sucks. Joe Rogan, you need some new motherfuckers on there. Except for Bart Screll. Bring his ass back on with the debate. He doesn't debate that well. Why? He doesn't talk about fucking swag.
Kind of things that were happening in Israel.
I can go to 2-year-old, 12-year-old. Yo, dog. See the flag? Yeah. That's impossible if it happens on.
In particular, the discovery of these plastered human skulls, which appears that the ancient peoples of Jericho, one of the oldest cities in the world, would preserve the skulls, presumably of their ancestors, and then decorate them and bury them apparently under the floor of their homes. So you can see sometimes they have like plaster on top of them, and sometimes they have like specific decorations, like the use of these shells for their eyes and so on. And perhaps this is associated with some kind of ancestor worship. The people of ancient Jericho were also into defamation, which is a really wild practice that involves the drilling of holes into the skull, a procedure which people tended to survive, believe it or not, because the skulls actually show evidence of healing. It's uncertain why they were doing this, perhaps to as an early medical procedure, perhaps as an early psychiatric procedure, maybe it was some kind of cultic practice, who knows, but it was definitely very bizarre. Also discovered in the region of Jericho were a whole series of fascinating maps, which again give us some inkling of their spiritual life, perhaps their entertainment. It's hard to tell, but you can see here that the masks clearly had holes drilled at the side, so they could be attached to the face, perhaps for some kind of dramatization, maybe in connection with ancestor worship. And a lot of these masks display different kinds of emotions and feelings that are actually quite clever and appealing in many ways. There are tens of these masks. Some of them, however, do not have holes, and they perhaps might have been decorations, or they may have been some kind of cultic objects like this skull mask here. Okay, so that's it for a very superficial look at some of the prehistoric peoples in the land of Israel. We're going to continue our story with the biblical data regarding the arrival in Israel of the Mesopotamian patriarch Abraham, and what that says for the beginnings of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Doing breathing exercises in there, I mean, you might as well be taking mushrooms. You can get some bizarre experiences doing that. So we talked about
Well, there's some unprecedented athleticism here. Really unprecedented. Unprecedented.
People who are like in a really dark state. You think most people are in a dark state? No. Most people who are in a very dark state, they're struggling with really bad depression. I don't think they should go right to psychedelics. I'm going to do simple for them. I think they can do right talking breathing, flow tanks. There's different.
Before we begin to approach the earliest period of Jewish history, we have to address the question of how shall we approach the Bible as a historical source. The Bible is, of course, regarded by tens of thousands of generations, millions upon millions of people, as the Word of God, and it has a tremendous amount of authenticity simply because of that status. But if we're trying to approach it looking for historical data, is that an appropriate way to understand this text? I'm going to set that question aside for now, but I would like to give you a thought experiment that hopefully will clarify some of the questions that arise as we look at it from the point of view of a historian. One last caveat. I know when people look at me, especially for the first time, they think I'm a rabbi. I think it's the kippah and the beard that give it away. And it's true on a personal level. I have proclivities towards observant Judaism, and I do my best as much as I can to be as observant as possible. But let's just set that aside as well and look again at this question from a historical perspective. Because I am not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. Here's the thought experiment. The year is 1985, and you are in middle school. You're 12 years old, and your teacher gives you an assignment. She gave it to you a few weeks ago, but you ignored it. It's only due tomorrow. You have a few hours left to write it. The assignment is, please write 500 words on the life of Julius Caesar. Middle schoolers today would say no problem, but it's 1985 and no one has invented the internet yet. So you're stuck. You have a few hours left. The library is closed. What do? You scramble around the house looking for some kind of book that says something about Julius Caesar. And in your older sister's bedroom, you find some of her college textbooks, including a ratty old paperback who was probably published sometime around 1972, that has on the spine Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Great, this is fantastic. This is exactly the book you look at. It's kind of hard to read. It's not written in modern English, but you sort of skim through it and you figure out a few key things and you strap together a paper for your teacher. Now, the question is, how reliable is William Shakespeare's account of the life and death of Julius Caesar as a historical account? Can we say that the things that Shakespeare describes actually happened? Not terribly likely. First of all, Shakespeare's account was written about 1,600 years after the events described. Oh my gosh.
Fuck.
Now, Shakespeare probably had some other data, read other histories to be able to put together the story of Julius Caesar, but he clearly was not even writing a history book. He was writing something for popular entertainment. And what kind of poetic license did he take in producing that particular work? Can we actually say anything real about William Shakespeare's account of Julius Caesar? And just to take it to a meta level, which is going to be very relevant for looking at the Bible as well, the copy that you're holding in your hand was published in the 1970s. Who says that it doesn't actually date from the 1970s? Who says that it even dates from the 1600s? Maybe it really was published for the first time in the era of Elizabeth II as opposed to Elizabeth I. How do you know that this is an accurate copy of something that was actually written 400 odd years earlier? All these questions abound. Just to make it a little bit more fun, notice the iconic presentation of Shakespeare's Shane Upon his visage. That's based on something called the Chandos portrait, which is named after its owner, not after the subject or the painter, neither of which are known for certain, but is generally believed to be a depiction of William Shakespeare himself. When you look a little closely at it, you see that Shakespeare himself apparently wore an earring, but that has been removed from his ear in the version that you hold in your hand. So there's just so many possibilities for inaccuracies in understanding the life of Julius Caesar. Shouldn't we say that as well about the Bible? Even according to the Word of God approach, whatever that means exactly, many of the events described in the Bible are written down explicitly as having occurred in the distant past. So what do we do with this as a historical account? One more word about the Word of God approach. Can we possibly penetrate the inscrutable mind of the Almighty to determine that the purpose of the biblical text before us is to give us historical data? Perhaps it's to give us religious instruction, moral instruction for our edification, without necessarily giving us a blow-by-blow chronicle of events. It's a big, complex, sprawling document. We will be exploring it in greater depth in the following lectures as it relates specifically to history. But it's like a real, tangled mess of complications to try to understand this text as a historical source. But by the time we get to the 19th century, there are a lot of questions about how to approach the Bible as a historical text. We see people like William Albright who say, well, okay, without denying the higher criticism approach that is advocated by people like Wellhausen, we can still go back to the land of Israel and discover the facts as they occurred using this relatively new science of archaeology and construct the past and see how it conforms to the Bible as essentially the template for historical events. In other words, the way Albright looked at biblical history is he said, we have essentially got in the Bible the cover of the puzzle box. Inside are 1,000 pieces, but we see what it's supposed to look like. So all we've got to do is go to Israel, find the places mentioned on the biblical narrative, dig up the ground there, and we'll find evidence of things that happened. We'll go to Jericho, we'll find the walls of Jericho that were destroyed by Joshua and things like that. The thing is, once you get to Israel, you're confronted with a massive amount of data. And who says that it's going to conform to the picture box? Maybe we should instead look at the pieces, put it together without knowing how it's going to look, and then we'll look at the picture afterwards. That's the approach that many later archaeologists began to take, especially when they began to find pieces like this that looked like they didn't belong anywhere in the original picture box cover. So by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century, there is a lot of confusion about how are we supposed to look at the Bible as a historical text. Things came to a head in the 1990s with the development of the so-called Copenhagen School of Biblical Study. This is an outgrowth of a philosophical cultural movement called postmodernism that essentially questioned the narrative reliability of text. And the Copenhagen School advocated essentially a minimalist approach to the use of the Bible as a historical document. It's sometimes caricaturized as like a rejection of the Bible as a historical document. That's not a scholarly approach at all, and it's hard to really stick that label on any of the major components of the Copenhagen School, but definitely they wanted to downplay the reliance on the biblical text as a roadmap for what happened in ancient history. The reaction to the minimalist school was the so-called maximalist school. And the maximalists, again, it's a caricature of a term, but essentially maximalists are scholars who say, hey, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a tremendous amount of reliability in the Old Testament. And perhaps the greatest proponent of this school is none other than the great Kenneth Kitchen, who wrote this phenomenal work, which I happen to have my copy of it right here. What a monstrous brick of a tome this is. You can see I've taken a lot of notes because it is absolutely fascinating. And over the course of a lifetime of study of Egypt and Assyria, Babylonia, Ugaritic and Akkadian, and you name it, this is definitely one of the most accomplished scholars of the period. He says that, fundamentally, the historical descriptions that are contained in the Hebrew scriptures are pretty reliable. Now, he's not advocating the Word of God approach. There are certain passages in this particular book that would cross a Rosh Yeshiva's eyes. It's definitely not what we would say in Jewish terms a frum book. But from a historical perspective, it really cements the idea that the Hebrew Scriptures has a phenomenal amount of valid historical data. We're going to be spending a lot of time in this work as we go through the series because it is impossible to understand anything about the history of ancient Israel without looking at Dr. Kitchen's magisterial work. We'll also be looking at contemporary scholars like Rabbi Dr. Joshua Berman, who wrote a series of books. Most recently, this very powerful book called Ani Ma'amin. The Hebrew term means I believe, and it's clearly an allusion to Maimonides' 13 Principles of Belief. I'd like to mention now just a couple of things about Kitchen's approach to biblical history that will be relevant for us going forward. First of all, in the introductory section to his major work, Dr. Kitchen basically says we can divide the history as portrayed in the Bible into 7 basic periods. Pretty straightforward. The first period is something we talked about in the last lecture, primeval proto-history, which basically goes from the creation of the world as described in Genesis.
The rules are set up the way they're set up.
The second
Why not take
millennium
advantage of
before the Common Era. Let's say 2250 or 2000 BCE. And that's essentially what's described in the very beginning of the book of Genesis. The second period is that of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their wives, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. And that goes from the early to mid-second millennium, that is from about the year, let's say 1750, so, maybe go up to Joseph, another couple of years, and that's described for the rest of the book of Genesis. The third period is the Egyptian sojourn and Exodus, and that will be the mid to late second millennium. That means around, let's say, 1500 to 1200, more or less, and it's described in the book of Exodus. And then we get to the fourth period, which is settlement in Canaan. Notice that he uses the term settlement rather than conquest. That will become very important when we get to that period later. And that will be the late second millennium, say approaching the year 1000 BCE, and it is described in the book of Deuteronomy, and then in Judges and in Joshua. The fifth period is the period of the United Monarchy. It is the golden period under Saul and David and Solomon, and that's described in the first book of Samuel, first book of Chronicles. And then the sixth period, the divided monarchy, which is moving through the first millennium. Let's say we're getting into the 800s and 700s, and that's in 2 Samuel, Kings, and book of Chronicles. And then finally, the exile and return, talking here about the Babylonian exile, the 6th and 5th centuries before the Common Era, described in a host of biblical works. Now, 2 quick things. The first is, notice that I have not included all the books in the Hebrew Scriptures because a lot of them are really difficult to provide clear historical data, although they have pieces of it. The book of Psalms, for example, it clearly, heartfelt prayers to God, but there is occasionally historical data embedded in Psalms, as we shall see as we go through this course. But secondly, more significantly, in Kitchen's work, he doesn't start at the beginning, the first period, and move through all 7 periods. Rather, what he does is he starts in the 6th period, the divided monarchy, quite late now in Jewish history, well over 1,000 odd years into Jewish history, and then he moves later in time to the exile and return, and only then does he go back to start at the first period. Why does he do that? Why does he start at period 6, go to 7, and then all the way back to 1, 2, 3, 4? The reason is actually pretty obvious if you're familiar with the data. There's a lot more really cool evidence for the historicity in period 6 and 7 than there is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He still has a lot to say about periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that is incredibly valuable, but he says, you know what? I want to give you the really powerful, incontrovertible stuff first, and then once you're with me with 2 good chapters of this decent archaeological data, then I'll take you back to some of the more, intuitive and some of the more deductive type of material that is in the earlier period. It's really complicated, I know, but we'll go through it starting from period 1, and I hope you'll bear with me. Let us give you an example of what is like some of the really cool data in both of those sections. So Dr. Kitchen argues that there's basically 2 types of data points that prove the Bible has reliability as a historical source. The first would be external evidence of historical reliability. And what he means by that is data taken from outside the text of the Bible that conforms exactly to the text as we have it. And a great example of this is archaeological finds. So, for example, this black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, which dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, clearly has King Jehu, who's described in the Hebrew Bible as, owing obeisance to King Shalmaneser III, and this monumental architecture clearly describes this from the perspective of the occupying power of Israel, and it seems to lock into place the account that we have of the historical relationship between these 2 powers. So this is the kind of evidence that we love as historians because it kind of confirms everything from an independent vantage point. And most of that really dates from the 9th century onward, meaning from the 800s onward. And since we're going to be going back to the year 2000 before the Common Era, it gets harder and harder the earlier you go back in time to find this kind of hard external material evidence for the historicity of the biblical narrative. But that doesn't mean that we're without resources. And a good 350 pages of Dr. Kitchen's work is based on looking at internal evidence of biblical reliability. Just giving you one little example here, and we're going to go through many more of them as we go through the next lectures. Look at the price of slaves in the ancient world. So Dr. Kitchen was able to comb through a tremendous variety of data points in dozens of ancient dead languages to find how much it cost in shekels to buy a slave in the ancient world. And then he compared it to the few data points of how much slaves cost as described in the Bible. So if you look at this graph, the red line describes how much slaves cost in various parts of the ancient world, from the Nile Delta to the Mesopotamian region, and we see that it follows that essential red curve from the year 2250 to about the year 500. And then when you take the few passages in the biblical text that refer to the
this is the asshole who promotes himself on Kick.
It conforms
That's right.
to the price of slaves that was the going rate in the ancient world. That's like very interesting. Now, it does not have the same kind of hard proof. It's not going to fall on your foot like a big piece of monumental architecture that will make you say, ouch. But nevertheless, it's really quite persuasive to say, hey, you know, if it cost 20 shekels for a slave in the old Babylonian period, and Joseph was sold for 20 shekels around that time, that sounds like a reasonable piece of historical data that we could rely on.
That makes sense. That's why I keep it out of that LA fitness place. They get mad at you. Yeah. Because that's no Planet Fitness. Yeah. I did see a study because I was looking at all these sites and Restream when I was studying all this stuff. That's so crazy that if you lift weights there too loud, they sound an alarm and they kick you out. It's like they'll try to do the mark alarm. That's funny. It's safe for those people. It's a nice safe environment. Yeah, I get it.